apps and agents used across an organization drives collaboration and empowers teams to do their best work. Introducing the Atlassian Teamwork Collection, a curated combination of Jira, Confluence, and Loom, supercharged with powerful Rovo agents. Inspired by the Atlassian system of work philosophy, Teamwork Collection brings teams and tools together. With tools to align knowledge and work, teams can make smarter, more informed decisions. Specialized Rovo agents connect all your teamwork data, unlock insights, accelerate workflows, and unleash the potential of AI at scale. And as individual workflows seamlessly across departments, from ideation to action, teams stay united to deliver shared goals. The best teams accomplish the impossible, and the best teams are powered by the Atlassian Teamwork Collection.
Oh, very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you all to the best event, the CAI Innovation Summit 2025. May I please request everyone to kindly come over and be seated in the front rows, requesting everybody to kindly cover the gap. We have a lot of seats lined up in the front. May I request all of you to kindly come over and take over the front rows. Thank you. We will be kickstarting in just about a few minutes. In the meanwhile, I request everyone to kindly come over and take the front rows.
Wow, great choice, ma'am.
Thank you. Actually, Ajay ने बहुत help.
Cheers.
So, madam, how's the anniversary celebration going?
It's perfect.
Please thank the team for planning it.
Especially Ria. She's good, huh?
Air India had a reputation for great customer experience. But one area that everybody felt that Air India has a realistic chance of being the absolute best airline in the world is in the area of technology. We are trying to make Air India into the most advanced airline in the world. With Salesforce CRM, data, and AI, we are able to serve customers in ways that we were not able to do before. We have set speed as one of the key values that we execute on. Everything we do, we want to do it quickly so that our customers, our employees can get the benefit of the decisions that we're taking. Our mission was to empower the folks here with the right set of information about the customer so that the customer can be served better. We have deployed the entire capability of Salesforce. We did email to case, we did web to case, we did the integration with the chatbot. Now we are switching over the entire contact center. Data is at the very center of taking care of the customer. And once the data is available, we can do a lot of very interesting things. We can have the AI summarize the earlier conversations with the customer. Once the conversation is over, generative AI has the ability to generate the action items to fulfill this customer's needs. The AI is listening to the customer, doing all the data entry so that the human agent is fully liberated to have a normal conversation with the customer. We also adopted Einstein service to provide the customer support agents the next best action capability, CRM and data, and then the generative AI, all protected by a layer of trust.
Teamwork is the foundation for all great accomplishments. We believe when we work together, nothing is impossible, which is why we optimize our tools to work best when used. The right kind of apps and agents used across an organization drives collaboration and empowers teams to do their best work. Introducing the Atlassian Teamwork Collection, a curated combination of Jira, Confluence, and Loom, supercharged with powerful Rovo agents. Inspired.
We should not focus on the individual AI solution. We should take it as a broader digital transformation, and then AI could be part of the transformation. Genpact is a professional services company providing services, solutions, data tech AI to our customers.
We are transforming our sales and marketing function completely with lots of interventions of the Salesforce tech, as well as data cloud and AI capabilities.
We have defined three key pillars to define the value. One is efficiency, second is effectiveness, and third is experience. All AI solutions are measured, evaluated against these three pillars with the aim of maximizing ROI.
Today, we are having siloed systems.
Unless the data is harmonized, unified, have the business context, you will not be able to harness the full potential of the AI solutions.
With the data cloud, we are able to coordination and then that information within our Agent Force solution or a solution that we can get it via Salesforce.
If we talk about the front office, sales and marketing,
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Namaskar, Bengaluru. How are you all? So, I might ask you once again, how are you all? Wow, love the energy of all the innovators, visionaries, and the leaders. So, just before we kickstart on a good note today, I request everybody to kindly stand up just for about these. Please stand up, please stand. Thank you. So, what we're going to do is, I'll give you a few seconds. You will have to shake hands with the person that's on your right, left, in the front, and move around a little bit. Shake hands, say them good morning, tell them what you are from. That way, we're just not introducing, but we're networking. So why don't all 30 seconds and make the most out of it? So are you ready? Loving the energy. Make sure that shaking hands with as many people as possible in that 30 seconds. Do that. Come on. Yes, if you're not with one person, and you can also tag along with 2 to 3 people at the same time and introduce yourself and meet people. I love how people are coming from different tables to shake hands. Statue. So wherever you are right now, stay right there. Now what you're going to do is everybody knows what a hi-fi is. Hi-fi. And I need to hear all of your hi-fi so loud that let the ceiling also break down, okay? So you need to give high fives and then come back to your places, okay? Come on, 3, 2, 1, go! Great. On that great note, I warmly you Nathan. I will be your host for today. After a resounding success of our recent edition in Mumbai, now events and an even more powerful session, a powerful gathering. We have brought together the visionaries, the innovators, the leaders under one roof who are shaping the AI future. And that is all of you. So please give yourself a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Well, before we move ahead, let's take a minute and thank our partners, which we are very proud to have them on board. Well, ladies and gentlemen, co-partner Atlassian, agentic partner, AI partner, Salesforce, associate partner, Microsoft, and a robotics partner, X-Boom Robotics. Well, do take some time today and go visit their stalls that are right outside to get to know more about their innovations and how they are shaping tomorrow. Well, also, you must have received a scratch card while collecting your badges. Did everybody receive them? Yes? Okay, well, that you will have to make sure that you keep it throughout the day because by the end of the event today, we will be announcing the luckiest amongst all of you. So make sure that you do not throw it away and keep that safe because that's going to be your lucky draw winning chance. And also, ladies and gentlemen, there's a QR code that we have placed behind your badges. Can you see that? Is it visible? We have placed it on the standees and also in the pre-function areas. So kindly scan and submit your feedback at the end of the summit. After your submission, go show it at the registration desk, and then you can get some goodie from us as a token of appreciation. So a lot of goodies your way. Everything is curated to make you feel special throughout the summit. And also, let's get this event go viral on social and vibrant on social media. Anywhere you can post this on LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, but kindly make sure you use the hashtag AI First Future and AIIS 2025. So don't forget that because that's very important. So let's do this because we also have two existing contests running throughout the day. That's going to be the best summit spotlight post awarded to the most creative impactful post capturing key moments from the summit today. So whoever posts the best post will win something. Also, the bus creator for the day. I'm sure somebody right here must be obsessed with the social media and loves to capture every minute to minute detail. So make sure you do that throughout the day today because recognizing the participant who drives the most conversations and engagement on social media throughout the day is winning the bus creator of the day. So you let's see who wins that. So winners take home exciting prizes. So keep sharing the word and spread the love and being a part of the bus. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I know you're all waiting for the event to kickstart. And without any further ado, I would officially open today's summit. That's the EI Innovation Summit 2025 Bengaluru edition. For the same, ladies and gentlemen, we have the associate editor, SME Futures, at the glide to deliver the opening remarks. So please put your hands together and let's welcome Miss Anushruti Singh with a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, partners, and friends. It is my privilege to welcome you all to the AI Innovation Summit 2025 here at iconic Leela Palace in Bengaluru, a city that has truly become AI capital of India. Bengaluru has been the nerve center of technology, but today it is much more. It is a crucible where India's AI future is being shaped. With its unmatched talent pool, thriving startup ecosystem, deep R&D culture, and the world's largest concentration of global capability centers, Bengaluru is not just driving India's AI adoption, it is setting global benchmarks for innovation and delivery. What were once back office support centers are today transforming into true innovation hubs, leading AI product development, automation, and global digital transformation from India. Artificial intelligence is no longer a distant experiment. It has become the backbone of decision making, efficiency, and growth. From generative AI and prompting to the rise of agentic AI, where machines can act, decide, and evolve, we are witnessing an extraordinary shift. What was once about coding is now about co-creating with machines. Atlassian, our co-partner, Microsoft, our associate partner, Salesforce, our agentic AI partner, and XBoom, our robotics partner, reflect the collaborative spirit of the summit. Together, they represent the future of enterprises where AI, software, and automation converge. Let us talk about a few numbers that set the urgency and opportunity we have before us. India's AI market is expected to reach $17 billion by 2027, growing at the pace of 25 to 30% rate. By 2030, AI could contribute nearly $1 trillion to India's GDP. And closer home, nearly 80% of GCCs in India are already experimenting with generative AI and advanced automation. This summit is designed around these realities. Session 1 will show us how enterprises are architecting AI first cultures, moving beyond infrastructures into mindset and culture. Session 2 takes us beyond prompt based AI into agentic automation, workflows that are self driving. We will dive into business intelligence powered by AI, explore cybersecurity in the Gen I age, and hear from GCC's leaders on how India is now at the forefront of global AI delivery. And of course, the CXO fireside chat will decode how CEOs and CIOs are aligning strategy and technology to create disruptive growth. It promises to be a day of insight, dialogue, and shared learning, and just about what AI can do, but what we must do together to innovate responsibly, securely, and inclusively. With this, let us begin our journey into the future of intelligent enterprises, purposeful innovation, and AI readiness. Thank you so much.
Check. Well, thank you so much. I think that was impactful welcome address, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe please give her a big round of applause. I need to see everybody in this room clapping. Yes. Now that sounds like a great sound. Thank you. Thank you so much, Anushruti. Thank you for that wonderful setting of the tone for the day. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on with the first segment of the day. That's the keynote address. Well, this address explores how India is shaping a purposeful AI narrative, balancing innovation with scale, ethics, and global impact. I know all of you must be eagerly waiting to hear this out. It's my privilege, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome Mr. Amit Atri, Global CIO, Tata Consumer Products, with a big round of applause, who is with 2 decades of leadership experience across Unilever, Walmart, and Kellogg. Well, Mr. Amit has been driving AI-led transformation across enterprises. Today, he will share his perspectives on India's strategic edge in global AI leadership. May we please give him a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody, even people in the front, come on, everyone, and may I welcome him on stage. Welcoming you. Thank you, Amit, for joining us.
First of all, morning, everyone. The first congratulations who are the brave ones who have been in the Bangalore traffic and are here. So this deserves an award and applause. So please applaud for yourself. Perfect. Welcome to AI Innovation Summit. My name is Amit Atri. I am the global CIO for Tata Consumer Products. And in the next 15 to 20 minutes, we'll be talking a lot on a subject which is very close to our hearts, driving AI innovation in India, that too at a scale and with a lot of purpose and impact. Because we are all Indians and we all love our cricket, I'll also be talking about cricket as well. So all matches start with a lot of hype as well as technology. So whenever cloud was launched, it was supposed to be the next Sachin of India. It was supposed to be the next best thing after sliced bread. When crypto was launched, it was supposed to be the next all-rounder for India, the next Kapil Dev, who's going to be changing the game. And similarly, when blockchain was launched, it was supposed to be the game change forever as well. Now, sorry, is this changing? Yes, yeah. Now, we are in the super hype cycle of AI as well. The AI is being called as the next best thing after fire. This is not what I am calling it. This is what the Google CEO is also calling it out as well. So while hype is great, at the same time, the matches are won by runs on the board. So let's quickly go deeper into the India story and try and understand, do we have the right ingredients, the right runs on the board as well? Let's talk about India. India is one of the largest digital playgrounds of the world, and we do have the home ground advantage as well. We have 1.19 billion telecom users right now, and more than 900 million internet users, which are going to become 1 billion very soon. We have the lowest data cost per GB in the world, and we have the highest per capita data consumption. And we have a huge team lineup, which is going to be raring to go for the batting and driving the runs on the board. Our 65% of our population is less than 35 years of age, and all are consuming AI, consuming internet, consuming a lot of data. So that's another big positive for all of us. And one major thing that's also happening is that our stadiums, which is maybe a chat GPT, maybe WhatsApp, maybe Perplexity, they are buzzing with action. We have something like between 15 million to 20 million daily active users on ChatGPT. Can you believe that? We have now 360 million people opened up when Airtel opened up Perplexity free for all the consumers for the next 1 year. So that's where the consumers are heading towards, and that's where the consumption is happening. And we have the largest WhatsApp database. You know that Meta has also launched its own version of AI in the WhatsApp as well. The last part here is that many of our states, which are not so developed, are actually consuming per capita data consumption much higher than any of the developed countries. So we are actually hitting sixes not only in our metros, but hitting sixes there in the interiors of the country as well, at the last part of Bharat as well. While we have a wonderful set of ingredients, we have a wonderful set of team members. We are, as with all the other strong teams, we are missing one all-rounder out here. That all-rounder is the sovereign LLM that is there with US. There are a bunch of those which are there, right? There are a couple of those which are there with China as well, DeepSeek, ErnieBot, and so on. But we don't have our own Kapil Dev, who's going to be able to hit sixes in all the conditions, in all the pitches, in all the different parts of the world as well. And our pitch is also not the English playing pitch. Our pitch is the pitch of 22 different officially renowned languages, which with the different dialects go on to hundreds and thousands of those. While we have a lot of youngsters who are coming up, Bhashini is doing a great work in terms of getting the Indic languages onto the framework. AI for Bharat, again, working on the 22 Indian languages and trying to deliver AI for Indic languages as well. And there are there are multiple other organizations who are working on that. But that all-rounder is something that we are all looking forward to coming. That would be the major game changer. The one major thing is that what is the potential of India? For the last year, I was working with a non-profit organization, working with the governments. So a typical potential that we have is very, very large. I was working with something called as Jal Jeevan Mission, where a simple reach out to the citizens that was being done, where they were trying to understand the water parameters or the quality of water that's getting transported to the citizens. That kind of a case at a citizen level of India population is not even possible to be thought about without AI being able to do that. There was a state government that we were working with, where state governments were trying to reach out to the people with tuberculosis. India has actually surpassed the tuberculosis deadline a couple of times. That's unfortunate. But the thing that they were trying to do was to try to reach out to citizens in their own language, try to understand that they have taken the medicine on time or not, and what are the symptoms that they are showing right now. Provide these symptoms. That's the power of AI, and that's only what AI can do for us. This was one case again. You have right here, where that AI is able to work, and this is the impact that impact what consumers who are lapping up AI. We just saw that within India, across the world as well. There are the good for the government. For India, AI is also about to be and now let's talk about corporate, where all are from. So corporate has journey a roller coaster journey and Chicago journey. Around 92% of the pilots done in AI do not fail. That's a number which is mind-boggling. And there are only three reasons why enterprises have not been able to scale up AI to the extent that they could have. The first one is hallucination, the second one being the weak use cases, and the third one being no playbook. While the hallucinations of 2%, which is inherent for any large language model or any bot, is okay for a consumer, it becomes a large liability for the corporates. It becomes a large impact on the brand as well for the corporates in case they are reaching out to their stakeholders using the LLMs. The use cases originally, which we all started off with, were more around proving some experiments, trying to do maybe IT for IT cases as well, not defining the run rates on the board, not defining what are we going to be achieving. And somehow we have not been able to land a large impact. While there might be a few cases, across the corporates, I think we have not been able to land a very large impact with AI till now. That's something that's going to be coming up. Last but not the least here, this technology is fairly new. There is no playbook that has been written. There is no secret sauce to success that we have been able to define for AI and scalable AI for us. That's the one thing that we'll be talking about as we move ahead. For the past multiple years, maybe hundreds of years, whenever the technology had been delivered, it had a large delivery cycle. Electricity took maybe 60 to 65 years and maybe hundreds of years to reach out to households. For India, it is still reaching to all the households as well. Uh, Similarly, the cloud cycles had shrunk, and AI cycles are more like maybe months or years of cycle of adoption. It started off with the consumers, and then the corporates as well as the governments started reaching out and trying to define as to what cases could be the ones which would be impactful. Let's talk about what is that secret sauce which can actually make AI scalable for your organizations. Actually, there is no secret sauce. It's going back to the basics. Like you can't bat 11 Sachins in the team and win a match. Like you can't ball 11 Bumrahs and win a match. Similar to that, the cross-functional team is going to be the pivot for delivering any AI to scale within an organization. This team consisting of the right business owners, the right AI engineers, the right product managers, and all coming together and delivering to a cause is going to be extremely important for delivering AI to scale. The second thing that we all talk about is the skills. Maybe 4 or 5 years earlier, we used to have a bunch of PhDs, the ML engineers, the data scientists to be coming and driving multiple cases and delivering those for us. With AI, the good news is you don't need so many PhDs into the organization driving the AI use cases. It's a bunch of full stack engineers who can actually do a lot of workflows for AI. A product managers or set of product managers who are AI savvy, who understand the AI product that's getting built. Uh, the business owner as drive the impact. That's the ingredient that you require. We have talked a lot about data in the past. Data is the oil and so on. I call data as the pitch of this cricket match. If the pitch is bad, the best of the batting lineup can fail. Here in this case, you need to have your trustworthy data, the data which is internal as well as external, structured as well as unstructured, being put in so that the AI can actually work well on that set of data. The business case, I can't talk enough about that. If you can't define something which impacts the top line, the bottom line, the efficiency, that would all end up becoming a scientific experiment which may not be able to scale for us. So that's extremely important from our side. The governance. People keep on talking about responsible AI, ethical AI. AI, while it's a very powerful tool, at the same time, the constraints for defining a good match play need to be there. And the constraints for an organization as well, the data sets where the AI needs to answer the right things and not the unethical things, is something that needs to be defined so that the capability can scale up further. So if you can't monitor it, you can't scale it. That's as simple as that. The last and the least in this 5 pillars of mine is the technology. For your English use cases, it's more or less cracked. We have ChatGPT, we have OpenAI, we have Mistral, we have multiple other models which are doing extremely well in the cases of English. Indic languages, definitely, there is some way to go around that. So technology would be the last one here. The whole intent is, it's more about orchestrating people, data, and governance together to drive a scalable and a sustainable AI use case within an organization. Now, let's also talk about what do we not need to do. There are things that we need to do, the things that we need to avoid as well. That's going to be the key success for us. The first thing first, please do not lock yourself in with one model or one large language model. There are multiple of those which are there. There is a bunch of innovation that's coming up from multiple partners. Ensure that you have a platform strategy for AI delivery. And that platform enables you to use the right model for the right use case. That's very important. The second thing is, many of our large enterprise systems like SAP, Microsoft, and multiple others might not be the first ones in the AI journey, but they have been doing really well and innovating really well for their own software setups as well. So wherever there is native innovation, the corporates also should be looking at it really seriously. The native innovation would be able to do a lot more for maybe a typical ERP system rather than you connecting something new and trying to rebuild the wheel there, which takes me to the third point. Startups and enterprises, we should not be competing. Wherever there is a build versus buy, wherever you can consume technology from outside, that's the one we should be able to do. Wherever you have to build, definitely, and there are specific use cases that your enterprise needs, that's where the build needs to be happening. Ethical boundaries, I touched upon that. There is a lot more to be discussed around that. But ensuring that AI stays within the constraints, the umpires are being respected in the match, that's extremely important. And last part, the tracking of adoption. It's as simple as defining the strike rate of a batsman or a bowler. and keep on measuring the strike rate again and again and keeping on improving the same. If you are not able to define that strike rate, your batsman or the performance is something that you would not be able to measure ever. So, yeah. So, so what's the call for action? See, all of us, governments, AI innovators, enterprises, startups, all of us are in different levels of journeys of experimentation, and we are trying to scale up our AI cases and deliver impact. Also, we do not have a playbook in place, the secret sauce, which is a known thing from our perspective. But what we have is the fundamentals in place, the right use cases, the right data or the pitch to be created, the cross-functional teams having Sachin, Virat, Dhoni, Tendulkar all across in the one team who's able to go ahead and deliver for you. The boundary conditions, the constraints that need to be there, the umpire's decision or the third umpire's decision that need to be right as well. Do not look at binding yourself to a platform, measuring your strike rates, measuring your run rates, measuring the runs on the board always, very important. And last but not the least, the technology, ensuring that the models exist and they work and yeah, they deliver. So India is at a wonderful position right now. We have a wonderful set of ingredients that we saw. There are a few missing ingredients as well. But with all these ingredients, we are at a place where we can actually define the AI playbook for the world as well and become the AI use case capital of the world. So here's my call for action. Let's all come together, startups, corporates, governments, AI innovators. Let's join hands together. Let's not just play the AI game. Let's define the AI game. With this, India, which is again at the cusp of a revolution, the AI revolution here, would be also able to lead the world with the AI playbook of the world and be the use case capital of the world. Thank you all. Thanks a lot for listening to me. I would be around and would be able to interact with you during the day. And let's ensure that India's innings is the first innings that we are batting for. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Amit. Requesting you to please stay back on the stage. Well, what a wonderful line you said. Let's not play the AI way. Let's redefine the AI way. I think a powerful applause for him right here. Thank you so much. Wonderfully said. Thank you. And also, ladies and gentlemen, now I would request Ms. Anushruti to please come up on stage and give a token of appreciation to Mr. Amit. Thank you, Amit, for that powerful, impactful, valuable, insightful session. Thank you. A big round of applause. Thank you for joining us. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now is the time where we get on to a lot of brilliant mind-alike people coming together for the panel discussion. Topic being architecting AI first enterprises from cloud to culture. Well, this session explores how enterprises are redesigning their architecture, infrastructure, and culture to become truly AI first. From cloud native foundations to data pipelines and workforce readiness, our speakers will decode the blueprint for scaling AI responsibly. Well, ladies and gentlemen, to moderate this session, we have a personality who has been working in this field and has put in mind for 25 years of global experience. He has led AI cyber and risk initiatives across the US, UK, and APAC. A founder of multiple startups, he combines consulting expertise with entrepreneurial vision to drive innovation by putting your hands together and making big noise. Let's welcome the personality, Mr. Venkat Iyer, partner, PwC India, who will be moderating this session for us. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Let's welcome him on stage. Thank you, sir. It's a pleasure having you here. And along with him, request the panelists to please come up on stage. And may I please request my audience to kindly applaud for them as I call the names upon Mr. Reg Sundaran, Global CIO, Wipro Enterprises Limited. Let the applause be a little louder. Come on, we can do that. And along with him, Shashwat Singh, Chief Information Officer, both. Thank you for joining us. A big round of applause. Debashish Singh, Chief Information Officer, Persistent Systems, and Anand V, Chief Information Officer, APAC, Randstad, and Vishwish Pai, Head of Product, JSM Service, and AI at Atlassian. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start this session and hand over the stage to Mr. Iyer, let's warm up our minds a little bit and see what you would actually like to know more about this session. With today's first poll to set the session on context, please look at the screen as we will provide you with a QR code and also on your badge that's available. May you please scan this for us. We have one question to ask for all of you. Which is the biggest hurdle when scaling AI from pilot to production in your organization? Answers, you can pick any that you would think would suit you the best. Lack of skilled talent, weak governance of frameworks, undefined ROI metrics, disconnected data systems. Let's see what the majority thinks. Right now, the majority is thinking lack of skilled talent. Okay, we have two more answers contemplating. Well, majority goes to undefined ROI metrics. Okay, that seems to be more now, more than 53% of people. All right, we'll give you another 20 seconds to complete that. If you have missed this scan code right here, you can always scan it from the back of the badge. 54%, 55% think undefined ROI metrics. All right, waiting another 10 seconds. All right, I think we have our answers now. 50, oh, we still have it contemplating. All right, giving it just another, okay, going with the majority, I think, giving it another 10 seconds. Giving it another 10 seconds. Is everybody done voting? Yes? Yes? Okay, anybody who's still voting? All right, then let's conclude this. Well, the answer is the undefined ROI metrics. It's not the right answer, and there's no wrong answer as well. It's on your majority public interest. We're just trying to seek what you're actually able to connect with us for. And thank you for participating. Now, dear panelists, all the stage is all yours. I leave it to our moderator, Mr. Iyer. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks a lot. And good morning, everyone. I'm super delighted and excited to welcome all of you into what promises to be a very fulfilling, enriching, and insightful session. We are in the company of some very eminent and star personalities from the industry. All of them are at the helm of driving the transformation of AI within the enterprises, not just within the enterprises, but also for their customers, right? And in this session, which is titled Architecting AI Enterprises for AI First Enterprises, we will try and get a sneak peek into their minds, right? And try to understand how they are really driving this within the enterprise. And as we roll along, right, I mean, it's an interesting statistic that came up, right? I mean, undefined ROI metrics, right? The fragmented data systems, right? So that's the tech part of the equation. I think what also featured was the people angle, right? So we'll also try and cover off that along with concepts like doing it responsibly, with transparency, accountability, and so on and so forth, right? So perfect. So please, once again, welcome to the esteemed panelists out here. We have an eclectic mix of representation here, right? We have Shashwat and Vishwesh, who drive the product agenda within their organization, Boat and Atlassian, right? Devashish from Persistent and Regin. Devashish is on the way, right? He's stuck in the infamous Bangalore traffic at this point of time, right? But he and Regin represent the services part of the equation. And of course, this conversation will not be complete without involving the people aspect. and we have Anand from Randstand for that as well, right? Before we jump into the questions, I'm just going to just go around the table, just one round of 1 minute of introduction and what you do in the respective organization. We'll start off with Regin.
Good morning, everyone. Good to see a huge audience here early in the morning, as you mentioned, braving Bangalore traffic. So, Regin Surendran, I'm the Global CIO of Wipro Enterprise. So, Wipro Enterprise basically is the non-software business of Wipro. We are largely into FMCG, so all the brands like Santur, etc., comes out of that. And there is Wipro Infrastructure Engineering, which is a core manufacturing organization into multiple segments like hydraulics, aerospace, industrial robotics, etc. So, good forum to speak about how we see AI across different segments of industries and what the future looks like for us. So looking forward to share my views.
Good morning, everyone. This is Shashwat here. I really wish AI could help with Bangalore traffic as well. I had a scare coming in here, could make it just in time. So I am the CIO at Boat. I've been there with them for about 4 years. Boat is, India's one of the largest consumer electronics major from India, expanding into the world now. I manage everything related to IT and digital at Boat. Thank you.
Hi guys, good morning. This is Vishwesh. What I do is I'm head of product at Jira Service Management at Atlassian. What we focus on and what my organization focuses on is building service management and operations across scale for different enterprises, be it in the SMBs, mid-market, as well as the big organizations. We provide the software to help in support, operations, as well as our original superstar Jira, which is part of the dev side. So my specific focus is on the IT side in service management, HR, and all the business users, along with infusing and leading with AI from a generative AI aspect as well as agentic AI aspect.
Hi, I'm Anand Vaitishwaran. I'm the regional CIO for APAC at Randstad. Randstad is the world's largest staffing firm. We are headquartered in Netherlands. And my remit covers from Australia to India. And we apply, we are in terms of transforming. Being a people business, we are in the constant transformation. So how to drive the transformation from technology, that's my major remit. Yeah. Looking forward to the discussion.
Absolutely. And like I mentioned, Devashish will join us at a logical point of time, right? He is the CIO at Persistent Systems, right? So let me start off, let me kickstart proceedings with you, Shashwat, right? I mean, you are leading this transformation for a very iconic brand, and heartiest congratulations, you've got the nod as well, right, from the regulators for the IPO. And I think it's fair to say that many of us in this room are in maybe not the same boat, but a similar boat, right, when it comes to this transformation journey. So how do you kind of see this, the architectural changes, right, when it comes to, let's say, the data models, the development pipelines, the existing cloud architectures, right? Do you see this as a gradual shift within your product pipelines, or are you seeing some radical changes which are driving the adoption of AI into these architectural models?
Sure. Thanks, Venkat. Well, so in my view, I think the enterprise architecture, of course, has to transform to be AI ready, but it starts one step back, right? The organization needs to first start treating AI as not just a standalone enabler, but something which is really integral to the business strategy itself, right? From an enterprise architecture perspective, I think there are 4 pillars which need to evolve as we go along and get ready for the AI transformation, which is around business, data, applications, and infrastructure. Now, let me talk about all 4 of these as to what I mean by that, right? So when I say for the enterprise architecture, the business pillar needs to evolve or transform, what I mean by that is there has to be an embedded AI-first mindset while we are formulating the business strategy, while we are thinking about what we want to do tomorrow. I think there has to be an AI-first mindset in business. That's the first and the most important point there. The second bit that I think is enterprise architects have to start playing a wider role as far as value mapping is concerned. Because there's a lot of buzz around AI, generative AI, but if we are not able to map it to an actual business value delivery, I think it loses the steam, right? The second bit that I spoke of is data. Anything and everything, all the kind of LLM models that you want to run, the kind of automations that you want to build, there has to be a very solid data governance in place. It is non-negotiable, right? So master data management and governance and the overall data governance itself plays a really important role there. Now talking about maybe applications, which is the third pillar of enterprise architecture, which needs to transform for AI readiness. The overall application should be API and microservices based. That is extremely important for us to be able to pick and choose the services that AI generates for us and invoke them in the various flows that we want to build together. The last aspect that I spoke of, which is another pillar from the enterprise architecture perspective, is the technology, and therefore technology being cloud native with very strong CI/CD pipelines, DevSecOps being fully enabled. All of these are building blocks that are needed for you to be able to thrive on the AI journey. So 4 pillars, just kind of summarizing: business, data, applications, and technology. All these 4 pillars of enterprise architecture. Now going back to what you asked, Venkat, the transformation is not really slow and steady, because AI is here and now. And if you really want to get onto that bus, the EA needs to quickly evolve from a static and cyclical enterprise architecture, which we've all been used to a dynamic and a continuous one, which is ever evolving. The second part of the question that you had, I think, was around data pipelines and infrastructure, the kind of role that it plays in the overall innovation. Well, so data, the way I look at it is data pipelines specifically are the circulatory system or the nervous system of the organization now, right? And for you to be able to drive that culture of innovation, I think the pipelines really have to be up and running, working all the time accurately, bringing in what is needed real time at all times. Yeah. So I think that plays a really fundamental role in how, for you to really be able to think innovatively, you need this basic construct to be in place. The second bit, being cloud native, brings in a lot of advantage around flexibility and reliability, agility, for you to be able to scale as you need, upscale and downscale as required. And therefore, having that cloud native infrastructure in place enables a blue sky thinking, is how I would look at it. Yeah. Thanks, Venkat.
Yeah. Then absolutely. I'm going to come back to that. But before I do that, let's welcome Devashish. There are things in our control and there are things which are beyond our control, right? And we'll attribute it to that, but no worries at all. Thanks, Shashwat, for that. I think you've summed it up beautifully, the 4 pillars, right? And I'm going to make a segue from that into one thing that stood out prominently, which is the value mapping part of it, right? And I'm going to flit across to Vishwesh, right? Because you also have a strong product portfolio, right? It also kind of reverberates with what I saw on the graph out here, right? The ROI, right? So absolutely, there has been a lot of talk last year, right? For instance, about productivity, the assimilation of AI for efficiency, and so on and so forth, right? And it's this year that we are beginning to have larger conversations around how this is translating into revenue, right? Margin gains and so on and so forth, right? So any thoughts around where we are exactly in this hype cycle from a product perspective? How do you kind of see this panning out? And if there are some stellar cases, right, narrations that you have, which helps put this in perspective, we are all ears.
Absolutely. I think at a high level, +1 to the previous response in terms of AI is now and here, and there's no more ifs and buts that will AI help an organization or not. The fact is it will help. As Venkat said in his question, it was all about productivity, and it's even now about productivity to a large extent, what AI can offer, but it's more than productivity. And that very much ties into the response we saw, which is metrics-based or outcome-based is very important right now for every single organization to define, measure, and then improve these metrics for the specific outcomes in a given organization. But before we dive into some of the use cases, I want to make sure we are all on the same page, what we mean by AI here. Because AI can mean different things to different organizations, different departments, and different folks. From my vantage point, and I've been AI for like at least different versions of AI, from the voice AI in my Amazon Alexa days to the platform, generative AI, and now in the agentic use cases. So AI, when I say about AI, there are three distinct buckets. Of course, everything influences each other. Number one is the traditional AI, which I would say 10 years, 15 years back, we would have recommendations engines, we had search, what we call as deep learning. All that fits into that bucket very well. The second is the generative aspect of AI. And that wave, as we very well know, started with the ChatGPT, and now we are in the fifth version, or fifth, I would say, ChatGPT version, which helps generate text, then came voice, and now video. So that's the second bucket. And the third bucket is the agentic AI, which is now live and really ramping up in various use cases and organizations. So that's the first mental model I want everyone to hold. And the second, very important, is how have organizations adopted these three waves across these three different buckets of AI? So the traditional AI, I believe, used in regressional analysis and various other aspects, it's there across organizations. Everyone uses it for various point solutions and point use cases. So it's there everywhere. The second one, I think, was the hype cycle, going to the question, last year and year before that, where folks were trying to, again, the number one use case, at least in the domains I was summarizing text or generating basic voice for the BPO use cases or the help use cases. And obviously now, with the latest thing on my mind is the nano banana. I don't know how many have heard about it, but generating video, which is super real and very specific. So the hype cycle for the first wave, I think it's mature in terms of traditional. For the second one, it is, I think, mature from a generative AI perspective in all the segments of an organization. And to define an organization, it can be in a SMB state, mid-market, or enterprises. All three have adopted generative AI quite well today. And that's all about productivity, what was there last year. And finally, to really focus on where the hype curve is today in AI, it's agentic use cases. Today, many organizations have defined it quite well. Hey, I want to use to optimize the workflow or optimize my use case using agents. But the question, and that's exactly what the survey says, is folks have not defined the metrics associated with it. For example, just to wrap it up, we define a lot on MTTR, mean time to resolve a use case, for support, improvement in the developer productivity using Jira or RoboDev. Robo is a platform from Atlassian for helping all organizations leveraging this AI generative aspect as well as agentic aspect. So we have seen a big ramp up in various organizations, be it mid-market or enterprises, adopting these agents to understand how they can solve, and more importantly, and the most important thing is how can they drive an outcome for their business and their use cases. So that's exactly where AI is, especially in the agentic wave. The first two waves are quite mature, and agentic wave, I think, we can talk more in the presentation later as well as some of these questions. I think it's about defining your use case, defining the outcome, and most importantly, measuring the outcomes. And this can only be done by a specific organization and specific team for your use cases.
Awesome points, Vishwesh, and I think you've summed up the journey, right, pretty beautifully, right? And I'm going to put Devashish on the spot, right? The new kid on the block, right? Right. So development, right? Development, scaling, right? Like Shashwat and Vishwesh mentioned. These, when combined with, let's say, responsibility and accountability, these are competing guardrails, right? So I'm going to ask you to wear the cop's hat, right? And throw some light on, for example, within persistent, right? How are we kind of drilling some of these principles into the architectures, right, that we are using when we are building AI, right? How are we doing it? How do we ensure persistence, if I may use that word, right, into some of these architectures, right? Things like transparency, accountability, bias, fairness. And I come from a very strong cyber background, right? And those things are spilling into this domain as well, right? So how do we kind of ensure that they, exist meaningfully together?
Absolutely. Thank you so much. First of all, good morning. And sorry about the initial time of delay, whatever I had. Let me first kind of give little perspective before I come to the actual question. Perspective that I would like to bring for everyone is how this journey of technology has happened last 15 years plus years, if we look at. If I go back in a memory lane, possibly something come to our mind is smart, social, mobile and stuff, right? Wherein what happened, the change started from that point, wherein we started pushing tech to our daily life. Prior to that, it was there, but not consumed to the large extent. It was a barrier that we had enough and around. So Spark probably changed, wherein the mainstream technology has reached to the typical consumer's hand around 15 years back, 2010 timeframe. Then came wherein the tech started catching up how to make it better. So the era of cloud and data. And that was the foundation for what we see today. What the changes happened during the cloud and data time? We removed so-called perimeters around enterprises, around technology providers, around service providers. It doesn't matter where you are, you can consume a service anytime, anywhere, any place with the same level of probably the confidentiality and assurance and availability around it. When that happened, the pressure on data started coming up. How will ensure things get connected? Because when you're talking about availability, it is not available of a system, available of the information inside that. And when the data starts coming in, you started joining each and every single dots across the ecosystem. And that is where the ethical part starts coming into it. Because that is where the beginning of AI start coming to the mainstream. AI was always there. At Persistent, we practice AI for possibly last almost 18, 19 years. But it was known in different format, different shape, whatever it is. Yeah, Gen AI was a very, very recent phenomenon, but AI was always there. Definitely with the compute coming in, data being connected in the backend, it has become the mainstream. I will not get into that, enough has been spoken. But while that happened, what really comes to the forefront is how you ensure your, whatever the information that you are putting, whatever data you are putting in the backend, one, how you are protecting from it going outside your enterprise wall. Second, what you are consuming, how authentic it is. Just think about the situation, and you must be seeing that very, very regularly. Whenever you consume any model, a fine print comes down below, AI generated, kind of take your own, consume it at your own risk types. That fine print doesn't work in many industries. Can a financial industry or a bank send you a statement saying AI generated? So the accuracy of this may be at your own discretion. No, it is not, right? So it has to be very, very accurate. How you ensure it is accurate? And that is where the ethical practice starts coming in. Starting from your basic data that you are using in the backend to your course, the development, the application, the tools, whatever you are using it, what is that you are using it? Are you kind of aligned to the basic, I can say, the ethical boundary lines? And I'll give you a few examples, and that will possibly make the life much easier. In today's time, let's say we are consuming a model inside an enterprise for any business, anything that you're doing a particular team. Let's say the sales team. Sales team is definitely kind of will have a front end. There are enough and more data in the back end that we've spoken about. So I put a command saying, give me the revenue projection for the current month, right? When the data comes in, it has to give me the information which is relevant to me, number one. Number two, depending on what level of access I'm supposed to get it. A CEO asking that question will have a different level of data. A CFO asking that question will have a different level of data. A chief revenue officer asking that question will have a different level of data. And a sales representative on the field asking that question will have a different level of data. How you are stitching it in the back end. And that is where all your control, your guardrails, everything comes in. And that is when you start stitching your ecosystem of different information, different databases, different systems, whatever you have, how you are defining each and every single line, that matters, right? And it is in today's time, majority of the organization, possibly what I speak in different forums, so I come to know that, well, we are doing it because my CXO told me, my boss told me, hence we have to do something, hence we are doing it. Do it when you have the entire guardrails are defined. Otherwise, you will create a system which will definitely going to give you a lot of insight, but that insight may not be the right intelligence to take decisions. And that is extremely critical. So focus on your guardrails, focused on your data source part of it, and which one is the right source of data. Focus on that. And then coming to the consumer side, when you consume it, let's say, this is one example discussed in an open forum, so I can put that example as well. One of the large IT service player created a model which is essentially an interface for a SOC operator to ask question and get an answer, because that is one of the use case which was there in the industry for quite some time. Huge amount of data, quicker the information comes in, the intelligence comes in, we will be much faster to react. Intent is absolutely clean, absolutely perfect. What happened on ground when the SOC operator put a command like, give me the list of exploitable vulnerabilities in my environment, within probably 10 to 15 seconds, it lists out 2 to 3 or 5 IP addresses in the organization. Just think about it, that information, those 5 IP address goes out of the organization. That organization can be brought down within few minutes. So that is the risk it carries on the other side. So how you put those boundary walls so that who can put which command, so-called the prompt engineering, what you say, how we can bring governance on the prompt engineering side of it. That is very, very critical. So think about all this component, then get into the real solving the business problems. If you start jumping before, obviously you'll create certain models, it will solve definitely certain problems, but it may create much larger challenges for all of us, right? So that is the part I will say. Now coming to at Persistent, being a product engineering company, we kind of see across how the industry is shaping up. I will say the ethical part of it and the governance part of it is extremely on the higher side for two industry, of course, by obvious nature, BFSI and life science, extremely high.
Sorry to interject. You make a very interesting point, Devashish, and I'm going to make a segue out here, right? The responsible part of it, and you have captured that very beautifully, right? I mean, there are various shades to it, right? Like, let's say, for example, the fabricated or synthetic information that we feed in the models, right, to come out some output. And this is a question for all of us, right? When we look at development and the, let's say, the ethics part of it, is the maturity more prominent, right, and more obvious when, let's say, we are dealing with products or services which cater to a B2C kind of scenario, right, where the output is pretty much obvious, or within the architectures that we are building, right, is there also a lot of these dimensions baked in, let's say, when we are dealing with the B2B kind of mode, or let's say when we are dealing with critical infrastructure. I know, Regin, for example, you're dealing a lot with critical infrastructure. You probably have a lot more insights into what the bot is thinking, right, dark factories and so on and so forth. So does the maturity vary across these industries? And again, this is a question for all of us, right? Feel free to just pitch in.
So when you look at this part, I look at it in two flavors, as you mentioned, on the maturity part. How do you look at it? One, of course, when we look at it from a manufacturing point of view, or what we are looking at B2B, the way you look at data, the way you look at all the processes is completely different, and that's a very important aspect. So one of the aspects in manufacturing is that traditionally, the challenge with manufacturing has been that most of your machines are still older, and anybody who works in the manufacturing organization would know that you've got equipments which are 30 plus years old, and how do you correlate that with in an era of AI where you want data, and data is one of the fundamental building blocks if you have to build AI use case. And even like any organization, even our organization has got machines where taking out the data itself becomes a significant challenge. How do you live with that reality versus when you're establishing a new age factory where data is readily available? So you have to cater to both the needs. So that's where large part of the design looks at the fact on saying that, and you also look at an hybrid approach uh, where you're looking at operators trained in operating both the modes, where in some place where you're working more in offline mode where you have to train models, give the operator and train in such a way that he's able to pick up data. Simple use case like predictive maintenance. You are looking at a case where you're taking out data, the person goes back to his desktop, feed in that data, run models. Whereas newer machine lines, you have almost stepping into a dark factory kind of thing where you got the entire. We have not still gone into the agentic mode because we still feel that leaving machines to be run by agents probably is a bit futuristic and Star Wars kind of scenario. So you got both scenarios where new age factories are able to operate with more real-time alerts. Operators are able to give visual signs to do that. So that's one end of the spectrum. The second, you also brought into the B2C part also. So I'll probably look at another function there, and the way we look at how AI gets adopted and how people should be trained about it. One and classical area where it has been disrupted is the marketing function. So if you look at the way earlier marketers used to function, one of the key skill sets which were used or required by marketers was on how do they engage with agencies, how do you write the briefs, how do you look at reviewing the output which comes in, etc. That has been fundamentally changed by the way how with the usage of generative AI has come in, and now we are looking at marketeers dealing with some of these tools. So whether it's about still content generation, video content generation, how are you looking at those data which is there and then generating that content? How do you train the user to live and work with this one? So that becomes a fundamental way in which you look at the function itself, and looking at the survey also on how do you define KPIs. So because most of the worry which people have is that large part of the AI programs fail because of and the KPI not measured. And um, there is a classic MIT research which has come in over the last weekend or prior to that, where 95% of the AI use cases fail. And then when on one hand, when we speak of future AI-driven organizations, what's the reality? If 95% use cases are failing, which are those organizations which are actually driving or going to be the AI-driven use case, organization? So that's where, and if I look at marketing as a function, we are actually looking at the KPI, which is A&P spends, which is a very direct KPI. So how do you define and redefine the KPIs of a marketer saying that, okay, you have been working with X amount of budget, you usually take 6 weeks to get a creative out. What can now the new KPI going to be? Can we cut the marketing spend by 50%? Can we look at, say, instead of 6 weeks, can we have the creative out in 2 weeks? So that becomes the KPI in terms of how do you look at from an advertising and promotion function. And that's why it's very important to look at going beyond the B2B, B2C lens. I would look at every place, because every organization has got a different pace at which it will adopt AI. And within an organization also, you will have every function adopting it at a different pace. What we have typically seen is that functions like marketing, finance, there is more aptitude to pick up AI-driven models and how that gets embedded as part of their day-to-day work. Whereas when you get into functions like manufacturing, supply chain, uh, I would say, more resistance. And more important fact is the trust. How can I? There is more trust in a marketer that the AI tool will help him enable his day-to-day work, versus you go into a shop floor and say a maintenance engineer saying that, and the person who is working on 30 years in a shop floor to say that, okay, now this tool will help you do maintenance much better, because we are trying to replace a critical skill set. If a person who walks on a shop floor is able to listen to the noise and vibration of a machine and kind of say whether the machine will break down, and saying that, okay, you are right, but now I'm also bringing in a tool which will help you predict the failure of the machine. So that's a fundamental difference in which you look at how adoption is in different functions, and that's where the old framework of looking at people, process, and technology is very important in how you drive adoption in any organization on different use cases. So you look at one, reskilling people. How can they start using whatever AI tool is relevant in the function? The second part is how do you redefine processes to bring in AI into their life? So you can't continue doing the same process the way you have been doing earlier if you are bringing in new tools. And how do you relook at technologies? Because it's not that we have not reached a stage where somebody had predicted saying that is it the end of SaaS softwares or the end of ERPs? I don't think we are anywhere near that. You will still require your ERPs and CRMs continuing. So how do you? But the most critical part is that how do you relook at the ERPs and CRMs? Will we use the native AI capabilities, or will we bring in an additional bolt-on AI tool on top of that? So if you start evaluating all the process adoption in this lens, that becomes a critical framework in terms of whether you look at from a B2B organization point of view or from a B2C organization point of view.
In fact, beautifully summed up, Rajan. I mean, if I were to rephrase what I've just said, right, you're absolutely right. The value chain progresses from even Vishwesh was saying, right, the enterprise functions, the product tree, and so on and so forth, right? These are addressing the enterprise part of it. To the customer experience thing, right, which addresses, let's say, loyalty, marketing. A lot of organizations are building chatbots, right? That's the way of starting transformation and so on. And then moving into core operations, which is a little more, I mean, you have to control a lot more risks out there, right? I think that's what
one important point which was made is the adoption in different units within an organization. So marketing is definitely one of the leaders, but what I've seen is the developer community or the software engineer part, they have adopted massively. And the second quick point I want to make, because those are very good points, is 95% of the use cases have failed, MIT research. Most probably they have a lot of data to back it up, and it is the sense. But I think the important part for us as audience is AI does provide real value. If you see companies like OpenAI or Cursor or Lovable, their revenue it's real thing. Their revenue has gone from 0 to 100 million in no time. So the point I want to make is the use cases are real, and it's our responsibility to identify it, define and measure it to be successful.
Absolutely. No, absolutely. No denying that fact. In fact, I'm cognizant of time, and I do want to leave some time in the end for questions in the audience. But we have to get to a very, very important cog in the wheel, right, which is about people. And we have probably the best person to start off with that aspect, right, the people part of it. Right. And again, I'm going to start off with Anand, but I would request everyone else to pitch in as well. Right. When we're talking about architectures, right, like, for example, when we had the cloud, right, there were changes in the operating model, right? Infrastructure became code, for instance, right? The real question was, what does this mean for the people, right? Who owns the code, right? What changes happen within the operating model within the organizations, right? Now with AI coming in, right, like we all agree, right? It's more of a people problem, as much of a people thing as it is the tech one. So what changes when these architectures change, right? And many of us have spoken about it. What does it mean for people? How are you looking at it, right? In terms of the operating model, the coexistence of people and agents, the human in the loop, the absorption, and so on and so forth. So we'll start off with you, Anand, then I would request everyone else to pitch in as well.
Sure. Thanks, Venkat. It's a very interesting question because, in Randstad, we took a very deliberate decision to introduce GenAI almost 1.5 years ago as part of our workspace, right? That means everybody gets access to AI, no restrictions, right? Everybody gets, it's a democratic access. So we started with the email, right? Like people were very happy, like, auto composing emails and everything, right? So the changes, the things that an organization needs to do falls in 3 places, right? One is people and culture. then you need to also I'll come to that MIT report like everybody speaks about. So the strategic problem selection, which I call, and third is the technology foundation, right? So from a people perspective, what we did is we enabled AI for everyone, right? And after some time, we found out people are not really very clear how to use it, right? So then we created some examples, this is how you use it in sales, this is how you use it in marketing, this is how you use it in recruitment, right? Then we saw, and we also opened up a forum, a global forum, where any employee can come in and share how they have actually leveraged AI. So slowly what we did, the first message that we sent to our employees is AI is here to augment you, not to replace you. That's the message very clearly we shared, right? So once that was there, we really found some superstars. You won't believe the kind of applications they used AI. So there was this guy in Japan. He actually took the org structure of a customer for whom he was doing exec search. He actually put it in AI. He did a detailed research on their org structure. And then he went to the customer and he proposed, the way you are organized itself is not very efficient. You should reorg in this way. And this creates these 3-4 openings. And we as Randstad, as a staffing firm, will help you to find those 3-4 openings, right? So this was a very fantastic use case, like where, it went beyond, what normally we think AI is used for. Then there was another interesting use case where a candidate whom we were trying to place, he refused the offer at the last minute, right? And again, the consultant leveraged AI to convince, she took data points from Glassdoor and so many things, and why this candidate should accept the offer from us, right? So as we slowly move on, you will see, our IT developers starting, everybody start using it. The biggest, again, the MIT study said 95% fail, so even before MIT study, we knew that, where to apply AI is most critical. So that's why the strategic problem selection is utmost important. We didn't start with a chatbot because that actually, I feel, trivializes the entire application of AI. If you put a chatbot, okay, IT queries coming in, HR queries. But we started with actually what really helps our consultants day in, day out is to how to write a perfect job description, right? And how do you eliminate biases in a job description? See, sometimes we receive a job description from a customer. If you read it, it only you will understand that it only wants a male of this particular age and this particular orientation and things like that. So the first one we did, it actually removes all these biases, helps you to compose a job description, which is way more inclusive, right? So the adoption starts, right? And then it moves on. Now, coming to the problem selection, we knew that, the back-end processes are where you will get maximum returns, right? And here again, I was very surprised when I read the MIT study. It almost was a playbook of what we have done, right? So we had a combination of 3 things, right? Certain use cases, we went with the internal development. Certain use cases, we leveraged the OEM. And for certain use cases, we brought in a specialty product vendor. So we had an agentic AI use case for a backend automation. So we actually got a specialty vendor who did it for us. And it's running successfully for last 6 months. No problems. The business is so happy they are pulling. Now, coming to the third part, which is a technology foundation, right? You cannot do AI if you're running IaaS, right? And I know in between Satya came and made the famous statement like SaaS is dead. Yeah, there is a lot of debate on whether SaaS is dead or not, but we are seeing a lot of indications towards that, right? Now, if you want to apply AI, you need to move towards PaaS. And also your development lifecycle, you cannot develop in the way we normally develop. Either, it's Scrum or Agile or, 2 weeks. 2 weeks is dead, right? Nobody is expecting you. With AI, like my customers are coming and asking me like, with AI, why can't you deliver faster? We actually recently did an interesting internal project where we actually used GenAI to develop the entire prototype, no requirements document, right? And we actually did a very interesting hackathon. And yesterday, the entire development community presented to me. And the most important thing they put in that presentation, prompt is the new code. I think if we are not understanding that, if we are not moving in that direction, then your foundation itself fails, right? That's where it is.
No, absolutely. Very well said. Again, the time is ticking away. I do have a couple of more questions, but I'm going to stop it there and invite questions from the audience. Right? Anyone from the audience has any questions? I mean, we have an eclectic mix of CIOs and product owners out here.
Can we have a mic there?
Yes, we'll be only taking one question. Can we please pass the mic there? Well, don't worry. If you have any more questions, the speakers are around the house, so you can always reach out to them. Only one question. Yes, sir.
Great. First of all, gentlemen, thank you for those insightful inputs. This question is for Shashwat. We keep hearing about platform strategy and AI adoption strategy. So you, from the consumer standpoint, how do you drive that? What's the thought process in, a platform strategy for within your organization? So because we have multiple tools, right? Like Salesforce, ServiceNow, Atlassian, everybody is talking about AI. So one is that, how do you come up with that platform strategy? And two, how do you do the AI adoption part of it?
Well, I'll maybe try to respond to this maybe in a generic manner, and will not talk about anything specific about the organization, if that is okay. So the way I think this would evolve is, you would have, if the tech landscape is evolving, right, and maybe you are on an overall digital transformation journey, you would have kind of picked up pieces along the way, which means, you would have a core ERP, probably you'd have a core CRM as well. You would keep on building all of these things, and at times there are, both the strategies that are applied. You'd either pick up best of breed tools, and if this is really core to your business, maybe you'd build some things grounds up in-house as well, right? So the way I look at it is the platform kind of evolves as you go along, the tech landscape kind of evolves, and therefore you need to, when you're looking at bringing in generative AI enabled use cases, you need to flex it. And again, I'd go back to, the fundamentals of the enterprise architecture that I spoke of. If those 4 or 5 building blocks are aligned, irrespective of whether you've had, all the big building blocks in your tech landscape, or you've legacy applications that have been built grounds up, it would still be very easy to plug in generative AI use cases or AI use cases. That's how I look at it.
Thank you.
Let me just add a line to that particular question. In an enterprise perspective, if you look at, it will be impossible at certain time to have multiple different AI models working inside your environment. There will be, but they will be on the back end. Because just think about an enterprise side. Do you want your employees or user, your consumers to remember different 10 different or 15 different, 20 different AI front ends, which where they consume the services? Answer is no. That cannot happen, right? You have to start thinking that from the beginning. When you are selecting a ServiceNow or selecting Atlassian or selecting any product for that matter, Salesforce or whatever, ensure that your front end where you consume the services doesn't stay with that platform. That is where the Satya statement, SaaS is dying. That is what it links to, right? It is the front end which will remain completely transparent, neutral to any of the backend systems. So backend may be anything in the back, but they're really back. Only probably the IT team will see it, and few functional guys are going to see that. Nobody else will have the access to the backend. When you consume the services, it will be the front end, be it your Copilot, be it you, whatever you call it internally within your enterprise, that is only one front end. That is the architecture. You have to start putting that blueprint from the beginning and adding blocks into that. And that is the way to look forward. And that's precisely what we see from an industry point of view.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, panelists. Thank you so much to our moderator. Thank you for this very informative session. I think everybody truly enjoyed this. Can we please give the entire panel a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you. May I please request you to stay up on the stage as I request Ms. Anushruti to kindly come up on the stage and show the token of appreciation for our panel. On behalf of the entire team. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, now may I please call forward our first panelist, Regin Sundaran, to please come forward. Thank you. A big round of applause. We can do better. Come on, everybody. And may I please ask Shashwat Singh to please come forward. Next, Debashish Singh to kindly come forward. Thank you. Mr. Anand V to kindly come forward. Mr. Vishwesh Pai. And of course, at the last, but to the best, to our moderator who has been great. Thank you for moderating the session for us, Mr. Iyer. You were wonderful. Thank you so much. And now the entire team, please come forward for a group picture. Thank you, Mr. Iyer, once again for moderating the session so well for us. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I know you're all waiting for that tea break, but just before that, we have another session coming up right here. Trust me, another 15 minutes of session, and then we'll let you off for the tea break. But before that, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear for the technology foundations to power your AI transformation. And to hear this out, may I please request on stage, without any further ado, please let's welcome with a big round of applause, Mr. Jaideep, Asia Lead, Dev Platform, Microsoft Corporation, to the stage for his session. With a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. On to you.
Standing between you and the chai. I'll make it quick. So what I'm going to do is we got a wonderful panel giving us a beautiful I'm going to dovetail into a very specific agenda, which is how AI impacts developers and the SDLC cycle, right? So I'm starting my clock. I'll try and wrap up in 15 minutes where the tea is open. So, okay, I got a clicker. Forgot that. Okay, so quick intro. Jaideep John, been with Microsoft for about 7 years. I lead the developer platform business for Microsoft in Asia. What Microsoft has done is we become an agnostic company some time back. 70% of our cloud is open source and Linux and non.NET and not Windows. But after we acquired GitHub, we realized that we need to have a lot of focus on the developer part of the business. So last year, we carved out a new entity, which cuts across all the developer suite within Microsoft, including Azure DevOps, GitHub, and a bunch of other things from Visual Studio and VS Code as well. I lead that business for Asia. So what I want to kind of highlight is while Gen AI is nothing new, it's been around AI is nothing new, it's been around since 1950. But with the advent of Gen AI, you can see how things proliferated, right? If you look at last 2 years back, we just had a bunch of models from OpenAI, and we can see the cost versus the performance metrics for that. And in the last 2 years, it just exploded, right? We have multiple models from OpenAI. There is Meta coming with some really cool models. There's Google with a lot of things on Gemini. People are going bananas on the new visual modeling tool as well. So what does it give us? It gives us phenomenal amount of choice. Now, one interesting aspect is when Andreessen Horowitz, the VC company, they did a research of about 70 companies in the Fortune 500 list. Almost 93% of them use more than 3 models, right? This is Fortune 500, so don't get jittery if you're not there yet. But I mean, I just want to look at the astonishing statistics, right? 30%, almost 29% of the companies are using more than 5 foundational models. That's the scale, right? That's the adoption, that's a scale, that's the proliferation what we see. I'll just pick up. Thank you. Now, what that means is AI is not just theoretical project or vanity projects. Customers are seeing value and they're really going ahead and adopting it. Let me just open this bottle. Okay, cracked it. So now, when we move into the realm of AI first differentiation for Microsoft, this is our philosophy. It's a very powerful triad. It's a powerful triad of 3 things coming in together. First is the, I'm probably blocking the view. Yeah. The first thing is the agents, which is basically the autonomous reasoning capability agent, which can actually augment a lot of things humans could do. It is not just in a supporting function. It is probably doing things for you just like a coworker would, right? So that's the agents for you. The second is the Copilot, which is, like Satya always keeps saying, Copilot is a new UI for AI. So Copilot is context-aware conversational agents where you can interact with the underlying data. For a lot of customers, this is the first adoption of AI. It's easy, simple, like the gentleman in the panel said. It can sit on your email inbox, draft emails for you, come back after a vacation and say, hey, what the heck happened when CEO Thomas Domke used to say, which has got about $150 million. Am I audible? Yes, right, okay. Now this cuts across 2 spectrum, right? The first spectrum is enabling individual developers, how I can come to an IDE, start coding, start building my projects, start building what I would want to, which is, write code, test and integrate from an IDE standpoint. And second is from the team collaboration standpoint, where GitHub can look at everything from how do I do my entire release management, CI/CD, and platforms, right? So these are 2 fundamental offerings what we have in our realm. Now let's look at how this changes or how this gets augmented by AI. So when we first launched the AI offering, which is the GitHub Copilot, we had a scenario wherein you can start typing things and the AI will tell you the next part of the line, right? It's kind of code completions. So we call it as the first gen, where human works, AI suggest. The second was a little more interesting, wherein I got a new project. I inherited a bunch of code. I don't know what the heck it does, I can actually ask Copilot, hey, what does it do? So he can actually tell you, or even create documentation for you, create translations for you. That's the second part wherein human ask and AI answers. Very popular use case, we see a lot of them because it's good for generating test cases, documentation, upgrading some of those, I would say, duplicated files and things like that. We are right now in the Gen 3 from a agentic standpoint, wherein humans and AI are collaborating together. We got agents coming up to do specific tasks. For example, we have technologies wherein I can say, I want to migrate this Java 7 application to Java 21. The Copilot can go and create a plan for you, a migration plan. It can kind of look at the deprecated operators, upgrade the code, and then show it to you for your human approval before it pushes to production, right? So this is the spectrum that will be already right now. Now, yeah, one interesting aspect is we moved from the paired programming to peer programming, right? So AI is now a peer to us. It was not a pair to us, right? So that's the fundamental shift that is happening. Let's take the next few minutes to understand how this is going to evolve over the next few years, or next 2 years, I would say, and what are the things that we should be keeping in mind from a guardrail standpoint. So one interesting aspect is from an overall AI standpoint, when we did a trial on GitHub with Google, Google, in spite of doing very complex tasks, was able to get about 21% faster task completion by having developers enabled with AI. What this means is faster time to ship, significantly faster time to ship. This is a MIT Sloan, research that we did, or they did. They could get results of close to about 26% faster throughput for developers using AI. This also leads to significant developer experience. Now, on the right is a very interesting graph. Can anyone take a guess on what that is on the right side? You're pretty much there. This is the actual Microsoft and GitHub internal code commit statistics on who is committing the maximum number of, or contributing the maximum number of code into the GitHub repository of Microsoft. We call ourselves as customer zero. So the number one committer of code in our internal repository is Copilot coding agent, far more than many of the humans out there. Number 3 committer of code is Copilot code review agent, right? We're already seeing that adoption, right? Now, this is what Satya also said in one of the earlier meetings, that almost 35% of the code in Microsoft is generated by AI. And this includes the GitHub team as well. Now, this all goes wonderful. This is a great thing. Now, the challenge we find at times is with the increase in the amount of code that is getting generated, we also have a significant increase in the challenges that comes in, because we got a human who has to review all that code that is getting generated by AI. We have to have a scenario wherein a developer is looking at verifying this code. There is a human in the loop. There is aspects to look at from a governance standpoint. Now, the challenge is if you're not able to scale your, I would say, the guardrail mechanism in line with the scaling of the AI, that is number one challenge. Other aspect I would like to highlight is we have a significant obsession on code generation component, which actually is only 20% of what a developer does, right? If you look at the overall day in a developer, 20% is the time that he codes. Remaining 80% is on planning, securing, governing, managing, integrating. So what we need to do is ensure that AI is part of the entire spectrum of that activity and not just an afterthought to come in at the end of it to ensure that we have that validation at the end of it. Now, the risk of not doing that is with the proliferation of AI, I just want to put one more statistics. We have globally close to about, I think, 22 million developers, enterprise developers, as of 2022. Now, as of 2025, that number is 37 million developers. It is projected that this will go to 45 million developers by 2030, of which almost half of them will be in India. What does that mean to us, right? We have, diverse set of developers. We will be able to do a lot more work. We will be able to do a lot more, code shipping. And these folks are going to leverage AI. Now, if you're not able to ensure that we put that necessary guardrails and the processes in place for the entire spectrum of AI, the AI adoption will become AI volatility. Okay, so that is one of the guardrails and aspects that we keep highlighting. Now, let me also give you a vision of how things are evolving in the next 2 years, because this also presents us an opportunity to address some of these. So as you earlier saw, we moved from a human first to a human plus agents. Now we are getting onto the phase 3 from an overall standpoint where we have teams plus agents. What that means is we will have a human defining a particular project, defining what needs to be done. The agent comes in. Let's say the project is all about migrating a particular code from an older version to a new version. The agent comes in, it kicks in, it kind of converts the code, it does unit testing, it brings a human back into the loop, validates, it pushes into production, right? So that's a scenario what we are seeing right now. The phase 4, which is probably, in my view, about a year or two away, is something very interesting. Wherein what we would see is we would have multi-agent orchestration. Imagine a world wherein we can have a brainstorming agent, which can actually brainstorm what needs to be done for a particular problem that we want to solve, create potential options on or different options on what could be done, and the brainstorming bot hands over that task to the planning bot. The planning bot understands the requirement, creates a definitive plan on what needs to be done, and then comes the coding agent, which is already there, by the way. Coding agent can actually create the code, do the unit testing, and then hand it over to the security and control agent, which kind of ensures that based on GDPR regulations, is my code compliant, based on the FedRAMP and the security practices or HIPAA, whatever the standard regulations that I need to comply with, is my code compliant. Bring the human into the loop, validate that, push it into production, and that is when the SRE agent kicks in, which is also, by the way, already live. SRE agent can ensure that your telemetry from a production standpoint is matching with what has been put in practice, raise support tickets for something that is not working or having as an anomaly, and the whole loop kicks in backwards. So from the SRE agent, it can actually take a feedback loop all the way back into the software cycle where the coding comes in. This is a infinite loop of getting things done. Now, just want to take a pause over here and think about this. Typically what happens is we want to solve a problem, we brainstorm, we create one solution based on what we think is going to work, we build it, launch it, takes a few months to realize it works or it doesn't work. Why we do it? Because we have finite resources at our disposal, finite number of developers, finite number of systems, cost of failure is also there. Now imagine if you're taking that out of the equation with the agents or the phase 4 of the agents, right? You can actually have agents build 5 different solutions for the same problem, take it through the entire cycle. I mean, understand how each of that particular options behaves, and then decide which one is the optimal one. What do you have? What do you want to do, right? This is the future. This is not sci-fi. The foundation of this is already in place, right? Trust me when I say this, because this is the evolving product roadmap. It's not there yet. Parts of this in bits and pieces are, not all of it, but this is a vision that we are getting into. And this, this is a reality, right? There's no getting away from that fact. Just want to kind of wrap up with one single slide to show what we are at current stage, which is the stage 3, like I mentioned, wherein we have in the create phase of development where agent mode comes in for modernizing certain applications. And on the collaboration phase, we got certain agents like coding agents, coding review agents, testing agent, and security agent. These are still not autonomous and still not fully reasoning and fully looped in. That's where the phase 4 comes in. And lastly, we have SRE agents, which can actually look at apps in production, understand what is happening. It pretty much works like an SRE agent would do in terms of raising support ticket when things don't work, Go to a Jira support ticket, pick it up. Go to a ServiceNow, pick it up. Create a a system in what do you call an SRE document for something that is already recurring as a problem. Yeah. So this is a quick nutshell of what we are doing and what we envisage things to happen. I'll do a time for a question. We good, right? Yeah. We will catch up during chai, coffee. I'll be out there. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Jaideep. I think, ladies and gentlemen, that was a wonderful session. Well, just on that note, we will not be breaking for coffee or tea because we're running really tight on the schedule. But your coffees and your teas will be served right here wherever you are. So we'll have a running coffee and a tea station that will be coming towards you. So they will come here and refuel and rejuvenate you. But just before that, before I call upon the next speaker, I would like to remind you once again that sharing your insights today and the moments today is very, very essential. Let's make this viral on social media by using the hashtags, hashtag AI First Future and AI, hashtag AIIS 2025. And ladies and gentlemen, please make sure that you keep an eye out on our contest. That's the best summit spotlight post and the best buzz creator of the day, so that you can get some exciting prizes. All right, how many of you are actually ready for the next session? Just to energize you a little bit, can I just get all of you to snap, please? It's very easy. You know what snapping is? Can you all snap for me? Okay, can you all snap for me? Okay. And when I say clap, can you just clap? Clap. Snap. Snap. Clap. Okay, just gonna do reverse. When I say snap, you'll clap. When I say clap, you'll snap. Okay. Okay, let's see how many of you can get this right. Snap. Clap. Clap. Snap. Lovely. All right. So let's begin with the next session on that note. I hope this has energized you a little bit. The coffee and tea will be running shortly around you. Ladies and gentlemen, next up, we have something that we will be covering about. He's going to share how enterprises are building autonomous AI agents with Rovo Studio, unlocking efficiency, reducing cost, and accelerating decision making at scale. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we welcome the next speaker who's powered with this session and bringing excitement to this session. Please put your hands together for Mr. Vishwesh Pai, Head of Product, JSM Service at AI at Atlassian. Please give a big round of applause and let's call him on stage, ladies and gentlemen. On to you, Mr. Vishwesh. Thank you.
Think in Bangalore. I think this is a common theme I've seen across when we go to any such conference or any events. Bangalore traffic is definitely one of the things which does create some delays, especially as you saw in our panel. One of the panelists was also late. All right, so let's get in the session. So how can I would say the focus here is enterprises leverage agentic AI and agentic use cases to accelerate their business and accelerate their outcomes for a given business. The quick thing is, at any service, for any particular business or organization, service is the heart of exceptional business outcomes and success. And that's a given in the AI world. And the reason for that is the time to outcome or time to provide value has accelerated in the coming years and will accelerate in the coming quarters as well. So that's a fundamental thing. And I also share some examples in the upcoming slides how that is possible with the AI within a given enterprise. Specifically, what we have observed is around 88%, not 78, 88% of the organizations have started using AI for various use cases. And within that, around 78 of the respondents have used AI in terms of out of the 88 have used AI and have seen a positive outcome for various use cases. Again, within organizations, you might have 10 or even 100 different POCs, prototypes, projects for different use cases. And again, let's reference the MIT thing. Some be successful, but there's a majority of them who, in terms of organization perspective, who have seen a positive adoption by using AI. And that's super important. Um, at any given new project, and I'm sure we have a lot of people who have started many projects or many given use cases, not everything is successful. But at the same time, it's important for you to start it. And we have seen a lot of these use cases within an organization have seen a positive outcome. And again, I don't have to tell this audience, generative AI and now agentic use cases is once in a generation moment for all of us in terms of leveraging and defining the trajectory of the change within your organization. Quickly, I want to provide the Atlassian's point of view in 3 buckets here. First of all, most important, do not wait. AI is here. We have an excellent platform from Atlassian, and I think this would help you accelerate in the AI journey. Number 2, not one particular use case. You can go a pointed solution. AI is not one size fit all. You need a platform approach for your given organization. And third, it needs to be embedded across all the jobs and use cases, or the way we say it, across all teams. Specifically, invest in AI solutions. As we spoke and saw it earlier, define the metrics, define outcomes before you start your use cases, before you start your POCs. That is super important. I think I have made mistakes. We've all seen that. Start doing, let's say, leveraging, in this case, Robo for a specific use case, but don't do that. Before you jump in, define what your outcome needs to be, define how you can measure it, and then jumpstart a project. Number 2, centralize these tools and use cases which can be used not just by IT, not just by your developers, but across your organization. And in Atlassian, we provide the Rovo platform for, and this is very AI specific, which can be leveraged for various use cases. And we'll see some of them in the upcoming slides, be it from the dev perspective, IT, or your business use cases. And finally, AI needs to be embedded in the flow with human in the loop. So both of it is a balance. AI cannot be a bolt-on. It should be within your workflows. And at the same time, it cannot be 100% automated at the current state. You have human in the loop in terms of approvals, processes, checkpoints, data integrations, validity, governance, all of that. So again, these are super important. Start right away, use a platform strategy, and then embed it across your use cases. Quickly, a snapshot of all what we offer from Atlassian perspective. Everything at the base of it, as you can see, is powered by the teamwork graph, which connects all the dots in terms of goals, teams, and various other aspects. Second is we have the platform apps. As we saw before, they can be leveraged by different business units or different teams within an organization. And finally, we have specific apps for service teams, software teams, apps which are used by all the teams. And here you have the Jira, Confluence, Loom. You have product teams as well as the leadership teams. My specific focus in Atlassian is in the service teams as part of Jira Service Management, but these work across different apps and the platform apps for a given business or enterprise. Quickly touching on the teamwork graph. Again, this is the fundamental layer as you saw on the previous slide. Here we have various goals you have as a team. The work, of course, the data sets and integrations, and within the human, the various teams, all these are connected using the teamwork graph, which is then leveraged by all our apps, be it platform apps or the specific team apps, as you saw in the previous slide, the service teams or the product teams or the strategy teams. One specific stat here is most, I would say more than 50%, 55% of the IT leaders have seen that for a generative AI use case to be successful, it needs to be accurate, complete, and the data has to be unified. Again, accuracy, we have the best models. Complete, we are use case specific. And finally, we have a teamwork graph with a unified data layer which powers all of this. How does it fit in? How do you visualize within an organization where all this fits in? We have the dev, where you have, again, our Jira software as well as Confluence and other things. We have the IT, which is where the lot of this JSM use cases fit in, and for the business users as well, be it from a HR perspective, finance, facilities, legal, all of them. There is modern support and operations which fit in the Venn diagram of these, and we support all of them from a JSM platform perspective. All of these support and operations teams are powered by area, be it in predicting issues, suggesting actions, and most important, I have been saying this for a long time, the outcomes or the resolutions you have on your incidents, on your tickets, on various aspects, we power using support and operations, these teams to do all of these. One of our most powered in terms of the product, we have the virtual service agent, which has helped reduce the human intervention by 85% across the tickets. Again, let that sink in. 85% of the tickets, we support tickets, have been reduced in terms of human intervention by our service agent. And again, this is powered by the platform which we saw before. Separately, another interesting stat, we have seen around 55 minutes saved per incident, and this is per incident, and you have like hundreds or thousands of these incidents by leveraging AI and automation. I want to give a broad view of, we are not limited to one or two use cases within an organization. If you see here, you have in the work organization, your OKR generator, we have the code reviewer, we have various aspects. And let me give a couple of examples because I want to make it like specific. How does a product team, which is my team, my organization, use it? Or how does engineers or designers use it? 4 or 5 years back, and I don't know how many of you here are from the technology product teams side? I just want to take a check. Okay, most of them. So one of the core things is we have to write these documents, be it in engineering architecture, product side, or design side. I think most of you use that very often. It used to take me X amount of time before, but now using, in this specific case, a simple, as part of Confluence, the AI suggestions, my work has accelerated at least 2 to 3x because I don't have to spend time on how do I write this beautiful tone, the language, the whole doc, how do I create a table for my product requirements or my architecture. It's not like 100% done by AI. It is actually assisting me accelerate 2 to 3x in terms of what I'm doing. Again, very simple use case in Confluence, super valuable. If you extend that to the team, what I have in terms of the product teams, we are now rapidly building prototypes for a given product, not just giving the requirements in a table or a doc, but also having them visualize it in probably half a day or a day. Without the help of design teams and other teams. Again, we can accelerate a lot of these jobs, but these are a couple of examples where I am seeing the acceleration from product management perspective. But the same thing is true for engineering. Our engineering, I would say around 1/3 of it is now AI assisted using RoboDev, which is one of the agents what we have. We have also using external tools like Cursor. So bottom line is, as you saw in the previous presentation as well, We had the highest code committer was the agent. Same in our case in terms of amount of commits, amount of code reviews happening across the board is being accelerated by adoption of this AI. A couple of quick use cases. I'll just run these demos. The first one is on the Rovo triage agent. Here you can see the summary is being generated for a particular request by the AI. Secondly, once you update a priority on one of them, all the similar ones are updated by AI automatically. And last, it also determines the request type. All this is automated. Very simple task, but this accelerates the time to value or the outcome by various degrees, as we saw, by 55 minutes for incidents and by other aspects. So this is the Rovo triage agent, which you can use and is in production right away. The second one I want to talk about is root cause analysis for a given incident. In this case, a major incident. You can quickly double click on what the incident is, invoke the RCA agent, root cause analysis agent, quickly understand what is happening in this case, the billing service, what is the root cause, and you'll find all the specific details on why this is happening. In this case, the checkout API is experiencing an outage. All these task-based robo agents are available today, and there are many more. These are just a couple of examples which I'm showcasing here in terms of triage and root cause, but we have these four specific today available for Jira Service Management on Service Request Helper, Ops Guide, Triage, and Root Cause. And again, this is not limited to these four. As you saw, we have hundreds of other robo agents across other use cases, be it in service team, product team, or for all teams. Finally, any developer or any user within a business organization can use our studio to build these robo agents from scratch. And these are super simple to use and build it. And we already have like hundreds, actually thousands of robo agents live within various organizations for various use cases. In the studio, just double clicking quickly, you can build agents, but not just agents. Agents is just one aspect of automation, but you can also have these predefined deterministic flows using the automation part. Access your organization's assets. You have various service assets, IT assets, HR assets. You can leverage that as part of your studio experience while you're building the agents or automations. And finally, you can also build this rich hubs for your organization, be it for the employees, for your IT support staff, or even your customers for that matter, for customer support. So a studio is a one-stop for you to build agents, automation rules, leverage those assets, and build beautiful hubs for your organizations. Finally, the state of AI. Please feel free to take a picture or download this. This is fueling 80% of the data-driven decisions, 78% in terms of workforce efficiency, and 64% in customer satisfaction. And again, as I said in the start, it's already leveraged by most of the organization, 88%, with 78% already seeing a positive impact because of AI for various use cases. Thank you, and have a wonderful day. It's been a pleasure to chat with you all.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pai. Thank you for that, sharing that valuable insights. All right, before we begin the next session, how many of you actually wear smartwatches? How many of you? Okay, majority of them. Okay, how many of you actually count your daily steps? Okay. Okay, exactly the opposite. People who wear the smartwatches and people who count the steps. Okay, so what we thought is that we will do a small activity with you. Okay, so we thought we will give you all a 5 minutes count of time. Okay, where you can just shake it off, go get yourself coffee while you can actually increase your step count. Yeah, what do we think about it? And also you can go freshen up yourself and come back quickly. Only 5 minutes to just increase and to make your step count a little more. Okay, just shake it off and come back quickly. Okay, you can also rejuvenate yourself with some fresh coffee and some fresh tea. Also, chamomile tea is available if you would like to have that. Okay, just 5 minutes, and we'll see you all back right here. So if everybody rushes, you might have to wait in the rush. So divide your roles accordingly and come back in about 4 minutes now. Come on, quickly. Thank you.
Wow. Wow. Great choice, man.
थैंक यू एक्चुअली अजय ने बहुत हेल्प
Cheers.
So, madam, how's the anniversary celebration going?
It's perfect.
प्लीज थैंक द टीम फॉर प्लानिंग इट
Especially Ria. She's good, huh?
Air India had a reputation for great customer experience, but one area that everybody felt that Air India has a realistic chance of being the absolute best airline in the world is in the area of technology. We are trying to make Air India into the most advanced airline in the world. With Salesforce, CRM, data, and AI, we are able to serve customers in ways that we were not able to do before. We have set speed as one of the key values that we execute on. Everything we do, we want to do it quickly so that our customers, our employees can get the benefit of the actions that we are taking. Our mission was to empower the folks on the ground as well as in the air with the right set of information about the customer so that the customer can be served better. We have deployed the entire capability of Salesforce. We did email to case, we did web to case, we did the integration with the chatbot. Now we are switching over the entire contact center. Data is at the very center of taking care of the customer. And once the data is available, we can do a lot of very interesting things. We can have the AI summarize the earlier conversations with the customer. Once the conversation is over, generative AI has the ability to generate the action items to fulfill this customer's needs. The AI is listening to the customer, doing all the data entry so that the human agent is fully liberated to have a normal conversation with the customer. We also adopted Einstein service to provide the customer support agents with the next best action capability, CRM and
Sure.
data, and then the
Ladies and gentlemen, may I
all
please
protected by
request
layer
you
of
all to kindly start coming in?
Teamwork is the foundation for all great
May I
accomplishments.
request everybody
We
to
believe
please
when we
start
work
coming inside now. Please start moving in. I request you to kindly come over and take your seats. Thank you. We will be starting the panel discussion in exactly 2 minutes. May I request you to kindly come over and be seated. I request everybody to take over their seats as we will be kickstarting in just about 2 minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request everyone to kindly come over and be seated as we will be starting the session exactly in a minute. Requesting you to kindly come over and take your seats. We will be starting the session in exactly a minute, so kindly come over and take your seats. Thank you.
Genpact is a professional services company providing services, solutions.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, starting in just about a few seconds, requesting everyone to kindly come over and take your seats. May I please request everybody to kindly come over and take your seats as we will be starting in just about 30 seconds. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, just to bring you in attention, may I please request everyone to kindly come over and be seated. For timely completion of all the sessions, I request everyone to timely come over and take your seats. We have extended our step count time. May I request you to kindly come over again. I will give you enough time later for the step counts, but please come back right now. Thank you. I request everyone to kindly come over and be seated as we will be starting the session. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome you all back to AI Innovation Summit 2025. Okay, so how many of you actually thought, okay, average 100 steps at least by the time you walked in and out? 200. 100 steps? Only 4 people 100 steps. Okay, 200? 50? Hey, what about the rest? You were all in gravity, I believe. Because nobody, I don't see you raising hands for any number of steps, okay? Maybe they all did 1,000. All right. But all right, ladies and gentlemen, let's move ahead with the next session without any further ado. I know you will all be waiting for that lunchtime to arrive then. Ladies and gentlemen, topic: agentic automation beyond Gen AI to self-driving workflows. And moving beyond prompts, this session dives into how agentic automation is redefining enterprise operations. Expect insights on how AI can act, decide, and evolve to reshape processes and boost decisions velocity. Guiding this decision and discussion and this throughout the session, ladies and gentlemen, he's a man with 25 plus years of advising Fortune 1,000 CXOs across continents. He's recognized for embedding advanced analytics into C-suite strategies and driving profit growth. Please put your hands together as I welcome Mr. Rajneel Malik, partner and Gen AI GTM leader, PwC India. Come on, we can do better. Big round of applause, please. Thank you for joining us as the moderator, requesting you to be seated where your picture is. And along with him, may I request our panelists to come up on stage. And don't forget to keep applauding for them. Mr. Raman Srinivasan, Chief Digital Officer in Mobi Group, with a big round of applause. Geeta Adinarayan, CTO, IBM Consulting, India and South Asia, IBM. A big round of applause. Come on, everybody. Srinivas Jagumantri, UTO Financial Services, Infosys. Can you please come up on stage? Give our entire panel a big round of applause. And before we start this session, I request you to please be seated. Before we start this session, like you already know, a quick poll. You can be seated, please. Thank you. A quick poll. The scanner will come up on the screen like we did for the previous panel discussion. The scanner on your badge as well. We have a question. Which area has the highest potential for agentic AI deployment in your enterprises? And the answers are, the options are: customer service automation, risk and fraud detection, internal decision support systems, workflow orchestrations, and operations. So let's see how many of you are voting. Well, we have a lot of 68% already on the higher side for the workflow. All right, 71, 72%. Well, there's only a higher second position comes to the customer service automation. Workflow orchestrations and operations get the higher number of percentage. Well, that's a true issue, I believe. All right. Anybody who's not yet voted, who's still voting? Anyone who's still voting, can you raise your hands up? All right, we believe everybody has. Okay, let's just, I think there are only about 60 people who have voted. Can you all please do it? Requesting everyone to kindly take 10 seconds and do that. Kindly take 10 seconds and scan your batches right there. We have the scanner as well. The QR code is present to you. Let's see what the majority thinks. Yes, the numbers are increasing now. Good. We would like to see more participation. We have 64. Yes, everybody else. I see a lot of people still on their phones. Are you still doing it? Are you still choosing your options? All right. Okay. I think we had our answer, and the answer is workflow orchestrations and operations. And now leave the panel to discuss further on this. Thank you. Leaving it to you.
Thank you so much. I know we are standing between you and lunch, so we'll keep it brisk. So welcome on a traffic-laden Bangalore. As I can testify, it took me 2 hours to get here, which is why it's part of the reason the panel is starting a little later. But this is an interesting topic because, as we have all seen and heard, I'm sure AI, the way it is right now, is probably once in a lifetime event. But now that the technology is maturing and people are talking about agentic AI, now, agentic AI is what happens when you get, it's kind of like your first driver's license. It can do a lot of good, it can do a lot of harm, but you have to give it guardrails, you have to coach it, you have to, do things with it. And I'd like to discuss this with the esteemed panelists over here. And as we go through the conversation, I'd like to talk about 4 broad themes, which I think, at least in my conversation with clients, that keep coming up. Theme number 1 is at what point does an agent cross that barrier from being just a technology experiment to being something at scale? That's kind of theme number 1. Number 2 is, under what situations does an agent become cheaper, faster, etc., compared to the traditional ways of working, which is humans plus RPA? Theme number 3 is, what makes agents observable? I know AI has traditionally been something which has been talked about, the black box nature. But as we think about embedding AI in workflows, this is a big topic of exploration, and we'll explore this with the panel. And then finally, what's the agentic playbook? Is it well? Let's hear from the panelists. Let me not give you my views. But before that, maybe Raman, I can start with you. One thing that is becoming more and more critical is that if you just dive headlong into agentic without a proper thoughtful strategy, that seems to be counterintuitive. I know you have had some success thinking about this. What do you want to talk about that, please?
Thank you. Thanks, Rajni. I think very aptly put, what you have said about the importance of having a strategy. Of having the strategy right, I think very aptly put. So I would say that the most important area is to completely look at what's your AI or agentic AI or automation strategy totally aligned to the business strategy, which of course today changes very fast. It could be quarterly, it could be monthly, but make sure you're always aligned and get into the depth of your business processes and workflows at all times, and have clear KPIs and maintain the focus. It sounds simple, but doing it on the ground takes a lot of effort and alignment, and having the executive committee completely aligned. Once you create that, there is a natural pull, and you don't get swayed by day to day or whatever is the excitement or development. Identify the KPIs, have the strategy, and look at wins. For example, for us, focusing on the sales process, the sales automation relentlessly has kind of helped, because revenue numbers are always exciting, right? More than operations or other areas which become more difficult, to track. So get some successes and align it to your core strategy and get the right set of people onto it. Then becomes project selection, ROI tracking, the cost, so on and so forth. There might be some surprises, but you can just remain focused on that one goal.
Thank you for that. So, on the topic of ROI, I know, Geeta, you've had some thoughts about this. If you could talk about maybe a client pattern or an example from the Indian context where you were able to do exactly what Raman was talking about. So, walk us through the process. What went on? What went right? What went wrong? How did you measure ROI? So, if you could talk a little bit about that.
So I think ROI, when we talk about it, right, let's take examples. All of us are engineers, and many of us get day-to-day tasks. And when we get day-to-day tasks, it becomes a question of, if I use a particular technology or a tool, what is that I'm going to get out of it? Now, the same question happens at an enterprise level also. And it varies. Everything is a dimension of time and space comes into picture. What works in western part of the country may not work in India. So I'll take an example. So let's say you're talking in an insurance industry where they're talking about a use case of, I want to do an insta insurance policy issuance. And all of us know it's reality today, right? Some of you might can go to any of the portals, get an insurance instantly. But let's look at what is the straight through processing percentage. Is it happening for all the customers? Definitely not. What is the industry average? Anybody who knows what is the industry average for insurance straight through processing? Huh? It kind of ranges between 40 to 60%. Some are here, some are there. What is the North Star? I want to go 100%. Will that North Star be possible? Possibly, yes, but how much money you throw at it, right? Now, when you kind of break down that particular North Star or the intention into critical steps to make it happen, that's where the ROI becomes important. There are cases where people may say, I'm going to work in India region, and if it's about people and processes and AI, what is my return on investment? But the game that I've learned as I did this for multiple customers is it's not just about money. There is a lot in terms of customer satisfaction, turnaround time. More importantly, your competitive differentiator in the market because of which you will do it. So there are multiple dimensions, and everything I see it in two ways: dimension of space and dimension of time.
I think this is the only mic that's working. So maybe I'll stand and keep passing the mic. Is that working? Fantastic. So Srinivas, maybe for you, talk a little bit about, given what we just discussed, a proper agentic workflow that you have seen, which is, it's not just the agent is suggesting something and you have a human in the loop, but maybe where you've gone the whole 9 yards, and walk us through that journey. So what worked? What checkpoints do you have in place? What did you feel, giving up control from human to non-human? If you could walk us through, please.
Good news is, so far, for anything serious, that's not happened. Okay. Most of the work in agentic for us is happening in the IT and developer productivity space. Of course, we do have in payments and risk and compliance, KYC is a big one, but a lot of action is happening in the developer productivity. It started with saying, can we do end-to-end from requirements till deployment? Again, we forget that there's a lot of engineering required. Even if you can generate code, that code is more or less disposable. Yeah? Unless it's a small application, new application. If you want to build on something which has been there before, or even if it's a substantially complicated application, the generated code needs fair amount of engineering before. Where we have seen this successful is in, let's say, vulnerability identification and remediation. So you can give it a lot of legacy code. One agent will understand the code, another agent will understand the vulnerabilities. A fourth agent can actually give the fixes, and then the fifth will actually do the fix. And then we are also saying, is there a testing agent which will look at the string of all of these, can validate that. But we have placed a supervisor at every step. If you have identified vulnerabilities, how correct is it? Or is it a false positive or a false negative, right?
So when you say supervisor, human supervisor?
Human supervisors, right? There's a thought process that this review supervision, can it be automated? Then the question comes on observability and explainability, right? That's one. Second big experiments that are happening, advanced POCs, is in this so-called legacy modernization, right? There are two approaches to that. Look at the code, bring out the explanation of what the code is doing, take that explanation, generate use cases, user stories if you want, code, test cases, DevOps automation, and things like that. And then you can add in a little bit on reliability and security aspects of that. Good pilots have happened. Production is probably a couple of months away. But I'll leave it with this. If you want to do anything serious in an enterprise, don't forget the software engineering part. And like Agile changed a lot of the engineering practices, AI will change the practices. And there's no focus today on that. What engineering is required, for instance, what does the requirement mean? Should human do it? Should AI do it? How do I know it's done it well? And then run through the stack and see what happens. Okay. That's that.
Just one question on that one. Are you also seeing it generate good quality brand new code? Because that's something I have not seen too many. It's fantastic at looking at existing code and, as you said, looking the reviews and the. Is it how good is it in brand new code generation?
It depends, right? So if you just think that by doing vibe coding and prompting, you'll get good quality code for serious applications. See, e-commerce like applications, I think it's a given. I have a catalog of products. I put in those PDFs. It can generate a whole website. Or let's say a doctor's appointment application. We could generate a doctor's appointment application with maybe a 3-page requirement in less than 3 hours. And it is fit for purpose. But then that particular application will not integrate with anything else in the hospital management system, right? Other day I was talking to one of our investment banking clients. They were saying now we have prompts running 3 pages long. Okay. So I say, why do you want to write a prompt which is 3 pages long? Why don't you spend some time and write actually user stories for what you want to do and version control that, and then let the prompt read that either as a .md file or a RAG or whatever you want. Then what you'll have is a little bit of reliability and repeatability in this, because unstructured prompt written will change with every version, but a well thought out structured document will not change. And that's what I meant when we had said we have to rethink on the engineering part. So if you follow these things, I think fairly reliable, robust code will come out. But it takes experienced people to do this.
Geeta, I know you had a perspective.
So I was just relating to this question. I had a task in hand this morning where I had to look at the time taken by a report, and not just for one day, for last 90 days. And I had to identify patterns of where it failed, when it failed, what it was doing. So being an engineer, my initial temptation was, Geeta, just go write some Python code, get the charts out. Then I said, Geeta, wait, you are going to talk about, you do talk about agentic AI, you do that work, give it to agent, let's see what it does. So my first attempt was, I had a template for Crew AI agentic code, pretty much all prompts. If you take Crew AI code and see all prompts. So I said, I'm just going to have 2 agents. One is the visualization agent and the second one is the summarization agent. Then I said, ditch the summarization agent, just let the visualization agent work. So I told it I was in hurry. So the prompt or the role and the goal that I wrote was like 2-3 lines, visualize it as time series, or, give me all the visualization you find fit. And I ran the crew, right? Did it work the first shot? To my surprise, it did work. It gave me some of the charts. I looked at it. I said, this is good. I should have thought of this bar graph and pie chart also. And it gave me a time series chart. I said, no, this is not at all. No, I can't really consume it. Then I ran the crew again. Interestingly, the second time, the crew took the approach of writing the code to generate charts versus just giving me the PNG files, which is the output files. Then I went and looked at that Python program that the crew created for me. Interestingly, it was not using my data on my laptop. It had generated its own code and it was giving me the plot. But I went and again did some co-piloting on top of it to hook in all the portions, and I had what I needed in 1 hour, right? So that kind of tells where we are in terms of cooking, what we need in terms of coding for the requirements, and with few trial and errors and few iterations, we can build whatever we want from the experience.
So net
standpoint.
it is getting there, but it still needs an expert to be in the loop. Be actually, in your case, very closely in the loop. But coming to Microsoft, Jaideep, you work a lot. I'm sure this is not the first time you're hearing this, and I'm hoping you'll say that there is a day in the near future when you don't need an expert in the loop. But jokes apart, I think, let's take coding as an example. That's come a long way from enablers like Microsoft. Talk a little bit about that journey and what you see that going forward.
Sure. Getting that's why I had a presentation right before this, and we had a phase 4 of the agentic. I was trying to give a vision of that. Now, let us think about this, right? We have, let's say, like Geeta mentioned, there's an example of I want to build a customer application that can do ABCD with XYZ constraints, and this is the user experience and the outcome we want, right? Now, if you look at the whole process, the first thing that we do is we got a bunch of people together in the room, we do a bit of brainstorming, and we did realize that this is my SRS document. We might probably, go with maybe a MVP approach in the beginning, because you can't do the whole bells and whistles in day one because it's going to cost a lot of money. And we also have a fear of failure, because if I build something and put it out there and the users don't like it, then I have to come back all over again. So I will probably take a incremental approach, right? Now, think about the same thing in the realm of, phase 4 of agentic AI, where we have multi-agent orchestration, where we could have agents doing the job from the brainstorming onwards. And then we'd still do brainstorming, we'd still do that part of it, but we can brainstorm to say, I want to build 4 applications, 4 completely different outcomes with 4 different applications to meet one single customer requirement. It doesn't cost me anything. Agent can build those 4. Agent can put that into production. And I can now look at real-time telemetry on all those 4 scenarios, get a bunch of customers for ABCD testing. And within a couple of days, we have a good idea on which of this works, right? So the hunch work and guesswork is getting out of the picture. Now, what stops us from doing this at infinite scale? Practically nothing, because the token cost is coming down. It's probably a fraction of what it was. Compute cost is anyway never anything. So the ability of the enterprise to kind of, I would say, push the envelope on doing something that was probably not feasible earlier is getting almost there, right? Maybe 12 to 16 months. Who would have thought that with the early part of, say, one of the Indian SIs had a reward management system. It's a large SI, so it's a reward management for the field sales systems. They had about 800 SQL stored procedures for that, because if you're customer A, product service A, your comp is X. You have an accelerator if you do this in this quarter on a new technology that you signed up with, let's say, a new business partner. So there was 600 different stored procedures. Now, this was a nightmare. They could not scale that application, and 90% of the time after the payroll is processed, some sales guy from America is going to call and say that I didn't get the money I thought I should be getting, right? And it's humongously challenging. Now, their first option was to dump it, build something completely new, go to a Anaplan or some of these SaaS providers who can provide that comp management. It's expensive, by the way. Then they thought, I built it over the years. I don't have a documentation. Can I do a bit of a refactoring by putting an AI agent, see what comes out? Initial outcome was very bad. Less than 35% of the code was read or analyzed and documented because there were a lot of nested loops. There were a lot of hard numbers coded into it. But they spent at it, they kept some time at it. Over a period of close to, I would say, 6 months, where a bunch of developers are working on it, they took it somewhere close to about 75%, because the model was getting trained, it was understanding what needs to be done. Now, imagine that being done at
So sorry, 35 to 95?
75.
Okay, 75. Okay. And over how much time?
One developer, full-time at it for almost 6 months. Because this was a side project, not an important thing. So they thought, like, until we get the budgets, let's kind of put one guy. I mean, maybe not full-time, he'd probably do it sometime in the afternoon or morning. And we trained the guy, not an AI native engineer, somebody who was doing Java development, who kind of took a crash course on Coursera on how to fine-tune code. Pretty impressive if you look at it, right? So now imagine, I mean, that was GPT 3.5 Turbo. Now we have GPT 5. Imagine what it could do, right? So that's the pace at which we are, seeing the progress.
No, thank you for that. That is impressive. So I'll come back to Raman, yourself, what you mentioned. Listening to this, there is also this tendency, going back to your point about strategy, that let's use AI for everything. Okay. Now, I come across examples where a very simple, even a simple machine or Microsoft Excel will be perfect, but people are like, no, we have to check the AI box. So I know in sales automation, you've talked a little bit about that. So if you could dive into that and specifically talk about um, what steps you see closest to, uh, you know, is there a method to the madness? How should people think about, well, how do I prioritize? I have a workflow. I know, I can probably throw AI at everything, but is there a way in which I can stage gate it or prioritize it? What's your experience?
Sure. So I think it's still not here. Sorry. So I would say if I take the example of sales automation and to the basic approach of how do I prioritize, which is so important. So I would say take an end-to-end view of the entire sales automation process as applicable to obviously your organization. We spent quite a few weeks doing that, right? And even discovered certain areas which we thought we knew, but actually we didn't know. And I would say start with literally the leads. How do you create leads? How do you nurture them? How do you enrich them? How do you convert them? And right up to your own internal contracting process and order management process, and of course, fulfillment process, whatever those might be. And get into the depth of each of those. Of course, everyone would have a dozen workflows, catering to this, and bucketize into what can simply be revamped and refixed, which is like a medium kind of effort. What do you need to completely reinvent end to end, right? What you do need to really look at it. And sometimes when you get down on paper and you start developing, then you start realizing, right? So what is required here is a openness to accept, right? And that is where, call it change management, call it stakeholder alignment, all the softer things becomes important. And if they see the price at the end, which is about revenue, which is what everyone is aligned to, so I would say that's the way to prioritize. It could be different for different people, but for us, the lead conversion worked when we looked at the entire thing, the effort versus the result, the impact, and we were largely on track. Of course, we had some wrong estimations about effort in some cases. So overall, it was net positive, right? I think so we virtually had a ROI BU kind of mentality. Is it a profitable venture in 3 months, 6 months? And then you go ahead and spend and make the pilot to production migration very fast, okay? Instead of just hanging on for some time, right? And kill things which don't take up, right? And Right. So when we look at, let us say I have 5 pilots running even after 3-4 months, there are some matrices. Let's say in this case, what is the kind of conversion I'm getting? What is the kind of enrichment I'm getting? Is it helping? Take some feedback. And once you look at it, it's a fairly straightforward process, right? And then we keep moving, right? And this is about, let's say, sales process. We did the same in service side, operations side, and literally a stack ranking, right? And we tried others versus the resources we put on it. And after a point, it becomes self-fulfilling. It is just getting into the habit and the stride, and being at it. Yeah.
Fantastic. I think you spoke about fear of failure. What Raman, you are referring to is the fear of being first. And what you're essentially saying is that playbook is look at the KPIs, look at whatever you decided to be, well, this is where we should be in 3 months, 6 months, etc. And if they're all showing green, then you do take the leap of faith. Don't keep waiting for analysis paralysis, which is very, very interesting. Geeta, you work with a variety of leaders, variety of industries. I want to come back to the observability point. Do you think it is what needs to be made observable, but in your experience, for people to get that comfort? I mean, yes, of course, we can keep looking at things that, yeah, of course, this is green and this is yellow. But do you also, especially in regulated sectors, do you see certain metrics, certain KPIs being the importance of being observability or audit trail, having all that is more important than others? How would you advise?
So as we see this, right, if you look at our traditional programming methods, as I was telling with my first example, we can get tempted to go towards what I call as deterministic approach. If a problem is given to us, we would like to define do A, B, C, D, E, F in order to solve the problem, because that's the engineering mindset. Now, with agents coming in, that is changing to a goal-driven approach, which means just tell me what the agent should do and leave it there. Agent will figure it out. Now, how will the agent figure this out? It is going to LLM or LRM and saying, I have this problem in hand, tell me how I solve it. Now, what is the output? The output can be in any number of combinations. Can you control it? To what extent you control it, and therefore what you monitor becomes very, very essential. In a traditional deterministic approach, you have specified inputs, therefore specified outputs, and a validation that is happening to it. In a non-deterministic approach, also we try to do the same thing, where you throw some examples of input output and see if it is validated. But what becomes important is, what is its ability to explain how it came to a particular list of tasks, or how it broke down a particular goal into tasks. And can you validate that approach? Because more often, what is your control point? Your control point is pretty much LLM, but how much can you control it? The controllability is also fairly small, because you can augment it with more knowledge. You can kind of, refine or retune and kind of make it work. But that's where the non-deterministic part takes over in terms of observability. So the key is how close it's going to the role and the goal that you are asking it to do, and how well it is handling your long tail problem for you are addressing it. Now, is there one tool and technology that can do it today? No. Are there approaches to do it? Yes. Now that becomes multiple experimentation you do to see how it works, and then you go from there.
Very same. Srinivas, so if you mentioned that most of the applications are still in the lab POC pilot phase. If you were to step back from everything, and I'm sure all of us are seeing lots and lots of activity, even, this year it's picked up probably orders of magnitude even more. If you had to step back, what, in your opinion, are the biggest blockers that are holding this back? What would need to change? Is it token cost? Is it people not being comfortable with ROI? Why is it still POC?
See, cost and ROI is certainly one big factor. Especially now, a lot of it is also coming as a subsidy. You can say there are tokens are cheap, but if you actually look at the unit economics, somebody else is paying for that, right? And there's a thinking sooner or later that cost will get transferred to us. Okay. Second is, of course, availability of talent, I would say. It requires experts who understand AI to use it. They don't need to know AI. They can learn it, or you need to pair an expert with somebody who understands AI and do it. A lot of failures we see because somebody is just trying, hacking, giving up, or getting wrong results and all. Okay. Third is, I think we are using this AI as a add-on productivity thinking. So far, we haven't thought in a more fundamental way, right? I take this as I have the same feeling I used to have 99, 2000 with the dot-com boom and the internet. That time people were thinking this is a channel to sell, and they didn't understand the power of internet. That's why we had a burst, and then 2001, 2 onwards, we actually saw Google's, Amazon's, eBay's coming in, who actually thought how to scale this at a globe level. That kind of a fundamental thinking is required for us to actually get that breakthrough. See, 20, 30, 50% productivity improvement, I think we'll get it done. The problem is everybody will get it done. So where is your differentiation? Okay. For instance, one question I'll ask you, right? Do we need the whole of this IT setup of a programming language, a compiler, an architecture, a Spring framework, .NET framework, database, right? Finally, what we are doing, we're taking requirements and putting it in a machine which is generating an application. Today, an LLM is saying, I can do that for you. Of course, observability, explainability is a problem, but say somehow or other we tackle that. Can we prompt, and from natural language, can we go to machine language directly? And let's assume that's a situation, right? Then what is important? Is code important or the prompt important? So now you come to a situation where you have disposable code. That means I can generate that code, use it once, and next time I want to run the application for a different user in a very personalized way, I can tweak my prompt and get it done. Or I can give the control to the user and get it done. And this actually takes advantage of power of AI. Of course, behind the scenes, we have to make it secure, correct, trustworthy and all that. And I'm assuming that will happen. But this kind of a thinking will go. Another instance is, let's say I want to develop a community bank. So 1,000 people living in an apartment complex, can they create their own bank? Can LLM have? Maybe with a larger bank giving some guarantees. Possible. Malaysia actually launched a fully AI bank, or they declared and they said they will launch it in September mid. It has no headquarters. It's a bunch of people who have built an custom LLM. Account opening in 1 minute, credit decisioning in 2 minutes. And of course, it's a restricted, like a lot of the digital banks, it has the same restrictions. But they're saying operational cost is 1/20th of the normal bank. So some of this fundamental thinking is also lacking, and I think it'll come.
Yep. I mean, India is a country of very, very fast followers. And I can share that, in some client conversations, they're actually saying, if you think about to your point, tech stack, I will need the database, no question. That will stay. But everything else beyond that, I mean, if I have database here and visualization there, everything else is, why do I need it? Because at the end of the day, it is all code, right? It is different kinds of code because the way SaaS applications have grown, etc. But if it is all code, then I can have an agent do that.
Provided you can take care of the integration aspects.
Provided, yes. But that is also with MCP.
But that itself, AI can come in, right? So for instance, when
Yes.
microservices came, we went into dumb pipes and intelligent endpoints. I think it is now time for the pipes to become intelligent too. And then you can have actually a integration. Of course, this is a little bit into a midterm future. Immediately today, not possible. But I think a year, 2 years down the line, we should start seeing these things.
Jaideep, so what's coming? So you've heard, token costs are coming down, but not as fast as we would like. But talk a little bit about, one thing people fear a lot is, well, if I give my data to an AI, it is going to be used for training, etc. So I'm using that as an example. But talk about, the fear that people have in using AI. It is beyond just the obvious stated things. There is more. And I know behind the scenes, you guys and your peers are doing a lot to for safe. Obviously, token cost is coming down, but that needs to come down as well. But what's the future in terms of safety, guardrails, in terms of just the sheer power it takes? There are also people who recently, I think it was one of your peers who released this paper on how much water it takes and how much, electricity it consumes. What should we expect in the next? Well, I was going to say 5 years, but I was going 5 months.
Yeah, 5 is too long a window, right?
Yes.
I think when I look at customer adoption, I would probably think there are 3 things that I see as something holding customers back. One is the regulation around that is not very clear, right? So a lot of customers are in regulated industries like banking, healthcare, financial services. So except for very few countries, there is no clear black and white on what could go into a cloud LLM, what could not, right? So it is left to some sort of a gray area. We find a challenge both in the developed markets as well as the growing markets as well. So that is one of the clear challenges because whether we can put a lot of data DPR regulations, but at the end of the day, the LLM is not a resident in your tenant, right? The LLM is sitting elsewhere. So even in countries like India, where we have India, Australia, or many countries, we have pure data residency.
Actually, explain that to the audience. I'm not sure everyone understands what tenancy and so on.
Yeah, so data residency is, a lot of banks don't want the data to leave the country. So you are doing coding on GitHub. We can ensure that the GitHub tenant is holding all the data in India. It's available as part of GitHub Enterprise. We launched that as call of Optima, and it's there in many countries, close to about 16 countries right now. India is one of them. Now, while the data is resident, the vector DB, which is where your code has been converted into, that still goes to a LLM that goes into a different country. The reason is very simple. We need at least 5,000 GPUs to be able to provide an OpenAI service in a country. And that's a lot of GPUs. So you cannot have all that 5,000 sitting in India or, let's say Singapore or Europe for that matter. So it's kind of load balancing real time based on how much of tokens coming in, how much of calls are coming in. It does a global routing, because of which we cannot exactly say that, your LLM query that you just sent in is only going to one country, right? This is something that is sticky for a lot of enterprise customers. Working with some of the large banks, we went through whole sort of things back and forth. Interestingly, banks in Australia have adopted it. We got NAB and a couple of those banks, including ING, using it in a big way. Probably they took the innovative approach and decided to do it. So the first one is the I would say the compliance aspect. The second inhibitor I find is more about there's a lot of notion about 80% of AI projects fail or X number of projects fail. So that keeps a lot of customers at the curb, right? Because what they hear is a lot of noise around that did not work for X, this did not work for Y. So that kind of becomes a challenge. Now, the answer that I kind of always tell myself and my customers is, what differentiates a very successful customer project and somebody who's just on the fence is what process they went through when they choose that particular use case. Is it being driven based on priority? Is it being driven based on impact? Is it being driven based on purpose or motivation? If you're just trying to put an AI project for the sake of it, you probably end up somewhere else, right? So the second point is about that particular aspect of getting not the right value or the perceived lack of right value. Third is, to some extent, cost does come in, because while we look at the token cost coming down, you just go and build an application which has got millions of tokens going back and forth, it is definitely going to hit you.
It comes back to what you started, Raman, by saying that you need to think about what exactly you're trying to build and how do we get there. We have a couple of minutes before we wrap up. I'll ask you maybe one question, and then for the rest, I'll tell you what I'll ask. What is one thing that you will automate agents, I don't know, by Diwali or something? No human intervention. Think about that. But for you, I have a slightly different question. Upskilling and newly defined roles or roles that are getting redundant. What's your take on that? What should people be thinking about? Somebody who's just graduating from college, how should people think about those areas?
Yeah, so upskilling, as we know, is a very integral part. So for us also, it took us some time to realize, but whether it is end user community, we surely had to educate them on multiple rounds of upskilling, right? What exactly can AI do, agentic AI do? So it's purely from the end user side. We need to have clarity on how tools are going to change in the next 6 months, 1 year, and what do they need for it. As far as the technical team goes, again, we had to enable the different IDs that we have today to enable them to code better, and the entire software engineering process, and of course for the different product teams. Talking of young graduates who come in, and of course it requires once again this employment capabilities, opportunities. It requires right from maybe curriculum relook, or at least industrial training, and we have made some headway there also. So this is a very important area, of course. Yeah.
So coding as a discipline is not there, is what you're saying, net.
No, I would say you can just enable it with the different tools and be very focused. But I think it's a larger end user community that has to be looked at, and the different roles, of course, will get reshaped. So you have to prepare them for the new roles. Yeah.
Thank you. We're just at the edge of time. So very, very quickly, one thing that you think is going to get automated in your, either at your clients or at your organizations by Diwali, where you see no human intervention at all?
Diwali greetings will be by the agent. With your name, sometimes with your voice also.
Well, that was an ending with a great note. Thank you so much. Thank you to the entire panel. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them.
Can we have them also?
Sure,
Respond to
sure,
the last one,
yes.
sorry.
Not sure by Diwali, but I think most of this call center and service center, lot of agents will get into production soon.
Okay. Thank you so much. You've been a fantastic panel. Thank you for bearing with us. Thank you.
Thank you. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We can do better. Thank you to the entire panel. Requesting you to kindly stay on the stage. Yes, a group picture first on that note. And may I please invite Ms. Anushruti Singh to kindly come away and give the token of appreciation on our behalf to the entire panel. May I request Mr. Raman Srinivasan to kindly come forward. Thank you for joining us, sir. Geeta Adinarayan, thank you for joining us, ma'am. Srinivas Jagumantri, thank you for joining us. Jaideep F. John, thank you for joining us. And finally, to our moderator who not just gave us insights and also was a great moderator, but got in humor as well. Thank you, Mr. Rajnil Malik. Thank you. Thank you to the entire team and the panelists once again. What a wonderful session that was. Ladies and gentlemen, why don't we give them another round of big applause? Come on, for all the effort that they put in. Applause. Come on. Yes, lovely. Thank you. All right, moving on to the next session now. Partner session again. So, ladies and gentlemen, becoming an agent force company, humans and AI agents driving customer success together. Very interesting topic, right? And I am so delighted to welcome this personality who's going to be talking about this. Well, she will be sharing her valuable insights and experiences, offering us deeper understanding of her perspective and expertise in this segment. Please put your hands together as we welcome Shalini Sriram, Regional Sales Director at Salesforce, with a big round of applause as we welcome her. Come on, I need to see everybody clapping for her. Thank you for joining us, ma'am. On to you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone. So I'm Shalini, and I'm from Salesforce. Maybe I can answer Rajnil's question. You wanted to know what can be done by Diwali. I can tell you a story where something has been done by Diwali. Okay? All right, great. So today we're here to talk about how you can become an Agent Force company. Agent Force is our agentic AI solution from Salesforce. And basically, it's not really taking out all the humans, but trying to see what humans can do with agents and how we can do it faster, better, and maybe with a lot more efficiency, right? Agentic AI is not a buzzword anymore, and we all know that. As it's famously said, it could be your next hire, it could be your teammate, and hopefully not, but it could be our boss someday, right? We also feel that with agentic AI, either you're on the bandwagon, you're leading the wave, or you're trying to catch up. But you can definitely not ignore AI or agentic AI anymore. And that also means if you're not doing it, somebody else certainly is, right? So we can choose what we want to do with agentic AI today. So now that we're talking about agentic AI, I also want to see what we can talk to you about Salesforce and our investments in agentic AI and how you could take it into your own organizations. Who's moving the slides? Sorry. At Salesforce, we always begin by saying a big thank you. Thank you to everybody from the community, the partners, our customers, our team members, anybody who's actually made a contribution towards Salesforce and where we are today. These are our values, our North Star. These guide us. And this is so much more important today in the AI generation. Why? Because we focus on trust. We focus on customer success. We believe that this can be done with innovation and, of course, always focusing on equality and sustainability. Why is trust such an important thing today, especially possibly in a forum like this, right? You're all using agentic AI models. These models are consuming your data to make their own models better, which also means your data is in some way, in some form, a part of their product. And that is something we at Salesforce definitely assure you that we will not be doing. In our entire philosophy, we are based on the fact that we will not be using your data to make our product better. And that is why today in agentic AI generation and anything that else we do, trust is the first thing people are concerned about when you're looking at, can I bring agentic AI in my organization today, right? So where are we today, right? I'm in sales, so as you can expect, we're talking to so many customers day in and day out, morning to night, that's our job, right? Customers are facing this scenario where their customers are expecting everything, right? Today I call up a call center. I want the response to be personalized. I want it to be empathetic. I want them to know why I'm calling them. I want them to know the context. What are the options for the problem to be resolved? Can you help me make those selections? I want all this real time. Please don't call me back or ask me to call you back. And I want all this available 24/7. I'm sure you all C-level execs here also have a cost pressure. I don't mind giving you all this. Do I have limitless budget? None of us have that luxury, right? So what are we doing? We also, of course, are having these challenges. We have a fixed capacity, whether it's people or money. We obviously can't focus so much on productivity because a lot of things are still manual in the organizations that we have. A lot of the processes, a lot of the repetitive tasks that are there. Obviously, this results in burnout. We are seeing that happening. And we have a lot of other challenges with regards to how the architecture itself is with regards to giving the systems to the people who are managing this, right? Is there a solution? Partially, yes. So this is where we are going to bring in our investments into AI, right? Salesforce from 1999 has always been making sure that we are investing in giving a better and a more sustainable system for all of you to serve your customers, right? So these are the famous waves of AI that we all possibly are familiar with. And I just want to take a quick minute to tell you what we have done as investments in these AI technologies as we have seen these waves come by, mature, and move to the next one, right? So let's look at predictive AI. When predictive AI came in, we brought in the Salesforce's Einstein technology, right? Einstein is our predictive engine, and I'm so glad to tell you today, Einstein is delivering 1 trillion predictions per week. That's across all our customers and including Salesforce ourselves, right? And then came the generative AI. That's when we brought in our GPT technologies. What did this do? To anybody who is using our CRM, we gave them better context, right? So give me deal insights. Give me a sneak peek into the industry trends. Can you tell me what else somebody else in that industry is doing? What is my customer doing? Is he acquiring somebody else? Is he planning to initiate some new technology? Is he planning a new initiative which is going to take his company ahead, right? Give you those insights. They give you briefings, we give you summaries, and we give you all that, right? That was the GPT era. Now we're definitely into the agentic AI era, right? And that's upon us. Like I said, either you're with it or you're not with it, right? So what are we going to do about the agentic era? So Salesforce is investing heavily into the agentic AI, which is our agent force. Basically, if you actually look at it, you will have agents who are talking to customers. And these agents are not mere chatbots. What these agents will do is they will bring in the context. More importantly, they will take actions and complete the problem. If there is a solution that has to be given to the customer, it just does not just give information to the customer, it finishes the task, whatever has to be completed. And that's the big difference that we are seeing with agentic AI, right? Eventually, of course, we'll all move to this artificial general intelligence, which is AGI. So what is that? We're expecting these autonomous agents to not just predict the problems that are going to come by. We want them to plan for it. We want them to reason how they're going to solve the problem and eventually solve the problems just the way we are going to solve them. So these waves are there and these waves come and these waves go. But one thing which is very firm in our belief as Salesforce is that we truly believe AI is going to be the way of the future, which means we are investing very heavily in how we can bring AI, not just to our CRM, but all the other products that we have in our stable to make sure they're delivering amazing business outcomes for our customers. I want to ask, if anybody can just bring up, what is the big concern that we have with AI investments today? I heard a couple of them talk earlier, but if anybody can tell, what is the big concern we have with AI investments? Yeah. Yeah.
Now we are trying to replace him with a chatbot. Okay? Are we trying to do investment where we can deploy AI where humans are not there or humans are not required?
Right.
That's what it is.
Absolutely. Okay. Anybody else? That's a great answer. Okay, the biggest concern that we have today with AI investments, and we all know, we hear Meta pumping in so many millions of billions of dollars, and the question is, what is the outcome? Are we getting any real tangible outcome on this, or is it all just going into a black hole, which is giving some result, but really not tangible results? And that is a concern that is there in the AI world today, right? So I want to talk to you about, these are our investments. Sorry, I think I skipped this slide. These are the investments that Salesforce has made over the years. And this is just a slide that talks to you about what we have. So I want to talk to you about a tangible benefit that one of our customers got. I picked this up because I think all of us will relate to this, right? Hero FinCorp is a loan processing company. They process about one loan every 30 seconds. They have already touched about 11 million lives, bringing in mobility, the dreams of being able to own a vehicle to Indians already, right? So loan processing is time consuming. It is prone to error. Why? Because 25% of their loans come from two-wheeler segments. Most of the two-wheeler segment loan applicants are the tier 2 kind of customers who don't have a lot of documented evidence about their earnings. Their Aadhaar is sometimes not there. Their salary slips are from companies that don't exist, or salary slips are there, but GST number is not there, no PF number, etc. Right? Normal verification process problems. And then they have 4,000 dealers across the country who is recommending Hero FinCorp as a loan processor. If they don't process this on time or fast enough, those dealers just want a sale. They will just go to somebody else who can do it. Let's look at their process. Their process is their sales executives gets the applications. They look at all the documents, verify what is missing, what's not missing, and then they have to go back to the customer to say this is not there or whatever is not there. They manually upload it in the system, and this itself takes time. Once a loan is processed, they also have to make sure that this loan is disbursed to the right bank account and it has gone to the right person and it's made sure it is done as fast as possible. This is a happy application where everything is going smooth. Let's assume there's somebody who doesn't have a flat number, or he doesn't have the address, or he doesn't have a company that has an existence anymore. He used to work in that company before. That gets into a loop, which means the person has to go back, get the documents and the verification done, which is 75% of Hero FinCorp's applications that come by. So that means that is added complexity and added time that is taken for them to process the loan. Clear so far? This is usually taking them 2 days to process. Let's add the complexity. Everybody wants to buy a vehicle during Diwali, Dasara, our festive season. September to January, and this is for Ajnal, September to January, they see a major spike in how many people are applying for loans. Normally, they process 75,000 applications in a month. Festive season, 75,000 applications a day. Now, this is also the time when their employees want to go on holiday. After all, it's Diwali for them too, right? Now you're asking them to work harder, work longer, stretch, make sure you're delivering everything on time. Dealers have to be given everything accurately and faster. What is the opportunity? One, you have to protect your own business. Two, you have to make sure you manage the spike in your business, which is very important. It's the biggest part of my year, right? And three, you have to make sure your dealer doesn't go to the competition. It's a problem. You see the problem? And during Diwali, the processing time from 2 days becomes 12 days because of the backlog. Hero wanted to address this problem. They saw an opportunity and they wanted to address this problem. How do you do it? So we looked at MuleSoft. MuleSoft basically has an intelligent document processing system, extracts all the data very quickly. Unstructured, structured data doesn't matter. What it also does is basically takes all of them and it makes sure it is, doesn't matter what kind of document it is, written, handwritten, printed, etc. Then it is able to tell the dealers who are there already within a few minutes, I have organized it, I have processed it, and this is ready, except there are these two pieces that are missing. So with Agent Force, which is our agentic AI, within a few minutes, while the customer is still in the showroom, it tells them your Aadhaar card is not clear. Can you give me an alternate one? I don't see this salary slip. Can you get me the phone number of the company you're working with? And this is going to the salespeople in a conversational format using NLP. And it also tells them, Hero has a 80% cutoff. You don't have this document, I'm okay to process. You don't have this, I'm okay to process. So it tells them, I have judged all your parameters. I'm okay to process this even if you don't have this document. It's very easy, right? You can solve this problem. Now what we do is all the data is put into a structured format and sent to the downstream systems real time. What used to take at least a day has now been reduced to a few minutes. And now we come to post disbursement. What are we doing? As soon as the loan is processed, we are now saying this goes to the right dealer by doing dealer mapping, Agent Force again. It is picking the right scheme that we have for loans to be sent, again Agent Force. And finally, everything is disbursed to the right bank account, manual uploading of documents, everything is taken care by Agent Force. Hero FinCorp brought down their processing time from 2 days average, 12 days average during festival times, to 30 minutes. That is the power of agentic AI. Now there is pressure on everybody else around Hero FinCorp who are in the same business that I have to catch up. Because I haven't done it, but somebody else has done it, and dealer finds it easy. I'm able to process a loan in 30 minutes. I will go with this guy to process my loans. So that, in a nutshell, is the power of agentic AI and what it can do in an organization. Yeah? So we talked about Agent Force and what it can do. So what is Agent Force? This is our heavy investment. You must all have heard about Agent Force by now. Our CEO, Mark Benioff, talks a lot about Agent Force, like we all do, right? It's a digital labor which is limitless. Today, that is the ask of the hour, right? We all don't want agents that are just chatting. We want agents that can take action. We want agents that are able to complement our workforce. Sir, you brought up the right point, right? We don't want to replace the human beings. We want to help them with repetitive tasks. What is unintelligent? What is not requiring a human brain? Something where you're just looking at something and you're just typing it into the system can be done by something else. Why don't you look at the complex cases, right? And that is what the power of Agent Force is, right? 2-3 key differences between AI solutions from other companies and what we have, right? Like I already told you, agents basically are collaborating. They're collaborating with multiple touch points, multiple systems. What this is built on is it is built on metadata, which means it is able to pull all the rich context that is needed for you to make that decision, not just you as a human being, even maybe as an agent. The other thing is you can install Agent Force on any application that your team already has. You don't need a new application. You don't need a brand new way of working. You already have whatever works for you, your sales process, your marketing, your service, anything that is already there, you can bring in Agentforce in that same application without trying to build something new. That's the power of Agentforce, right? What it also means is you're giving Agentforce the power of connecting multiple systems which are disconnected today. And that is another big challenge that we see when we're speaking with CIOs and CXOs all the time, that their data is in multiple different sources, and their people have to go to multiple systems to get that information. Today, Agentforce is able to do all that seamlessly and give it to the person, the human person, saying, this is available. Why don't you talk to the person so that there's a human element to talking, right? So that is Agentforce. And basically, this is huge because some of the outcomes that we're seeing across every industry globally is fantastic. And I'll cover a little bit about some use cases that we have seen, right? This is the part which is critical if you're going agent. How many of you here are building agents or using agents? You are? Oh, quite a few. That's interesting. Okay. So you'll all relate to this, right? The way an agent talks to a system, this is standard, it's becoming the standardized protocol, right? We have MCP from Anthropic. This MCP is where we give you a MuleSoft connector. Basically, if you have an agent, you want it to talk to any of your systems, we're allowing you to use a MuleSoft MCP, okay? Now, basically, we're giving you the power to connect any agent to any system that you want, and any existing API that you already have can very seamlessly become a dynamic server for your agents to consume. So it's a very, very, very powerful thing because we came up with this, I think, straight 2-3 months once Anthropic launched its MCP. Okay. This is the model context protocol, by the way. But when we are doing this, right, we're also making sure that it has the ability to pull the context. It is very scalable, and you're able to do all of this with a high level of security. So what is the challenge? Agents are there, and we are able to do this work. There are some challenges with regards to agents. As organizations are adopting more and more agentic AI, they're seeing even agents have a ceiling limit. They can't do everything that you're asking it to do. For example, think about an agent and you're asking it to have 30, 40 functions, right? And now it has to take 30, 40 functions. It's coordinating between different departments and so many teams. It's a nightmare. That will also break, right? An agent will also have a downgraded performance. It will have maybe a hallucination in its responses as well, right? So that's a technical limitation that we have. Now let's talk about how it is architected. Do we really want to have a single super agent that is now going to say, I'm going to do everything? That's simply not scalable, right? It's not scalable. It is not long-term. And we are looking at what can be replaced, right? And finally, the angle of security. We do want to make sure that security is a prime concern. You have a customer-facing agent that has access to your entire customer data. That's, again, something that is not a very good idea. So now we're talking about what's the way forward. We're now saying, sorry, just had to go back. Agent-to-agent support. You want to have 2 agents, but you want to make them talk. Then there is A-to-A support, which is now the standard protocol for any agent to collaborate with another agent. And this is why it becomes secure, it becomes scalable, and it is something that you can take forward to have as many agents as you want. Sorry, one question. How many of you have multiple agents already? Yeah, so you will understand where we are, right? Okay, this is Tableau. This is our other product, and this is again something where we have invested very heavily to make sure that the analytics that you're getting is data-driven, again with context, and it's really no longer a luxury now. Most of our business leaders are saying, we want data and the context to come in an analyzed form for me to consume and take decisions based on the data. So we really can't say, I have a Tableau platform that's just giving me a dashboard. We're now saying, what can you give in addition to it? And this is the requirement of the day, right? So we have Tableau Next, which is our platform for AI, okay? Many of you might be using Tableau already. Tableau Next basically makes sure humans are made more efficient, agents are enriched, and that is the way forward for Tableau. These are some of the use cases that we have, and I won't get into that. I can see Madam is already here trying to shoo me away from the stage. Lastly, Slack, right? Many of you know how Slack operates, right? We all know how Slack is the OS, if you ask me, for data, for applications, for agents, for teams to collaborate. What we have done is we've made Slack also enabled with AI. And what that simply means is when you want to have a conversational experience, you're searching for something, you're looking for a data, you want Slack to take an action, that is again done using AI and NLP. Finally, we've introduced something called as Slack for Salesforce, which is called Salesforce Channels. Any of you who have Slack and Salesforce, a very interesting feature. You have Slack, there's a team that's talking about some customer, and we're saying, hey, I think this customer is already a very frequent buyer, etc. Slack will immediately pull the data up from Salesforce, and it tells you these are the 5 orders that the customer has placed in the last 1 year. So it's giving you the context for your discussions based on what is being discussed in the forum. Now, whatever is being discussed here is also pushed to Salesforce so that you have a single unified view of what Slack and Salesforce are giving about your customer, right? So a lot of such innovations that are happening with Slack. And like I said, you're able to turn this in Salesforce Insights as well. Okay, lastly, what is our vision for agentic AI, right? We are investing in all our products. Of course, CRM as well. We've invested a lot in how CRM works. We firmly believe agentic AI is the way of the future. What are some of the examples? One of the food tech companies is using AI, Agent Force, basically, to make sure they're responding to deliveries. We have Uber Eats that is using it to resolve disputes. We have a telecom company that has brought down their quoting process from 4 days to 4 minutes. We have RBC Wealth, which is onboarding customers in 24 minutes. We have a customer, we have Volkswagen, which is basically mapping their entire customer journeys through different markets, different channels, different countries, and different dealers. We have a food delivery app, another food delivery app that is basically making sure that all their queries are handled by one particular interface. We have an edtech company that is mapping a mentor to a child. We have a job seeker, HR company that is basically looking at all job seekers and saying, how can you map the right guy to the right job? And these are some of the use cases, right? There could be so many. All of you in your companies have processes which you know are not supposed to be going the way they are, right? So I just want to end by saying, I think many leaders today, every tech leader who's worth his salt, has some kind of an AI vision. Some people are saying anything that moves will be autonomous. The only way we'll talk to computers will be through AI, and so on and so forth, right? Our own vision is based on agentic AI, and we truly believe that we want to bring in 1 billion agents that are live in customers this year. And that's what we're working towards. We have about 8,000 plus customers who are using agentic AI already for different use cases. And that is firmly our belief in the direction that we want to go, right? That, in summary, ma'am, I have finished giving you a quick sneak peek as to what can be done with agentic AI. Happy to discuss how to do it. We have a team outside. If any of you feel you have manual processes, repetitive tasks, you want to automate, because if you don't, somebody else is doing it, you can always visit us and we're happy to engage with you. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sriram. I think that was a wonderful session. I request you to please stay back on the stage as I request Ms. Anushruti Singh to kindly come and give the token of appreciation to ma'am. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think that was a very interesting topic and a touchdown. She's always available at the booth right outside, so you can connect with her for more details. So I'd like to felicitate you. Yes, our team's right here. Thank you for being a part and giving your time. Thank you. A big round of applause once again. Thank you. All right. Without any further ado, let's move ahead with the next session. And that topic is data, AI, and the new age of business intelligence. I know a lot of us are running through this topic right away. So for moderating this session, we have somebody who brings deep expertise in digital transformation, AI-driven strategies, and inclusive leadership. advising global CXOs and enterprise innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and let's welcome Ms. Pragati Chakraborty, partner Deloitte, to please come up on stage and moderate this session for us. Welcome you, ma'am. A big round of applause. Come on, everybody. A big round of applause. Can I see everybody clapping? And we'd like to invite the panelist, Sridhar Janala, Chief Technology Officer, AI Strategy, Delivery and Governance, IBM, to please come up on stage. Along with him, Kaushik Kadidal, Chief Data Officer and Head of Insights Business, PayU. A big round of applause. The applauses keep coming in. Vivek Rajagopal, Group Chief Analytics and AI Officer, Narayana Health. Thank you for joining us, sir. Chandramouli, Head of Architecture, Retail and Program Engineering, HDFC Bank. Thank you for joining us, sir. Matangi Shri Ramachandran, Chief Data Officer, UB, to please join us on stage. Thank you for joining us, ladies and gentlemen. Please give the entire panel a big round of applause. All right, just before we kickstart, I request everyone to kindly be seated. Before we kickstart, you all know the drill. We will have the QR on the screen and then on your badges as well. So kindly vote. The question is, what is the biggest challenge in transforming business intelligence with AI? The options are data silos across departments, resistance to analytics adoption, real-time data integration, lack of AI model interpretability. So let's see. All right, a lot of votes coming in. May I please request everyone to kindly take your phones and start voting, please, everybody. The scanner is on your badge if you have missed it on the screen. Kindly scan from the back of your badge, you will find the QR code. You can use anybody's scanner. Yes. All right, we have 18. We have 181 people, and out of that, we have only 23 votes as of now. Come on, I want to see more votes. I want to see everybody taking a part. If you haven't already, then kindly turn your batch around and you can see a QR code. Kindly scan that and kindly, please, go through this question and give your opinions and let's see what the answer is. All right, 38 people. Number of people increasing. Good. I think we're about 50 people or 60 people in the room. At least a minimum of 59, 58. Come on, the numbers are increasing. That's a good sign. 46. Yes, any more votes? Anybody else pending? If you haven't done that, can you just turn around your badge and get the QR code? 48, a good number. 49. That's it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the answer is data silos across the departments. I'll leave it to the panel now. Thank you so much. I'll leave it to you, ma'am. While just before we kickstart that, may I request people to please come forward and be seated. It would encourage all our moderator and the panelists. So kindly come forward and be seated. Thank you. Press until you find it green. Yes. Can somebody please help ma'am with the mic?
Hello? Yeah? Okay. Thanks, everyone. I do understand we are coming between you and the lunch. Unfortunately, fortunately, so we'll try to make it as engaging, interesting, entertaining, and relevant as possible. I think the topic is absolutely contemporary. When we look at business intelligence, it was all about looking backwards, looking at dashboards, reports. But now AI is changing the rules of the game. We are moving from hindsight to foresight and from information to quick gratification, quick action. Everyone wants to see it now. They don't want to wait anymore. And at the same time, we are so unforgiving to any error that can happen as part of our business intelligence outcomes. So I think today, as part of this discussion, we'll explore how AI, Gen AI, emerging agentic systems are transforming business intelligence into something more dynamic, interactive, and impactful. We'll talk about what it means when insights are generated on the fly. We'll talk about the challenges, trust, governance, errors that happen, which is on top of our minds with our esteemed panelists. And then, of course, I do hope our panelists will share their bold ideas, practical examples, and predictions on how this new era of intelligence will shape up. And just to introduce my esteemed panelists, we have Sridhar. He is the CTO of overall AI delivery in IBM. We have Kaushik. He's the CDO. He talks data all the while, and he's head of insights at PayU. We have Vivek. He saves lives. He's part of Narayana Health, and he's the chief of analytics and AI there. We have Chandramouli. He holds our money. So he's the head of architecture practice for retail in HDFC. And we have Mathangi. She's the co-founder of Uverse. So I think the most youthful amongst us, if I may call it. So thank you everyone for your time. And I did promise them that I'll ask them tough questions, and I hope I have your support in there. So maybe Sridhar, with you, we moved from dashboards to predictions, and now we are talking with data. So just wanted to understand your perspectives on how do you see AI, Gen AI, reshaping the very definition of business intelligence as we understand today. Press it.
Okay, let me actually start with an example, right? I think that would actually set the context. I think we are working with a global CPG company where over the years, they have built a lot of reporting using Tableau, BI reports, or whatever it is, right? They have like 27 reports that have been built over the last 7 to 8 years. And today, with the advent of Gen AI and AI, they were looking at entirely transforming them. And one of the key things we found is that, like, out of the 27,000 reports that they have in this global organization, 80 to 85% of them have been used once in a while, actually. So once in a month, once in 3 months, and some of them in once in 6 months, etc. So they were looking at a vision, like, say, how do we transform this with the use of Gen AI and agentic AI? So we have embarked on that exercise where we said, like, instead of 27,000 reports that we have, which are like static in nature, we want to actually transform it into 30 to 40 templates, actually. What I call it as 30 to 40 templates. And these 30 to 40 templates, actually, so any of the departments can come in. It's be marketing, let's say the sales or the research teams, they can come in and use one among these 30 or 40 templates, and then they can actually start generating the reports in a dynamic manner. What happens is that somebody can ask the question in a natural language way, and then the question actually goes to the large language models. An agent will pick that up, and then it will translate into an SQL syntax. The SQL syntax will go and hit your Databricks or Snowflake's layers that they have. It actually brings the data out, and then there is another agent which will take the data, generate the Python code, and then it will generate the graphs and the reports. So you think of, like, today, if you have to build a report in whichever reporting tool that you takes, you have to send a request, somebody picks the request from the IT team, they have to go to the tool, build the report. Anywhere it takes 3 weeks to 4 weeks. So that is the time. Now you have 30 to 40 templates, which can actually do the work, and then you can get the report in the next 15 minutes or 20 minutes, depending upon your complexity of the query. So that is the shift that this organization is actually made. That's the key difference that we are trying to bring. One is like you're going to have the productivity improvement in the sense that, like, you don't require 3 to 4 weeks to build. And the other thing is the business opportunity. You are getting the insights right at this moment, and then so that you can take decisions. That's a different shift that you're going to have on top of this BI reporting as such, I see. So with that, I'll just hand over.
No, thank you, Sridhar. I think very well articulated. There's lot that now we can do creatively, and I think we were discussing in the room just some time back that it is all about accentuating the human experience, the human capabilities, and bringing in aspects of collaboration rather than us fighting on numbers. So I think thanks for that. Maybe Vivek, I'll come to you. Generative AI is obviously making BI more accessible, just like what Sridhar said. Today, you can get information on your tips. And now we have agentic, which is coming, and it's moving a step further, where it is also enabling a machine to work for us, think for us. And you are part of healthcare industry. So how do you bring the balance between human decision making and machine driven insights? So how do you bring that trust and action as part of this?
So in terms of BI or data intelligence implementations itself, the success rates are abysmally low. As he was just saying, out of some 27,000 reports, 80% odd reports are used only once, infrequently. With any data intelligence system, that is a huge problem. How do you get adoption? That is the fundamental problem. Every organization that we've seen has some BI, some dashboards and reports built. Nobody uses it. If you ask the tech team, they will say top of the line, we have all data. If you go to business, they'll say we have no data. All data is wrong. We just use Excel sheets. That's the fundamental problem, which means all the data intelligence that is available in the organization is not actionable. There is a team that builds it as a hygiene factor, but no one uses it. Two goals that we set out when we set out to build our data intelligence journey: democratization and institutionalization. When we say democratization, every role in the organization will have access to the right data or right insights to drive their actions. And when we say institutionalization, data intelligence is not a choice, but the process. Until it was dashboards or reports, institutionalizing it was very, very difficult, because a person can look at a dashboard or not look at a dashboard and still go ahead and make their decision. Because you will need to have a huge training arm to get everyone on board to what the thought process of the person who designed the dashboard was. And over a period of time, dashboards tend to go to sleep. People will not use it, and then people will stop maintaining it, and finally the data is wrong in all of your dashboards. AI is fundamentally changing it and helping us institutionalize it. Instead of people going and checking data on a daily basis and trying to infer something, looking at this chart, finding out this is low, okay, now I need to go to another dashboard, do another analysis, find 4 things, keep that in mind or note it down, go to another dashboard and do something, and then finally come to my action. AI is now able to dynamically generate action. As he was saying, you have a lake house or a data warehouse that is there. There is an agent sitting on top. Not just conversational AI, where the user needs to ask questions, but as you mentioned, agentic AI, where there is an agent that knows what to highlight to the user. So instead of a pull system, it is helping getting to a push system, where it automatically figures out what the next action needs to be and automatically triggers it to the user. That is what we are all running towards. And in the next few years, there will be a lot of agents that are there in your data system that is able to tell users exactly what the next action is. And this is not just from a business intelligence standpoint, but from our industry, also from a clinical intelligence standpoint, where it is able to tell every clinical care worker what they need to do next and why they need to do it. So that is the transformation we are seeing.
So what I hear, Vivek, is that you are bringing in some level of guardrails where human in the loop is a must. And then, of course, when the human is acting, at that point in time, the machine insight is a must. So it's a very collaborative give and take, which we will see. Is that right?
Absolutely, especially in the clinical context. In the business intelligence context, also that is true, where agents will be able to take actions, but within certain limits. And when it goes beyond the limits, you will need a human to come into the loop. Clinical intelligence, more so that guardrail is necessary, because the final accountability lies with the doctor. None of us at this point would want accountability to lie with AI. We will want accountability to lie with a clinical staff. So more so human in the loop is critical, but it is saving a lot of time in terms of administrative workloads for those humans that are required to act.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you. So maybe, Kaushik, I'll come to you because we are talking of data. So if data, we say, is the new oil, then AI is now the refinery, right? Which is churning that data into multiple facets. So with this new kind of value coming in for businesses, and that to a business like yours, which is now where you are able to give in more predictive, generative, autonomous insights. Can you give us some examples how the business models are changing through the insights that you are now able to provide, and how it's impacting the overall ecosystem of payments?
Yeah, sure. So, I'll tell you. I'll tell you. Look forward into the future, right? This is an idea we started working on. The product is not ready, but just to give you a sense of where it's going. So let's take in the credit business, right? There is a manual underwriting team that helps us make the decision, right? When somebody applies, a good chunk of customers, just based on the bureau and all of those, you make an automated decision, and 30 seconds you have a decision. But there's another big chunk, especially in a country like India, where the bureau is not very deep and not everything is reported to the bureau. We look at their income statement, we look at their bank statement, we look at a bunch of other things to decide should we give a loan or how much we give, and at what rate. So that is done by manual underwriting team, right? But if you think about what the manual underwriter is doing, they are taking the different sources of data presented by the customer or by the systems in the back, like bureau, etc., and then tying all of that together to be able to come out and say, okay, this is a decision that's appropriate for this customer. The problem in that is, if I look at the losses for the different types of this thing, my top quartile underwriters are brilliant, right? They pick up on the pattern. They say, hey, you know what, every month a certain amount is being deducted and going to this peer-to-peer. You probably have a loan that is not reported because every month I see 5,000 rupees going out of your account or 10,000 or whatever, right? But my quartile 3 or quartile 4 agent is not able to do that. This is where I think intelligence comes into play. So with GenAI, the tool that we sort of intend to build is stitch all of that information together to be able to then say, these are some red areas that you should look at, right? And take a decision. Will be phase 1 of that. And I'm sure over time, the agent itself can take a decision on many of these cases. So this is like a real life example where the intelligence is not just about creating a report, but actually taking a decision on an application that improves turnaround time and accuracy quite a bit.
And also, are you seeing that you are able to influence the business models of your customer, because you are mostly into B2B? So are you also seeing an impact of your data, your insights impacting the way they are approaching their consumers, customers?
I mean, at this point, what we provide is provide scores, right? We use process the data of payments patterns for customers. We provide scores and say, this is a score. You want an affluent score, you want an income score, you want a risk score. This is the score for this particular customer. And that is already being used because it helps their predictability quite a bit, right? But what we want to get to is taking information that's not just in a structured format coming in, and still be able to help make a decision is where we want to go to. With the advent of Gen AI and with the kind of advancement we have in AI, we can move from simple machine learning models to a more complex AI tool like what I talked about.
No, thank you, Kaushik. And I think as I hear all of you, a very key theme which is emerging. No one is questioning why of the insight. We are taking that as an axiom that that insight is correct, and that brings to a lot of element of trust that today we have in the business intelligence which is coming out. So maybe Chandramouli, that's a great question to ask a tech in banking sector, because I think trust is a very, very tough and a non-negotiable for any of your operations. Trust is the currency for business intelligence. So when you have insights which are coming up at next speed, you were talking about democratizing data and insights. Then how do you really ensure reliability, transparency, accountability of those actions coming through data? How do you really manage that?
Thanks for asking that question. And I think I do not say at this point in time that we trust the intelligence coming from AI. I don't think most of us can say that we trust it. For example, if the traditional ML and AI, if we have given a set of data with an explicit outcome to the ML scientist, they do modeling on it, and after some point in time it becomes accurate, then itself there was a bit of mistrust of it, right? That was small. Over a period of time it refines, and then we start to trust it. Now does Gen AI change that entire paradigm? It does not, right? If I draw a parallel, we had on-prem systems, then we went into cloud. Do we trust the reliability of the cloud? We do not. But what we do is, we know the cloud has a higher failure rate because I'm not controlling it. I will build the systems to fail fast, fail first, and I'll have a backup, right? So the strategy changes. The same way when we are looking at what we are doing from a business intelligence now into a decision intelligence, where we are using a lot of on-the-spot, real-time. Someone just asks in either a chat or they are getting a prompt on the basis of some pattern which is predicted. What is important is we have complete transparency, which means you're not just giving the insight, you're also telling what is the basis data point which is giving that insight, what is the confidence level with which you're giving it. So the things which, say for example, I have someone who is with me, who is able to tell me that this is the intelligence that I'm able to draw out of this, but I'm not very confident. Jo dekhna hai, dekh lo, right? That gives me the confidence to take a decision on the basis of it with a pinch of salt. And that is what we are evolving to, where we do not know it's 100% accurate, but you get some insight, which I would have missed before. It's like a customer coming and telling you that something is not working, right? So it's a very important insight for you to have, but you take it with a pinch of salt. You go back and do the analysis till you understand it completely. So at this stage, there is a definite human intervention needed, who reads the signals, understands what it stands for, is able to translate into an action quickly. If we had to do this before, say for example, where it is very powerful is, like we were discussing a little before, what are the highlights of the last 3 months? What are the lowlights of the last 3 months? Just as an example, right? If you had to give that as a task, there are a zillion parameters. If it has to be thrown to an analyst to do a modeling on it and then come out with insights, they'll ask, okay, what are the key areas you're looking for? Now that's not needed. You are able to give that question and get with a 60% accuracy, right? Now that becomes your point to go and dig into. And from that, you'll get insights very quickly. So that's the transformation of how we use the intelligence has changed, so that we are able to trust it. There is a human in the loop. They are able to go and look at the insight, and they are able to action on it. So that's the transformation. And I think having that ability to have the transparency, the ethics behind where we get the data from, having proper data lineage, and the confidence score and the other observability vectors, which is giving us the understanding of how good is this insight, is very important for us to use it the right way.
Sure. No, no, very well said, Chandramouli. So maybe just one related question to this. We are, like I heard you. The accountability still sits with the human, but there's all the right things which you are doing as a good player, where you are building in your policies, guardrails, governance. But as good as you are, there's always a bad player who also has access to these kind of technologies, that kind of infrastructure. And in a banking setup, it is very critical to safeguard against those bad players. So how do you really ensure that bad players are at bay?
Yes, sure. A point in which I think most of the critical sectors would look at. Bank is no exception. When we are doing, say, we have a lot of programs which we do in AI at this point in time, which is very important. There are at least 3 programs which we do for security, right? And that's important because the understanding that security, if you give tool to someone else, it's a powerful tool, and if someone is able to attack the system with it, we need to know to defend ourselves with it. So that thought process is existing, and we are working on tools which will help us do that. So now, so previously, I mean, I come from different generations of programming. So early on, it was like first you build a product and then you think of security, right? Now I know it's in the past. Now you think of, you want to do SAST early on, you want to simulate the scenarios. Now the tool which your hacker or someone would have, you need those tools built so that you are able to do a red team and try and attack the system with the intelligence you have, and ensure that you have the best people put in that job, right? So that you understand where the gaps are and you are able to fill it. So I think it's important for us to invest not just in the intelligence which is giving us business, but also something which is to build defense for us. Thank you for the question.
Thanks. So I think you are always prepared for a war, as you are for good times, and it's become every day that we have to be ready as leaders. So maybe on that, Mathangi, coming to you, we all are sitting here, are there to earn business, win business for our firms, and now with AI and now Gen AI, agentic, things are moving very fast in terms of insights. What our customers expect from us is what will come in days ahead. So as a co-founder of Uverse, how do you really manage the changing AI landscape and its impact on your customers and its impact on your current services portfolio that you kind of deliver?
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. I'll give a brief on what Uverse is, then I will answer that. So Uverse, we are saying, is an AI canvas. We started out with banks and financial institutions, and then we are moving into areas of non-banks as well. Right from scorecards to document processing, especially we are big on conversational AI, where anything that a human-human conversation is happening through call centers, that we convert that into a conversational AI, which is bot-led and over the telephony. And we recently also launched a product on video generation. So for every customer, there will be a video that's generated for that customer. So it's about personalization of how you can communicate to a customer. So across these, our value proposition is what I would like to call as a last mile AI, where we are taking these solutions to an end customer and to our client, and hence to an end customer, where it actually makes a difference. So we are making AI kind of show that impact, or AI actually show its true meaning to how it can make a difference. That's the layer we play in. So hence AI is bread, butter, and life. That's what it is for us. And it's been an excellent time and excellent space to be part of, because what you think of an idea today is a reality tomorrow, right? So and having worked with some of the largest banks in India, HDFC being one of our important customers, we have figured out just the potential that's just waiting to be untapped with AI, right? So there's enough and more use cases, enough and more problems that can actually solve that problem. And I believe in any technology is worth its salt only if it actually makes democratization possible. So how do you make sure that you kind of lessen the divide between the haves and the have-nots? And today AI can do that. So it can take it to the last mile, to the not so fortunate segments, and make their life better, be it healthcare, be it legal, be it finance, be it making sure certain things are worked on by it, right? That's the difference that AI can make. I want to quote one of the case studies that we had done with farmers in Rajasthan and Haryana and other parts of the rural belts in India, where it was a collection reminder call, but it goes in their language, speaks as natural as it can, and then they get to pay. So there is also a lot of dignity that goes as part of the conversation, because as part of my role, I listen to a lot of human conversations, and you will be surprised. And this is what I tell my customers all the time, is that you will be surprised of how bad those conversations go, especially in collections. It gets extremely frictionsome, very abusive, both parties shouting at each other, and then it goes out of control. And my sympathies with the human agents who are doing 200 calls a day, and they're constantly hearing from the customers, I cannot pay because it's a medical emergency, somebody broke their leg, somebody died, I am not that person, or yelling at them saying this is a wrong charge, I've told you you cannot call me, etc. Imagine a human being going through day in and day out only these conversations. Morning you start, to evening you're almost a therapist, right? Therapist might be hearing lesser such cases than what a collection agent in India hears. And then your team lead shouting on top of you saying why your numbers are not delivered, etc. But while you take the conversational AI equivalent of it, it can handle it much more matured, much more gracefully, and much more, the responses it gives are far more that way well thought of, if we can use that word. And that's the space that it is changing. See, it's actually impacting who is very used to abusive calls. So if you're a defaulter in the third month and then goes to fourth month, etc., you're just getting yelling calls at you from different points, and that's the user experience that it is building even in a case like that. So that way it is kind of exploding into a lot of realities. Conversational bots, for example, has been there for a very long time, starts from 1950s, and even now it's there. But the adoption in India in the last 1 year or so has been one of the highest, because of the ability it can deliver, because of the user experience it can deliver, because of the nuances it can talk to the different voices. Today it is possible that we can talk to a customer as like the branch manager with right consent, etc. But those kind of experiences are extremely possible. And we are even talking about low resources languages like Bhojpuri, Maithili, etc. Right? It's not, and you won't get human agents at that point in time. And talking about video is another game to be waiting to be exploded as a tool for communication, being in touch with the customers, as well as for marketing. And that medium is again very much used by tier 2, tier 3 in rural India. And changing for good for a lot of people who did not have access to these technologies, and lot of an access to information, right? That's what AI is changing. And like I said, today it's an idea, tomorrow it's a reality. Great space to be in, and great to see some of the ideas that keeps coming from our customers, and then we just get an opportunity to turn them into an impact.
Thank you, Matangi. I think it's so inspiring to hear these stories, which are truly creating impact at the lowermost strata. And actually, this really says AI is good. But what I understood from your conversation is that we all in this ecosystem understand that we are on a journey. But if you, together with your clients or with your customers or with your internal stakeholders, are solving a business problem, then you become a strategic advisor and you become a part of a journey with them. And I think that is what makes a difference, irrespective of how fast the pace of tech is. So it's more about now not solving a point solution, but about being there throughout the journey and experiencing successes as well as failures, I think, together. So before I ask my final question, which is a very interesting one, I'll open for any questions from the audience. Yes, please. Can someone give a mic, please?
Okay, can you hear me? My question is for Matangi. I really appreciate the conversational agent. I really appreciate the conversational agent that you have got, right? We keep sometimes getting that calls from banks or, it really takes out the pressure with the human conversation agent, right? Does your conversational agent become angry? Or because the other side's a human, venting out anger, abusing, and doing lots of talking. How does your conversational agent behave? Behaves the same across the entire conversation, or does it change? Because you're taking all the pressure, right?
Very good question. So, does the human agent become angry? Yes. So, we call it as call escalations. So, one of the things we say is you should de escalate a situation. So, it is important that the agent stays in touch with the customer. If the customer cuts, you cannot reach the customer, then you have to send a field agent, and that's a costly process. So, we say the agents should de escalate, and that's what bots do, right? They try to de-escalate the situation. So I'll give you an example, right? So this is customer says you are overcharging me a lot, and I'll use a certain abusive words to the bot. The bot reacts saying, I will not entertain abusive behavior, but I'm here to help on your payment. I'm here, but if you don't make the payment, you are going to get your credit score down, you'll not get any loans, etc. Right? So it will maintain calmness while speaking, but yet very assertive in what it is speaking. And while we are training the bots, one of the things we realize is, in fact, that's a question I ask myself, very tough conversations, it's able to give a response that is very suitable. Very hard for human agents to do that. Many may not accept that with me. I am not putting down human intelligence. I am just putting down everybody is not at that level of emotional intelligence to handle day in and day out tough conversations, and yet, yet enforce your logical mind to kind of respond to a question correctly. You get stressed out. So when what happens in a very tough conversation, the other guy is shouting at you, and it's not your fault. It is not it You are not the bank, right? You are just collecting for the bank, right? It's very natural to get excited about it. You escalate it far more than what it should have done, and then the conversation takes another spiral, and at the end of it the customer is lost, and then you have to do everything. That's how the bots handle. They don't necessarily change their emotion like they can, but we don't let it happen because we want to stay in the conversation. We want to give professional responses because RBI is monitoring as well all of these. We want to make sure that you're giving the right response, but you're not getting very excited about it.
So what is the effectiveness of this collection bot? The moment I realized that the caller opposite to that is not a human being, it's an agent, it's an automated thing. Have you seen the efficiency actually drop?
I wish I can play some calls to you and show, especially In tier 2, tier 3, people call it Madam Ji and Sir. You can see the address that's coming on the other side. They are very respectful for the bot. They wouldn't be so respectful for the human agents on the other side, but certainly they are very, very respectful for the bot. Of course, the text to speech itself has gotten into another level right now. Very human like conversations are possible. Our worry is the reverse. If I listen to a call center and hear the conversation, especially in India, it's very monotonous. It can be only monotonous given the situation we are in. Whereas a bot is nice, pausing, and everything. That's how you know the difference. Because the human conversations are monotonous, whereas bot conversations are well measured and nicely talking and everything. Maybe somebody else will know the reverse difference. But at this point in time, people engage in those conversations.
A final question, if any?
From an ethical point of view, are you not supposed to declare it's a bot?
You have a point. So the European Union of AI, which is UAI Act, which is the only act that's passed in the world, does say you should declare this as a bot. But in India, there is no such regulation. So you're not declaring as a bot. However, the bot, see, even if I'm going to say that in the first sentence, many will lose it. So conversation goes like that. I'm going to take HDFC name. Hi, I'm calling from HDFC Bank regarding your credit card payment. Can we talk, right? This is how the bot starts. Now, instead of that, if say, hey, I am Ria, I'm a virtual assistant calling from HDFC Bank. Think somebody in rural India. Even if you get the Shuddh Hindi on virtual assistant, you wouldn't have even paid attention to that. But what other ways the bot does say its capabilities is that when there is a out of bounds question that's getting asked, it says, hey, I'm only restricted to answer these questions, so I can only help you with that. Anything else, I can transfer to an agent. It does say that, right? So, yeah, but you are right. UAI does explicitly mention that you should say that at the beginning of the sentence, whereas in India it's a little bit more open, and Honorable Ashwini Vaishnav also said that we're not going to make certain of these regulations very restrictive. We're going to a little bit open up. So that's where we are at in India.
Can I have a follow-up question? Sure. So just in case if you declare that it is a bot, how many people would continue the conversation? Do you expect a turn down rate?
I'll have to pull from research at this point in time to answer the question. Number one, like I said, the journey of bot starts not now, but from 1950s. And yeah, I don't know how many of you know, and I was telling this to my daughter, it started from psychology, right? That's the first use case of the bot. Imagine in psychology where you are most vulnerable, and you're going to tell your things that's not going well, and what you are as a person and what impacts you, etc. That's where bots are even built to make a difference. The human machine relationship possibly is far more than what we think at this point in time, and maybe lot more to be explored than what is even being explored very transactionally. It can go very, very deep, and humans expose their vulnerabilities to machines because somewhere in their mind they are thinking that entity at least is not judging me, right? So possible.
If I might just add a couple of things on that question. So interestingly, I have met across a lot of people. So putting at least that level of intelligence to the conversation, what has happened is now slowly a lot of people are concerned about whether the job is done, which helps them achieve the job better. So gone are the times we ask question to our parents. Now we ask a Perplexity or a Chat GPT. It's not our parents, but people have learned to make the transition. I think there is a transition being done where people are more focused on getting their job done versus emphasize harder on whether it's a bot or a person at the other end. There is a mind shift happening. You are right that some people who are not made the transition, they might get a shock if they suddenly realize it's a bot at the other end. But that number is reducing because it is becoming a norm that more often than not you to talk to a bot than a human at the other end. People are slowly realizing it and they are making the transition.
I think we've landed the topic. AI has arrived because the questions are all about what machines are doing rather than what they're doing to us. So I think it's been a phenomenal closure to this session. For more interesting questions, you can catch our panelists during lunch. But I think due to the time that we have concluded, thank you so much, everyone. Thank you,
Thank you
panelists.
so much. Can you please give a big round of applause to the entire panel? May I please invite Anushruti Singh to kindly come over and give the token of appreciation to our panel. Yes, just before that, one picture. Yes, one group picture. Yes, thank you. May I please request Mr. Sridhar to come forward? Kaushik to please kindly come forward and collect the token of appreciation. Thank you so much for being a great panel. Vivek Rajagopal. Chandramouli to please come forward. Yes, give them a big round of applause. They're coming in. Amathangi Sri Ramachandran to kindly come forward. And finally, to our wonderful moderator for this discussion, Ms. Pragati Chakraborty. Thank you so much for being a great moderator. A big round of applause to the entire panel, ladies and gentlemen. All right, just before we break for the lunch, thank you, entire panel. Thank you for that great session. Well, do not take much time. Kindly come back by 2:40, and don't forget to visit our partner booths, explore the innovations, and connect, and also spread the word out on social media with hashtags AI Future for First Future and AIIS 2025. And also, we have a lot of prizes. Like I've said, I'll be repeating them after lunch. So thank you all. A reminder to kindly keep your scratch cards with you for the lucky draw at the end of the event. And I will see you all at 2:40. Thank you. Check 1, 2. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome you all to AI Innovation Summit 2025 Bengaluru edition. Well, just before we kickstart, I want you all to know that if you give us a feedback of the entire session and show the feedback form, how are you going to get it? You will scan your QR code behind the badge and you will give us the feedback, and then you will show it at the registration while you leave, and you will collect a goodie from us. And plus, you will have to ensure that you are tagging us and using the hashtags AI First Future and AIIS 2025 and upload it everywhere on social media. And we have 2 awards, like we said, the Best Spotlight and also the Content Creator Buzz. So don't forget to do all of that. And while we wait for all of that, by the end of the evening, after the event is concluded, we will be opening lucky draws. So the scratch cards that was given to you during the time of registration, kindly do not throw it away. Keep it safe so that we can see if you have won something or not. All right, but just before that, I know everybody's back from their lunch now. It's been a good lunch, I know, right? Was it good? Yeah, so far so good. All right, okay. Just before we kickstart, okay, what I want you to do is I want you to place your right index finger up like this on the air. Right hand index finger. Everybody, please drop your phones for a while. Requesting you all to drop your phones for a while and draw a triangle, an imaginary triangle. Triangle, okay. Now put your left hand and draw a square. Draw a square. Yeah. Now put both your hands up in the air and see if you can do the triangle and the square together. Let's see who can get it. Let's see who can get it. If you can do that. So why don't you try that for me? Come on. If you can do the square and the triangle together. Anybody who gets it has a gift from me. You got it? You have to do it simultaneously. You can't do it slow. Okay, please stand up, sir. Please show it to us. How? You stopped. That was slow. That was slow. Even I can do that. Okay, anybody else who got it? Okay, faster. Okay. Aapka line, your line itself came straight. It's not a triangle. Okay, triangle. Okay, okay, anybody? All right, okay, I'll tell you why. There's actually no answer why. Because you'll have to keep practicing that until you get that right. Okay, I'm going to ask you one question now. Okay, let me see. Anybody who answers might get a gift from us. Okay, what is more heavier, 1 TB of data or 100 kgs of iron rod? What's more heavier? If you know the answer, just raise your hand. 1 TB of data is more heavier. Okay, okay. Anybody else who agrees with that? Do you agree? Do you disagree with that? Okay, I asked, what's more heavier, 1 TB of data or 100 kgs of iron rod? Yeah. Where it's kept. Okay. Okay, that's a very good, smart answer. Okay, next, 100 kgs is what I was getting. So what I will do you is, okay, actually there's no right answer because we cannot wait because it's data and that's stored in cloud. And also, now that everybody has given me an answer, we thought we'll just do a surprise for you. If you can just look underneath your chair, you might find something. Okay, you'll have to put your hand inside the chair and see if you have a gift there or what. If you got the gift, please put your hand up and show it to us. Yeah? Come on, come on, come on. I want everybody to get going. Yes, lift your chairs up and see. Okay, somebody got one. Somebody got a gift. Okay, only one person. Yeah? Okay, 2 people. Okay, 2 people. I don't know how many have been kept. You'll have to see that twice. 3 people got it. Okay, 4 of them. I saw you, sir. I saw you. Okay, 4 of them have got it. 5. Okay, 5. Okay, any more lucky people? Okay, 5 of them have got 5 chosen lucky people. Give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Come on. All right, okay. Now is the time. Without any further ado, I would like to take up the next session. It was wonderful to see all of you back and stay right like this till the end of the session. A very, very special address coming up for all of you. Topic: from code to culture, building a secure AI strategy. Isn't that the question to everyone? How? Okay, because given the speed of the era right now. Moving on to our next session, I would like to invite an experienced information security and management professional and currently the CISO of at Flipkart. His core areas of expertise include cloud security and privacy. In this session, he will share insights on how organizations can embed security into AI adoption while fostering a culture of digital resilience. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we welcome Mr. Vikas Singh Yadav and give him a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Come on. On to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me in the back. Yeah, perfect. I think you can't go to a conference without talking about AI today. And if you, maybe the topic can be anything. I think we all revolve around AI today. So, however, I think while we are moving towards AI in a fast and a furious manner, my talk today will be concentrating on how we can build that and do that securely and responsibly. So I'm going to talk a little bit about culture and also about technology and how you can bridge the two together, build a secure and responsible AI. We can build them and use them in our businesses today. You mind helping me on this? Okay, sorry. I think there are some challenges, but let me talk a little bit about what AI is today. Now, all of you know that AI is very powerful today. You have agents doing things which were unimaginable. For example, today morning only I found one AI researcher saying that he had used an agent to shop online. So, and he used ChatGPT's agent. What it did was, it first tried out on Amazon, and Amazon was restricting it. Then it moved to Flipkart, leaving aside the login flow where the individual had to put an OTP. He could stimulate the entire shopping journey of using AI and AI agent. So therefore, you can imagine how powerful it would be. And today, agents will start doing things for us which we never imagined earlier. So how do you move ahead with this technology in a secure way? Because what happens is that you also have these agents available to be hacked and also to be used for other things as well. For example, which is one of the premier conferences in the international world and world arena, what happens is that they showed that Copilot Studio could easily release the data of customers and this private PII data by just a small prompt injection attack which was being done. So that means you have an agent which is responsible for doing a certain task, but it can also be manipulated to being changed into and revealing information which is not supposed to do so. But now it's not all scary if we do it in a proper way. So what we want to see is that while AI matters, we need to understand what kind of risks does AI bring about. Now, those risks can be simple examples of data risk, which I mentioned earlier, being leaks and exposures, or it could be the model itself could be poisoned. That means you have a model which has been fed with data which is not supposed to be, it's not supposed to be trained on, and then finally you obviously have issues around resilience, around reputation risk, and also around the trust with the customers. So today, if a customer is expecting a clear opinion on a particular topic, let's say you go to a medical website and you are expecting certain clear medical advice, you don't know what the advice is coming from. Is the advice being generated by a real doctor or is it being generated by AI? So you don't want hallucination to happen. So therefore, those trust risks also are clear. Now, how do you counter and how do you manage all these risks? While you are working about it, what is also a counterpoint is that there are certain most countries and organizations have also decided that AI today is a boardroom and a nation level strategy. So, for example, Trump has already said that they'll remove all barriers to American leadership for in the race for artificial intelligence. And both EU and Australia have also said that their regulations may be removed to not to ensure that the AI journey moves fast and furiously. So, in a similar way, today our boards and our leadership and our even the investors in public companies would be expecting the uh, companies to go ahead and work on AI in a fast way. But then the whole question is, what should be our strategy? You should obviously have a strategy around, in one way, in what I propose is that you secure the code and also you shape the culture. That means you secure technology with various methodologies and controls, and also you shape the culture by building awareness and also ensuring that your people in your organization are also aware of what the risks are, and wherever you allow them to have a free hand or experiment, they do it responsibly. So if I talk a little bit about technology, you can break this out into 4 layers. Firstly, obviously, is your infrastructure. This infrastructure could be your cloud environment, where let's say AWS, which is being talked about in this conference, or it could be your own graphical processor units which you're running. So you need to ensure that the infrastructure layer is running securely. That means it's been designed and hardened effectively. And then once you move up the value chain, then you have the data. Where is the data coming from? Is your training data, let's say an example could be that a lot of data scientists download data from internet or from open sources. Is that data secure? Is that data effectively validated? And is it giving the right results? And obviously, how do you manage, classify, also ensure the sensitivity of the data in mind? That means if you're handling PI records or patient records, how are you securing them? And then once you use a model, how do you know whether the model is secure or not? For example, a lot of you must be aware or maybe using Hugging Face. So while Hugging Face has model cards, it also can give you a rating of what kind of models you can download. But the only challenge would be that how do you know that what kind of models are being downloaded by your developers or engineers and how are they using them? So does your organization have a policy around that? Similarly, if you're using any open source model or a pre-trained model, is that both effective for your organization, and is it the right one, and does it have the necessary safeguards as well? And then obviously, once you build an application, an AI application on top of it, are you securing it? That means either a simple example would be that are you ensuring that the right input prompts are coming to it and you're not being subject to prompt injection? Or if you're securing the input parameters, are you ensuring that the right output is coming out? That means are you not, I hope the model is not being subjugated or into giving output which is not what is expected to do so. For example, if you're chatting with an e-commerce application or a e-commerce chatbot, it should not be giving you medical advice. Or if you're chatting with a medical chatbot, it should not be giving you advice about something else. So that means it's both harmful for the organization because it can overrun. I've heard examples, in fact, of people launching, organization launching chatbots and they being used like normal advanced ChatGPT Pro versions rather than the actual intention of the chatbot which it was supposed to do. Because some hackers obviously managed to manipulate it into into jailbreaking it and using it for other purposes than what it was designed to. Then moving on, once you understood and implemented the technology part, I think as all of us would understand, it's very important to get the right culture and this right environment for all this. You can do all the training you can do all the learning you want, but if you're not able to implement it effectively by getting the right environment for your organization, you'll not be able to go effectively in your AI journey. And for that, obviously, you need to have certain guidelines and policies. That means maybe an overarching AI policy in your organization, and then followed by specific usage guidelines both for employees and also for your engineers and for practitioners or data scientists who are leveraging that. On top of that, having a defined AI literacy program at the organization level and even maybe in your team level. I remember when we started in our AI journey, while there was an organizational initiative, I created an AI literacy program within my team to ensure that we had the right set of skill sets. And surprisingly, it was prepared just from open free Coursera courses. Obviously, they were audited. They're not. You didn't get the certification if you don't have a license for a Coursera, but it was adequate enough to do that. And then obviously you need to keep security and ethics in mind. This can also be done by having security spokes or champions in every department, which could both learn and disseminate these aspects which you are building upon. And finally, I think very important is the trust, transparency and trust aspect. In fact, I was reading about how can you implement trust and transparency in an effective manner. It's similar to what I was mentioning earlier. The way we used to do it in privacy. In privacy, whenever you see an organization, you have a privacy policy in which you can go through to see how your organization is securing your private data. Similarly, I think you will start having responsible AI policies, wherein you will tell your customer what are you using AI for and what are you not using it for. And so if you generate an image, you need to tell responsibly that this is a AI generated image. If you're giving advice, let's say you have a therapist today, online therapists and also, you need to be sure that is it an AI chatbot or is it a qualified therapist who's actually giving advice. So that transparency and trust is very essential. And finally, obviously, you try and bring both code culture together. And that obviously is something which, let's say, talks about trust and resiliency. So you try to build AI secure and trustworthy systems by building and collaborating technology and culture together to build an effective, responsible AI system which can help us both advance our knowledge and our business, but also do it in a secure and an effective manner. Because an AI strategy isn't about only code, it's also about culture. I'll just end with a small takeaway. I was not promoting IBM in any way, but they've got a lovely book called AI Value Creator. Please, you can have a link which is there. Download it. Gives you a very good idea about how to create value in your organization by leveraging AI in the right way. I put my a QR code for a LinkedIn profile as well. If you do want to connect with me and have some questions offline, more than happy to take them. Thank you very much, and let's all use AI responsibly and effectively.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. And also you can connect with him when he's around. A big round of applause again, once again, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, put your hands together. Now is the time we talk about securing the AI stack, cybersecurity in the age of Gen AI, right? And leading this discussion with extensive expertise in cyber strategy, cloud security, and emerging technology risks. Well, he is a trusted advisor to global enterprises building secure, scalable, and resilient digital operations. Please put your hands together and let's welcome our moderator, Mr. Preetham Hazarika, partner PwC India, with a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And with him coming over are our panelists, Mr. Vikas Singh Yadav, once again back on stage, CISO Flipkart, Yogesh Kumar, CISO Fanuc India, Mr. Jason Joseph, CISO M Pocket Financial Services Private Limited. Please give them all a big round of applause as we welcome them on stage. All right, before we start the session, you know the drill already. This QR code is on the screen and also present at the back of your badge, so you can always look at it on your badge screen as well. The question is, what a Gen AI cybersecurity concern worries you the most? AI-generated phishing or scams, prompt injection attacks, governance and access controls, AI model manipulation or bias. Well, let's see how many of, well, this is a tough choice now. We're getting a lot of biased answers. Okay. No compromise in a lot of things. Well, I'm seeing only 17 people have voted. Come on, pick your phones up, ladies and gentlemen, and scan the QR code if you haven't scanned it already. It's at the back of your badge. Make sure that you're doing this. This will help us rebuild the conversation the way you would like it. All right, 41 people on that note. Okay. We have almost... we almost have the answer, but AI-generated phishing or scams is rising though. So we'll need more votes to come to a conclusion. So come on, I'll give you all another 10 seconds to take the 10 seconds and make the most out of it. All right, as of now, leading is AI model manipulation or bias. Okay. All right. 70 people have voted. Giving you another 10 seconds just to conclude it. Okay, how many of you are done voting? Can you please raise your hand up for me? Okay, that is 70 people. I'm assuming that bunch is still doing. How many of you yet to vote? Can you please raise your hand for me? All right, we'll give you some more seconds. All right, okay. Thank you for that prompt answer. All right, did we have an answer? Yes, okay. I assume that would be AI generated, no AI model manipulation or bias. Yes, that was the answer. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Now leaving it to the panel, on to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. As Yogesh spoke in his previous presentation, there cannot be a summit without AI, and this is an AI summit itself. So AI has taken over our lives, whether you consider it government, whether it is industries, or even in the society, the normal. A lot of people, of course, are using AI like Google today, but at least in the industries, we are using it more maturely, right? With the breakneck speed at which AI is getting adopted, right? While it brings a lot of advantages, there are risks as well. So we'll spend the next couple of minutes, or 30 minutes, actually, speaking a lot about this and understanding what are CISOs or leaders in the security space, what's their perspective about it, how is the industry looking, and what are they doing about it. Now, interestingly, Vikas ended his presentation with the AI workbook. There's also a recent research on 2025 risks that have been populated. And the top of the list is AI risk, right? And it tops the chart with approximately, I believe, 600 companies, organizations participated in it, and 13% have said that, of those have said they have seen compromises in AI models or AI applications that they're using. Right. So with that, I'll probably point it to Vikas first to start off on seeing, as a CISO, what are the top priorities of a CISO today, or the CISO in the space of AI adoption? How are you looking at it, and what are your top concerns in this area?
Hi, thanks, Ritum. I think very important to understand that while we may talk a lot about AI, the fundamental risks still remain. I think they get amplified. So for example, ransomware is one of the key threats which we face. We face threats around phishing. We face threats about scams. I think you can't pick up a phone call without worrying about who's on the other line and whether he's trying to trick you or not. So from that aspect, I think these risks remain fundamentally the same, but they get amplified by AI. And let's say today, I read recently that the first AI-powered ransomware attack has taken place against an organization. So the hackers and the malicious actors have started ensuring that they start leveraging AI very fast. And that's what we say in organizations. We wait for our contracts, we wait for our solutions to be put in place, and then we adopt them, and then we apply them, and then we go through a skilling program. But I think all that a malicious actor takes is 1 weekend of quick learning, second weekend of application, and third weekend is up and running. So I believe those fundamental risks around offline scams, ransomware, phishing, business email compromise remain. They get amplified because the hackers leverage AI technologies to do things much faster. Obviously, certain new risks emerge, and they are around the fact that if you're leveraging new AI technologies, the speed with which you are moving, and we obviously want to move fast because everyone believes it's the fastest finger first. The first person who enters in the market with a new solution will obviously win the race. So therefore, you end up having the risks associated with AI adoption. You have a risk around safe usage and ensuring that the service which you're providing, especially in online space, is it authenticated, is it responsible and safe, or are we giving it as a advice which has just been picked up from a model and hallucinated and given it to you? So, but I believe against all this, we have certain key areas and key changes which are happening. As security leaders, we need to focus on ensuring that we are learning and up the game. And as I brought out in my presentation as well, ensure that we effectively upskill and also empower our organizations. For example, today, one of our first priorities is ensuring that we remain knowledgeable about the new technology which have come and also enable the business to adopt them securely. That is my initial thoughts, Pritam.
Thanks, Vikas. Coming to you, Jason. Jason, you have entered the AI area even before AI jargon became famous, right?
Right.
So, in the ecosystem that we operate, as a CISO, what do you feel, or how do you see the industry collaborations or regulatory collaboration with regulators, other industry bodies, etc.? How would that contribute to CISOs to secure your organizations better?
Thank you, Pritam. That's a very important element that you had brought out. Now, see, security. We've always heard that cliche term that security does not work in isolation. Internally, and even in this age wherein we are essentially we are adopting a general purpose technology, which means that it affects all sectors, all domains. Therefore, one cannot understate the importance of cross domain, cross functional collaboration in this regard. Now, without this, as security leaders, our visibility is limited to the domain in which we operate, the immediate focus that we have. Now, when I talk about AI, I talk about wide-ranging ramifications. I talk about there was this previous presentation in which the infrastructure element was highlighted. So supply chain risk of different forms, and nowadays businesses which are mature, which are stable, which are growing, often diversify into different sectors for the sake of existence as well. We live in uncertain world, so the more you diversify, the more chances of you sustaining. Now, once you have this problem statement at hand, it should automatically follow that, okay, it should not be a sector specific regulation nor a sector specific collaboration that we should have, especially coming from the data standpoint. Now, information collected for some purposes could be PII, but if it's in the healthcare parlance, that could border on the PHI element as well. Similarly, when an AI handles, now what defines which sector defines what? Now you have a payment system as in a healthcare domain, for example. Now that follows on both sectors. So it is very important that as industry leaders, we collaborate on this element. The second part is, okay, sharing strategies on how exactly we approach this. This is a new field. Everybody is struggling to find the right way of doing things. It is very important that we collaborate in this regard as well. The third part is, okay, if somebody, we are talking of 13% of breaches right now, that's quite a high number. Yeah. So the more we share about how we went about in the aftermath of an incident, both from a technical as well as regulatory standpoint, it helps our case. The fourth part is the intelligence sharing aspects as well. The more proactively we get to know of it, the better defenses we build and the better trust we give to our customers. That's what I have to say.
Sure. Thank you. In fact, I'll divert a little from the heavy discussion and I'll probably touch. A couple of years back, I don't know if you've seen the movie Stealth. There was this aircraft which overrode its command and led a mission, right? Everything seemed to be like a sci-fi, cannot happen. But recently I've read where one of the organization was working on a model, of course, in a closed group, closed environment. They were developing a model, and the models over became so intelligent that it did not follow just the sequence. It learned and it overrode and shut. It basically overrode the command which called for the shutdown when a particular point is reached. Right now, with that speed of intelligence coming into the picture, right, and you being the sentinels of the organizations, right, what are your top concerns or top concerns when it comes to fast paced AI adoption in your respective organizations or other organizations that you see? This is an open, anyone go first.
Take the first part. Now, when we are talking of fast-paced adoption, essentially it automatically follows that we as security professionals, we should not be, we have the difficult job of having to understand the risk elements of it, do a thorough check, risk assessment before this is deployed. Now, this should not ideally, affect the speed of adoption. That's one of the key elements. But having said that, how do you exactly put this into practice? Because whenever I'm talking of AI, Vikas was just saying about your normal risks being amplified. I'd like to bring out the key element of the supply chain. So when I'm talking of the AI supply chain, even though I get, a product which says that, okay, this, I've got boundaries on the AI and you have deployed it in a, on your own premise, etc. There could be element or elements of elements, transient dependencies, which are actually talking to an AI model, or worse, which is talking to, let's say, not so trustworthy AI models. Now, those are some of the severe risks that I see, and evaluating them takes time. Second, factoring in newer age AI risks which go beyond the realm of cybersecurity onto cyber resilience elements. Now, we are just talking about the AI overriding a plain command, etc. There is this piece of information. I will not name the company. Now, they had adopted AI. They had automated their entire CI/CD supply chain, CI/CD, and the AI deleted the production database. Okay, and when they tried to find out as to why this happened, and they queried the AI just said sorry. So that's like a human covering up for some mistaken action. That's bordering on artificial general intelligence. Now, even though we say that we are in ANI and AGI will take some time, we are getting there. We are getting there quicker than what most people see. So that factoring these things in while designing the adoption program, that this single point I see is the biggest challenge to us.
I think with any kind of new technology, and even AI is there, you need to obviously build safeguards. So if you remember a long time back, the conventional BCP used to be there. So, and I think we have that BCP, and Indians especially are very good at this thing. In fact, someone was joking to me, I'll make the conversation a little light, that I was in Singapore, and we were trying to convince one family that, why don't you visit India? So they're saying, oh, we are so scared, my wife will not be able to cross the road. So I said, why? India is the safest place. You just have to raise your hand and you just keep crossing. Everyone will keep honking, but they'll keep avoiding you and going. So I think sometimes we add to the paranoia as well. I think we will safeguard and all. I think that's why personally my own effort has to be to educate, evangelize, and spread the knowledge on AI awareness. Because let's say all of you may not be in security, but today, if you're here, you're learning about AI, and you to remember that if you do adopt AI responsibly and safely, it's like driving your own cycle, motorcycle, and car safely. Then you'll continue to use those services longer. If you don't use them, then there will be a blocker. Someone will put restrictions in place. I remember a colleague of mine. He said that they allowed all AI applications initially. Then they saw through their secure web gateway, they say how much of data was being uploaded. So they found that in a few key applications, despite all their talk about awareness, education, they were not there. So then they started blocking those. So obviously, the more responsible, the more secure the employees are, and we all are, the less the safeguards we need to put. So I believe a lot of awareness, education, training has to be done by both organizations and the security teams. And also, equally, we would love it if the technologists and the employees also adopt it securely, because then it's a mutual give and take relationship, and we both create value for the organization using AI.
Thank you. I'll probably now switch the gear a little and ask you on a different question. No. So we did see different layers of security in your presentation, Vikas, and we spoke about how organizations need to be aware. Now, if I talk about stats, in the same report that I'm referring to, 63% of organizations who have said that they've been compromised, right, do not even have a AI governance policy or are developing one as yet, whereas they are heavily invested in AI, right? Now, in a situation taking that into consideration, both at a governance level and the technology level, what would be your recommendation for anyone who's embarking the journey to embark it in a to do it in a secure and safe manner?
So I think I talked to you a little bit about the overall framework, but I think there are some standard frameworks which are available. So I don't think we should worry too much about policy. Sometimes we have too many policies and we don't have effectiveness on ground. So I think maybe the first aspect would be to just use an AI tool to generate a policy and roll it out. After that, think of picking up an industry standard framework. At a high level, NIST AI risk AI framework is a very effective framework to use. Use another Gemini, ChatGPT to learn about it and start using it. It's called Govern, Map, Measure, Manage. Govern is how do you govern by setting up a policy and a governance council. Map is you do an inventory of your whatever is AI is there in your organization. Measure is that means how you measure the usage, how much data is getting uploaded, not uploaded and all. And then finally you govern, map, measure, manage. Now you start managing it in terms of putting a framework in place. And then that's a high level framework. Then you have frameworks from Databricks, OASP, Open Web Application Security Project, which gives you very clear, these are the top 10 risks you need to think. I think 95% or 99% of the risks can be covered by standard frameworks which have already been put into place. So it's actually effectively very easy to use and start off. The tough task lies in actually convincing people to follow that. And that's where more communication and I think aspects need to happen. So while your developer may be aware of what is to be done, he may not follow it for sheer laziness or for sheer because it's available to him, I'll go ahead. Or because I have there is a latest version of ChatGPT or Claude or something come, then I'll want to pick that up. It's like we had one case where we do sometimes change our phones just because in September iPhone releases a new version. So the same way logic, I think even costs, yes, finance rep can be your biggest friend as well. So you should say we need to use the N-1 model and which is securely adopted because it will both be secure and also be more cost effective. So I think that's where a good conversation can happen about securing AI, and your finance CFO or the finance could also be your best friend in that. I hope there are some finance people who can take that up and support us in security.
Right. Building on what he has said, there are out-of-the-box AI frameworks that are available. Many, compliance automation is in vogue right now. You'll have your 42,001s, the EU AI Act, NIST RMF, etc. Pick and choose one, plug and play. Most of these things integrate onto most of your productivity platforms, so on and so forth. Now, once that is done, build an overall responsible AI framework also along with it. Now, and you're good to go. And things evolve over time. There is no one set way of doing things. Like was saying, tailor it. On the technical side, your regular cybersecurity hygiene goes a long way to mitigate some of the newer AI-related threats as well. Supply chain risk intelligence is key to this because you get at least some basic understanding of what is happening out there with your supply chain vendors, especially in the AI space. And also, I can only emphasize that though this is not yet mainstream, AI red teaming, AI vulnerability assessments, there are very few companies who can do it right now in spirit. Test, test, and test, because that's the, that will be the standard for you to ensure that attackers do not have the easy way in.
So thank you. I think, I'm just going back to the poll that we just did. I think we have spoken about that 40+% who felt, the AI model was a threat. But there was also a 33% who said, AI related risk, right? Or the threat vectors that materialize when you have AI. So as cyber warriors or cyber sentinels, right? What is your approach to build up that defense mechanism, right? To protect your organization from, any kind of being prey to any kind of vectors that is AI enabled, right? And we spoke about ransomware right now. So some of those. So how does someone build that?
So I'll just take that first. It's very important to understand what can affect you from an attacker standpoint. So I'll start first from that approach. You have your regular OWASP AI top 10 risks, that all that is included, that covers a good part of whatever is your technical risk. The second part is now, previously hacking and AI, hacking used to be quite an elite function. I used to do it during my school and colleges, that I was rather proud of my skills. Now my pet peeve is anybody and everybody can do this. So essentially what I'm trying to convey is that the bar to doing a real hack is now very low. You can just research online to get how do you exactly exploit a system, what is the initial attack vector, so on and so forth. Now why this is important for us to build defense is that the reality has to sink in that anybody and everybody can execute an AI attack. So your threat actors have increased, one, internally and externally, both. So once you have that realization, then you start building defenses around it. Now, your regular security tools go a long way to do that. And also, whenever I'm talking of security cyber defenses, I'm talking of prevent, detect, respond, and recover. So on the preventive side, threat intelligence is very important. Having advanced information is very important, but how do you use it? You use it to correlate with what is your attack surface. Then you try building mitigation measures, etc. around it. So that correlation element, use AI-enabled tools. There are a number of tools in the environment. Similarly, for the incident response and orchestration layers, etc. Now, the faster you detect, the faster you respond. That will be key to you being building an AI resilient organization in terms of the attack surface. That's what I would say.
So I think as Jason brought out that, I'll give you a very live example. I attended a recent Google conference in which they said that a factory worker had leveraged Gemini to create a malware. So firstly, I thought maybe because it's a Google Cloud security conference, they are selling it that way because they obviously want us to adopt their solutions. But then today, I think all of you know Anthropic, that is cloud. I read their, surprisingly, I saw on my LinkedIn feed, they have a threat intelligence advisory. Now, I was wondering how come Anthropic has started writing threat intelligence surveys or monthly write-ups on security. And surprisingly, they very responsibly, and I think Claude and Anthropic has been the leader in that, they're mentioning as to how their technologies have been used by people to for malicious purposes. So there was one particular actor who had used vibe hacking using cloud agents to launch a dedicated attack. And this person, again, had no background on technology and no background in security, and he had done that. My first response was, I wish I can find this person to hire him. Because fundamentally, we need more curious people than, I think, in security, curious, skilled, and innovative people than people who are just have the right certifications and all. So keeping these two things in mind, yes, the barrier for security has definitely reduced significantly. So that means we need to also have people in our organization who also can think that. So for example, when we interview candidates, we also look for this such skill sets. We start having challenges and this thing. So, and you'll find this as you go in your new jobs as well. And it's not about just knowing the surface, being able to actually implement things on ground. And in fact, from one of the Atlassian people, also my takeaway was, he mentioned, I think, Vishwesh Pai, that they expect a product manager to come with a prototype, not with a document. Earlier, I was trying to convince my team from moving from PPT to document. Now I have to convince them to move from document to a prototype. But at least that's the way we are going. So that's the skill set which in security also we'll have to bring through. We should be able to do innovations fast and be able to adopt these technologies for our leverage as well. If you're able to do that by doing, for example, AI hackathons, as a simple example, my team was of AI was just a team of 3 people with a total overall experience of 5 years. That means that's the new age skill set which is going to come. But that doesn't mean that you don't need subject matter experts. So what we did was we got an AI hackathon done. And in that AI hackathon, we discovered that the most experienced people were the ones who were able to give the most innovative ideas. Obviously, the execution was still happening by youngsters who knew engineering, but still the ideas, the experience was there. So we need a mix of experience and all, and we need that in security to be able to solve these new age challenges as well.
Thank you, Vikas, sir. And I'll probably, the follow-up question to that. You did mention, that everyone in the organization has to contribute to build that. Now, whenever someone talks usually about a responsible AI framework, right? It's a very regularly used jargon today. One of the common discussion point comes about what is the definition of roles, responsibilities, right? And contribution that LOD1, LOD2, 3 lines of defense have to do, right? So what's your perspective about it?
I was having a briefing with my team yesterday, and there was an incident which we wanted a closure on. So I'm sorry, I'm going to tangent. I've shared this anecdote. So what we said was, we told that person, I told the person, why didn't you close this? He said, I wrote an email and I followed up, and then I didn't get a response. So I said, then what? He said, I didn't get a response, so I'm waiting. So I said, okay, fine. So I think while there are lines of defense, I think it's the responsibility of leaders to be able to collaborate across those 3 areas and then build that view that you'll have an end-to-end flow. So we take a lot of effort, and I've taken a lot of effort to collaborate with legal and privacy to help define guidelines, leverage them to also ensure that the right practices and policies are in place. Then have the same collaboration with, let's say, technology and engineering teams, that when they build some things, then you ensure that they are built securely. So that's the layer 1, the operational aspects. The layer 2 would be you and the enterprise risk management team. So you collaborate with the enterprise risk management team to ensure that they highlight AI as a risk in the various risk councils, so that your CFO starts thinking of that, yes, AI could be a risk. And then when you go and ask for a budget to secure it, then he says, okay, fine, I'll be able to give you one. So I think it's a lot of collaboration and a lot of leadership at the senior most level to be able to ensure that you don't let the buck pass through. So while I was obviously relating this to my team members, I was saying that now that if you're not able to do that, you have to raise it up the channel and we have to close the gap. So same way, I think AI risk cannot just be lines. It's a overall horizontal responsibility with each organization. And I think anyone who takes the leadership, be it legal, be it InfoSec, or be it privacy, or maybe it's like some organizations now have a responsible AI leadership as well. Maybe they call it digital trust, or they call it digital citizenship, or privacy. Maybe that could take the forefront in securing it as well.
Sure. Thanks, Vikas. I know I'm being conscious of the time, but Jason, one question for you. Whenever we talk about AI, right, we also accept the fact that the AI is only as efficient as the data it gets trained on, the model, right? And that's the point where data also gets compromised from if the security is not in place. Right? So what are the checks and balances that one needs to take care of, right? When they're leveraging organizational data, right, to train the models that they're adopting.
See, this boils down to your regular data security, posture management, your data security, data SecOps, etc. Now, previously, we secured data for our own business purposes, for customer trust, for regulatory purposes. Now there is an additional element that, some of the data that we use, anonymized data, at least in healthcare or some other parlance, is regularly being used to train the AI models. And that's one of the key attack surfaces right now, as you rightly pointed out. Now, securing data, securing the ETL pipeline which goes into it, while training and while the weights are being retrained, etc., when your models are being recalibrated, the entire data which is being used, the metadata on top of it, and of course the human in the loop who is handling all of these things, this entirety of the surface, this people, the process, the technology elements has to be secured. And you have your regular ways of doing it. You have privacy enhancing technologies which help you do it, and you have your regular checks and balances controls. But at the end of the day, nothing beats basic cyber security hygiene.
Thank you, Jason. Thanks, Vikas. I think that was interesting, insights and experiences shared. I think we have come to the end of this. So I would like to thank you so much, and thanks everyone for being patient listeners. And I hope, you have a few takeaways from this session.
Yes, I'm sure about that. Thank you so much to the entire panel. Please come forward for a picture. Please come forward for a group picture. And in the meanwhile, may I please invite Anushruti to come forward and give token of appreciation to our panel. Yes, we'll let the photographers have their moment for a while. All right. Now may I please request Mr. Vikas Singh Yadav to come forward for the token of appreciation. Yes, a big round of applause. Requesting Mr. Jason Joseph to come forward. And of course, to our moderator who moderated this session wonderfully. Thank you for the valuable insights. Mr. Preetham Hazarika, thank you. Thank you so much, panel. Thank you for that wonderful discussion. All right. Without any further ado, let's move to the next session of this evening. The GCC leaders on global AI delivery from India. How many of you think that this is going to be a very interesting segment? Yeah? Almost everybody. Hey, what about that gang? You do not think so? We believe that too? Okay, all right. Let's go ahead and let's introduce once again coming up for moderating this panel is Ms. Pragati Chakravarti, bringing in our expertise in digital strategy and commitment to inclusive leadership to frame this discussion with India's GCC leaders. Please give her a big round of applause once again, ladies and gentlemen. And our panelist, Mr. Prasanna Kumar Subanna, VP, Global Patient Safety, Novo Nordisk. Along with him, Manish Shukla. What happened to the applauses, ladies and gentlemen? Manish Shukla, Head of Generative AI Platform, NatWest Group, and Dr. Sachin Sudhakaran, Cybersecurity Leader, BP. Thank you for joining us. We will just have a chair for you in a moment. Yes, thank you. Well, in the meanwhile, like you all know the drill as well, we will have the scanner. Yes, the chair has been put up. Thank you. Requesting the panel to kindly be seated. We will have the barcode right here, the scanner QR code right here. So requesting everybody to kindly scan. And also you will have it on the back of your badges. The question is, what will be the biggest factor driving India's GCCs to become global hubs for AI delivery? And the options are access to world-class tech talent in India, cost efficiencies with scale and speed, strong governance and compliance frameworks, ability to innovate and build end-to-end AI platforms. Okay, majority answer is already there. We have 21, 22 people requesting everybody to kindly take 10 seconds and give us the poll. I think we know the answer. I think majority is already there. Wow, beautiful. Everybody, 73% of people want to know that. Lovely. All right, then with that, ladies and gentlemen, the answer is ability to innovate and build end-to-end AI platforms. That's what the audience wants to hear from the panel. On to you now. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Glad to be back, and I hope we can make the post-lunch session as engaging and interesting to all of you. So I think the topic is very interesting. I think we all, in some way or the other, are part of GCCs or are interacting with them or are contributing to their growth. And if you are doing so, then you are significantly contributing to India as a nation, because very soon GCCs will be contributing around 2% of India's GDP by 2030, 2032. So that's the statistics. We house more than 50% of global of GCCs across the world in India. 1 in 3 of Fortune 500 companies have their GCCs in India. If you look at the current employment which comes through GCCs, we have around 2 million people, and this will go to around 4.5 million by 2030. So I think this is a topic which truly deserves its place. And I think we have our esteemed panelist, Prasanna. He's VP R&D, Novo Nordisk. We have Manish. He is leading the whole Gen AI Foundation for NatWest. He's the head data science there. We have Suchin. He ensures that BP stays safe. So he kind of leads the cyber arm. And as we were talking, it was very heartening to understand the experiences of our leaders as to how they've seen the India trajectory go. So today, from an AI standpoint, I believe the command center of the world is in India. It is no longer in the Silicon Valley, and it is more driven by all the innovation that today is possible in this country, in this city that we are sitting in. So maybe on that note, Prasanna, it would be great to understand. I know you've been 18 years in the firm. You've seen a journey of R&D as a center grow in India. So how do you see this whole aspect of moving from a cost center to an innovation delivery center? And then, of course, would be keen to understand the India play in all of this.
Thank you, Pragati. I've been part of this setup for close to 2 decades now. I think we were one of the earliest GCCs. I don't think we used to call them GCCs at that point of time. It was called Shared Service Center. Then it became Global Service Center. Then it became Global Capability Center. And today the consultants are calling Global Value Creation Centers. So I think whenever they want to change the slide decks, they keep giving different names. But for us, I think internally it's been a journey. Whether it's called SSC or GSC, it doesn't matter. But I think we have gone through a journey. So maybe when we started being part of the global organization and delivering to some of these clinical development programs, we started with some very basic tasks. I would say, I think like us, most of the companies, the primary reason was cost arbitrage. That is the reason actually we started. But somewhere down the line, I think our people, I think we were able to pick up the domain knowledge much faster. And that led actually to more complex tasks. Where we are today, I think I was sharing with you previously also, I think in a COVID, in a way, it has changed the whole drug development paradigm. Traditionally, to develop an idea to a molecule and bring it to the market, it takes about 12 to 15 years of time. But COVID time, we showed that it is possible to do it in less than 3 years.
So now there is no reason why we should again go back to the 12 to 15 years time. And if we have to do that much faster, so two things are very important. I think in any drug development, India plays a huge role. India is part of all the drug development. Any company you take, any major company, I think we are part of that. And the second one is technology. So I'll just say that I think we have got the domain knowledge. Now what we need to bring in is to bring in the technology, technical expertise. And if we combine these two, I think we can create a lot more value to the organizations we serve, and also I think to the patients end of the day.
Sure. So maybe Prasanna, just a follow-on question. Uh, I do understand that you have GCCs within Novo Nordisk across the globe. There are a couple of centers. So why India? Why your leadership at HQ would like to bring investments into the India GCC? Is there an India advantage?
So maybe I think I work for Novo Nordisk. It's a very small Danish company. And if you look at the population of Denmark, it's about 5 million people. That's half of Bangalore, or even less than half of Bangalore. So of course they cannot get the talent in their home country. They had to expand outside. And in a way, India became a kind of a natural choice. The reason being, so one is the kind of at least our line of work, we need people who are like healthcare professionals who are trained in this domain. So that's how we started actually. But in addition to the healthcare professionals, I think we've also got a huge talent base when it comes to the technology experts. I think it's a fantastic combination. Just to give this one example, I currently am a part of the patient safety organization. If you look across the globe, I think Bangalore, or if you take Bangalore, Chennai, and Hyderabad, these three cities have highest number of PV professionals anywhere in the world. Maybe the next closest would be Boston. Boston would also be, I think, far behind, and then will be Singapore. Otherwise, the kind of R&D talent that's available in India today, I think it's huge now. I think that has become a big, somebody was saying, we have created that ecosystem now. It's not just, say, in Denmark, only Novo Nordisk is there. But in Bangalore, or if you take Hyderabad, just in one street, there is Amgen, there is Novartis, there is Sanofi, there is Medtronic. I mean, the name, the kind of talent you want, it's available here. So, big advantage.
No, thank you, Prasanna. Very well said. And just to, again, since I'm throwing facts today, 32% of the world's AI workforce sits in this country. So I think it's about the people and also about our economy. We are fastest growing, and we are the ones who would be reaping the benefits of demographic dividends, in the short term. So whenever I meet my clients, specifically in the GCC context, they are saying, okay, tell us how we contribute India to India and India to the globe. So it's no longer about just the globe, but also about the fact that India as a market itself is booming. So maybe with this, Manish, to you, you are laying a very strong foundation of AI, Gen AI, Gen Tech for your bank. And if that foundation has to work, the data needs to be absolutely right. It needs to be robust. And you are today the custodian of that enterprise data. So how do you manage to bring in a framework which brings the element of responsible AI? So control while giving flexibility. How do you balance that aspect?
It is difficult to manage, but as a AI platform or a sort of professionals who are working in AI, they need to go fast, but there has to be element of responsible AI there. So what things we could do is, first thing is governance first. So you need to understand in what constructs do you work, what kind of compliance apply to the company or the organization that you're working in. So, and this is like a shared responsibility. It's not just one person or a team's responsibility. Everybody who's involved in this chain need to understand their shared responsibility. Everybody need to know what is this governance first mean, what kind of measure, what are the regulations around it. There has to be knowledge that need to be spread around that. And as Prasanna was saying, lot of people here in India, they are not just only working for Indian regulations, they are working for global companies, and they have championed that also. So if you go and talk to anybody about, let's say, EU-AI Act with people who are working for these European companies, they will give you wonderful explanations around it. So I think there's a lot of people who have understood that governance first approach. Second thing is ethics by design. That means, are you able to bring ethics? And it is not a post activity. It is right from the time you have had the idea of building something or about a project. Was ethics processes were involved in that? Did you had the right checkpoints for it? Third thing which is there is the things like fairness, bias, and those kind of aspects also. Have you covered them? The last thing which is there, because I run a platform, do you understand the tech and the implications around it? That, let's say, if you are using a model from Azure, do you know that what kind of risk which are involved in that case? So understanding them, mastering them, and then at the same time, there's a lot of support which is also available. Use that knowledge, and then sort of implement in the systems that you are sort of creating. It is a little bit difficult sometimes, and every organization has its own cycle of doing this, but can be mastered and can be done.
Very well said. Thanks, Manish. So now, since we've spoken about data, it's out. I mean, the next question is on to how to secure it. So maybe Suchin, from your side, and when I really think of cyber, at least 5 to 8 years back, I would have never thought that this is a capability which could be, be centralized or being run, remotely. And what I now increasingly see is that your team is growing very fast. You are able to secure BP while having that control tower or command center sitting in India. So just talk us through how these specialized skills or specialized offerings are being enabled by GCCs now.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, as Prasanna also said, like, we have a lot of talent in India. There is absolutely no question about it. Talent is available. It's just that we sometimes, like, we have to do so much of we go through rounds and rounds of interviews, and we get so much of candidates, right? And that's not the story in other places. At BP, what we did is we started it slow. When we build our GCC over here, I mean, we call it BTC, the business and technology centers. We started off with, as Prasanna was mentioning, with small works, procurement, finance, and so on and so forth. But when we started with cyber, we looked at those tasks which can be easily done, which does not require a person to be sitting right across the table with a customer. Looked at certain areas, and what we started off with is each team, like digital security itself has verticals. There is governance, risk and compliance. There is a threat analytics. There is counter threat teams. There is a SOC, which is a security operations center. So what we did is take at least a couple of roles from each of these teams within digital security, build it in India, and then showcase that capability. Once that success was seen, then it was just a matter of time that we bring more and more teams. And of course, we all know there is a cost arbitrage. We can definitely showcase that. And that's how we started, and it has been a success so far.
No, congratulations. I think it's a very niche area, and to pick that up and with that scale, it's tremendous. But then how do you really bring in these services from a whole AI delivery standpoint? Because there's a team who's undertaking an end-to-end delivery. There's a customer who's wanting an experience, as per what they are getting across in terms of the interaction with IT. And then there is an aspect of self-serve versus control versus global design. So how does this whole aspect of ensuring a secure net of work is enabled by you and teams?
Absolutely. Now, each time when we have a new work to be done, for example, AI offering is something which we started new in last couple of years. That's when we started thinking of we need to secure the models, we need to secure the engines which are running. All those kind of work, we started off as a COE in India itself. So that was one of the things we did. Second is, yes, you said it right. Sometimes it becomes difficult, but what we also did is we looked at areas which was easy for us to transition. Those transitions where we call it a concept known as MOC, management of change, where like certain things have been delivered from one country, we will look at the entire end-to-end squads to be established in India. So establishing an end-to-end squad will only showcase the leadership that, okay, what we can build it in India and we are successfully able to deliver. So that was one aspect. And then coming back to the core question, defense in depth has to be put in place. Of course, whether you are doing it in GCC or you have multiple teams across the world, we ensured that we took care of AI and securing the AI from a process, from a people and a technology standpoint. Of course, writing good governance, creating that framework on what the AI teams should be doing, and also what general public, when I say general public, the staff, probably, see, we come from an oil and gas and energy sector. Not everybody is a digital or an IT person, right? They don't know what to ask or what to probe in a publicly available AI engine. So we had to create those kind of frameworks for them to basically use it securely. And then, of course, monitoring. We have dashboards very articulated and clearly built to monitor the activity which has been done on public AI platforms.
Absolutely, absolutely, Sujan. So what I'm increasingly hearing from all three of you is that tech is being blended in all ways of working. Either someone is consuming tech, someone is making tech, and today all our roles and responsibilities need that blend of techno-functional experience to come in. And if we look at the kind of growth which GCCs are expected to have in the country, uh, the employment that would be needed or would be enabled by the GCCs will almost double from maybe 2 million to 4.5. Now that means that our talent availability needs to move at that pace. So Prasanna, maybe starting from you, since you are in a very niche domain and you said talent was the reason why your GCC succeeded. So how about next? Will that trajectory continue considering the amount of talent that we need in the coming years?
I think at least here I can also speak for, I think, pharma R&D in general. So what we have seen is, I think there was a huge uptake. And at some point of time, what we are seeing is at least these pharma GCCs, in a way, they are actually plateauing in terms of headcount. But in terms of responsibilities, they're continuing to grow. But I think the future growth, it's a blend of both. I mean, as you said, functional experience we've already got, but how can we build in that? So technological expertise. I think if we can build these two, I think that will create more opportunities. That's sometimes like, I mean, I also keep thinking about how actually to move from this paradigm to the next one. There, I think we need to be a bit more careful or mindful, because we cannot take for granted that this journey will continue. And one important thing is like the reason why GCCs have been set up in India is also to limit the headquarter bureaucracy coming here. But unfortunately, sometimes what happens when GCCs, they reach certain level of maturity, all the bad habits which were there in the headquarters, they will also start coming here. And they will have a much bigger impact here even compared to, say, our headquarters. I think the local leadership responsibility is to make sure that we stay nimble, we stay focused on creating value for stakeholders, and how can we avoid that bureaucracy seeping into our this thing. And it's not just, say, the head of GCC's responsibility, but I think at all level, I think we need to make people acknowledge this fact and be ready to address it. Build the technological capabilities, but at the same time, try to avoid the bureaucracy, headquarters bureaucracy coming here into the local GCC.
Sure. And Prasanna, on this, are you also, as part of your GCC requirements, getting into some affiliations with some educational institute because there's a niche talent? Are you catching them young, or you are hitting the market for experienced pool?
Yeah, here I think what happened initially was like even before the GCC started, the CRO industry, at least in pharma world, CRO industry started in India first. IQVIA, Icon, all those companies. And when GCC started, we actually picked up talents from these CROs. But after a period of time, I think most of the GCCs now they've got good, good rapport with some of the big institutions. From there, we pick up the talent, and most of the talent is actually homegrown currently. Because in a way that also helps us to keep our costs low. Second one, it's more efficient to actually grow this talent and give them higher responsibilities. Just to give you an example, like for example, say the function I'm part of, it's called pharmacovigilance. I think it's there in our headquarters maybe for close to 50 years. The journey they had in 50 years, I think we have crossed the journey in 15 years. So that is the kind of progress we have made. And I think that's basically because of the young talent that becomes available. And they are very open to actually any changes, whether it's technological, process, system. To be honest, they are much more change ready compared to some of our older colleagues.
Thank you. That's very, very heartening to know. I mean, a journey from 50, if it can be done in 15, I think it's tremendous. So now, Manish, I mean, again, the whole value versus volume play, and traditionally GCCs have been doers, and now suddenly we find ourselves on an innovation hotbed where we are expected to deliver value. And I think many of the GCCs are changing their names to GVCs, Global Value Creators. But the decision making currently is sitting at the HQ. So how are GCCs tackling that whole shift from becoming from a doer to value creator, but the threads being at the HQ? So would something change?
So one thing which I'll say, so these all GCCs have been already creating a lot of value. Otherwise, you'll not see huge flood of GCCs which are opening in India. So value is there. We are calling it everybody doing some effort, we will see a huge impact at the global level. And second thing, which is more important as leaders, is are we able to give meaningful work? So that's also very important, that are we able to bring that right meaningful work which matters to the organization? If we can sort of deliver more on that, then I think these two factors will take us very long way.
Great. And what's the relationship with HQ? Do you see it will change in days to come, where GCC is becoming more autonomous, independent, driving that innovation thinking rather being defined from the top?
So I think GCCs are becoming more demanding with time. I see a lot of global roles now being present in India and in these GCCs. And not only in terms of tech, a lot of business roles are also now moving in here, because people have been able to crack that. They have been able to master the business insights, and they have been able to sort of show the value in that space. So I think it's no longer a cost thing. It is something what we are able to offer. Are we able to show the leadership? And you will see many leaders growing from here and making those global decisions. So it is already happening. It's not that it will happen in future. It is already happening, and you will see that pace faster in future.
I totally agree. Totally agree. So rather, with many of the GCCs that I work, it has become mandatory for anyone on the leadership track to do a role in the GCC as part of their overall leadership development, because this is where the whole confluence of tech, innovation, as well as operations come in to kind of deliver that global
If
impact.
I can
Yeah.
add one more thing, and this diversity mindset also adds to it, because when people sort of look for diversity angle, and then what they get new ideas, fresh ideas, different angles also on that table. So I think all the HQs are now very much open about bringing that diverse opinions on the table, and that has also helped India.
Yeah. We have diversity on this floor as well. And before we go further, I think I'll take a pause to seek any questions from the audience. Uh, it's been difficult for our panelists answering all tough questions, so maybe some easy ones will also do. All right. Yeah, we have one.
Question to both Manish and Prasanna. What do you see as the next big challenge from a GCC standpoint? There are a lot of opportunities we spoke about. In general, what do you see as one of the key challenges in the near future, maybe in the next 1 to 2 years?
I think couple of things. One challenge can be our own mindset. Don't play on volume, play on value. So these GCCs, if they continue to focus on value rather than volume and large team sizes, and if we take a shift from there, that will be very helpful. But I think there are still challenges around that, and people need to move on from that mindset. Second thing which is there is that how much there are still a lot of regulations which are in place, and they limit us also in some of the way we want to implement things. We want to bring, let's say, a new business here. Third thing which I have seen in recent days, there's a lot of geopolitical things service are also changing and could become a challenge, which I don't know at this point of time. But what I will say is the biggest challenge, which is a biggest factor of again also, is the people mindset. And if we sort of move that right, things will fall in place.
Maybe I'll just add to what Manish also said. I would say focus on both value and volume. That's my suggestion, because volume is also important, especially when we look at the situation currently we are in. So the organizations are squeezed. At this point of time, actually, we can help them with volume. I think that's going to help. That's one thing. The second one is, I think you spoke about the decision making, right? We've already got a seat at the table. So now the important thing is making our impact felt. I think that's where we need to change our mindset. I mean, good or bad, I think we are quite hierarchical in our upbringing. So sometimes I think even though we have the seat, we don't make our voice heard there. I think how can we do that one? The third one, I'll come back to the same point previously also. I think we should not lose focus on creating value. I'll tell you, like, what happens leadership sometimes initial years, there is all that commitment and motivation to actually build this thing. At some point of time, the bureaucracy starts creeping in. So when the leadership conversations shift from creating value for the stakeholders, if they start discussing about how many varieties of dosa we need to have our canteens, I think that's where the GCs will start going down. And that I sometimes, for me, I think that's a worrisome fact. I think we should not shift our focus from creating value. Who is our end customer and how we are creating value for them?
Thank you. Thanks for being candid and clear. Thank you.
I think for any other question, you can catch our panelists, during the networking time. But I think a great takeaway for me today is we have the seat on the table. Let's make that impact count. And I think that's what we are striving to do every day. And it's at least we all are proud Indians and we feel immensely hopeful on the GCC journey. So thank you. Thanks everyone for your time today.
Thank you so much to the entire panel. Thank you for that big round of applause. May you please come forward for a picture now? And in the meanwhile, may I please invite Mr. Anushruti once again back on the stage to give a token of appreciation to all our panelists. All right, may I please request Mr. Prasanna Kumar Subbanna to kindly come forward. Thank you for joining us. Mr. Manish Shukla, thank you for joining us. Dr. Suchin Sudhakaran, thank you for joining us. And once again to our moderator, Ms. Pragati Chakraborty, thank you for joining us. Thank you for being a great moderator for 2 sessions. Thank you. Thank you to the entire panel. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now let's begin with the next session as they're taking a picture on the stage. Yes, uniquely our photographer thought with the token of appreciation one picture. Yes, all right, thank you. Next is a very interesting topic, the fireside chat. And this topic is the CEO CIO playbook for disruptive growth. Ladies and gentlemen, up next, the CEO CIO playbook for disruptive growth, a fireside chat giving us the front row seat into how top leaders drive innovation and scale in their organization. And joining us today are 2 wonderful people from the community. Mr. Mithun Apaya and CEO Wow Momo FMCG, a visionary leader renowned from scaling FMCG brands and driving innovation in India's food and retail space. Please give him a big round of applause as we welcome him. And along with him, may I please welcome Mr. Nandakishore Domni, CIO Manipal Hospital, a seasoned IT leader who has spearheaded digital transformation and set new benchmarks for the healthcare innovation. Well, in this session, they will share their perspectives on how CEOs and CIOs collaborate to create disruptive growth, leverage technology, and lead organizations through change. But before we start the session, I want to hear from you. What is your takeaway? What do you want to take from this session? Can we have the mic passed, please? Anybody would like to say? Or let me point out. Okay, yes, sir. Yes, over there, please.
Hello.
Hi.
So my name is Saikat and I have been with data science for last almost 1.5 decades. Right now I'm in healthcare domain. So
Okay.
my expectation from Nandakishore would be to understand, in terms of adoption, right? AI, GenAI, data science, whatever, right? How much they have already adopted, say in their organization, because I know worldwide, pretty much in healthcare, right? Lot of analytics, lot of AI work is happening. They already have adopted or they have been rapidly adopting, right? So in terms of actual adoption, given he has been representing Manipal, which is one of the best hospital chain in India,
Yes.
right? So how much in terms of actual implementation, they have already done?
Sure. Thank you. Thank you so much for that question. I think that was directly directed to you. You would like to hear that in the fireside chat. And thank you, Mr. Nandakishore, for joining us. Now, I may request Mr. Mithun as well to join us. Ladies and gentlemen, give these 2 wonderful minds a big round of applause. But before we start the session, you know the drill. The scanner will be on the screen and also the scanner will come up on your badges as well. You can just turn it back and you can find. The question is, What is the top reason for misalignment between business and tech leadership on AI? Options are unrealistic business expectations, inadequate communication, poor change management, misunderstanding AI capabilities. Wow, we just shoot it up to misunderstanding AI capabilities. That's loud. That's a very, very loud. Amongst the 15 to 16, 18 people, I think. Okay, that's the only thing. Unrealistic business expectations getting some vote, the rest of the two not at all. But I think the majority goes to misunderstanding AI capabilities. Okay, just giving another 10 seconds because we have only 36 responses. All right, waiting for it to shoot up to at least 50. I know people are still responding. So once you've left your phone, I will know that you have stopped. And I think we have reached to 41. I think we have a clear answer now. The clear answer is misunderstanding AI capabilities. Thank you. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you for participating in the poll. I leave it to our two visionary leaders here. On to you, please. Thank you.
Yeah. Good afternoon. Quick introduction for me. My name is Nandkishore Domne. I am a CIO for Manipal Hospitals. Maybe almost 30 years now in the industry. With Manipal Group for the last 17 years. This November, I'll be completing 17 years actually. So I'm here with Mithun, and today my role is slightly different. I'm a moderator. Normally I'm on the other side, panel discussions and a speaker. And definitely this will be a very interesting interaction. I'm quite sure about it. And looking forward to a good interactive discussions with you, Mithun.
Wonderful. Thanks so much, Nandkishore. Basically, I am not really directly related to the things that you guys do, but I see that happening all around me. We basically are largely world's largest dim sum or Momo brand. And we are about a 3,500 crore valued and, soon to be raising an IPO, etc. We have the QSR format as well as the FMCG format. So Wow Momo does not only momos, but we also do various other things. But in the course of today's conversation, I'll also tell you some interesting things that we do.
Sure, sure. Wonderful. So first of all, thanks everyone for being here. And it's indeed a pleasure to be part of this interaction today. So we all know that, we are currently living in a technology-driven era, and then slowly the AI is also coming in. And we are moving, or we are adding that AI flavor to already heavily technology dependent organizations, right? So what I'll do is that, first of all, I'll request Mithun basically to, as a part of his opening comments, tell us more about your industry, Mithun, and what is the kind of industry landscape currently, especially in India? You can also cover some bit of global comparison to that. What are the challenges, the opportunities, scope of the expansions, and maybe a little bit more about how is the technology playing the role. So this is more of a part of the opening comments from your side, Mithun.
Sure. So the Indian food industry, food and beverage industry, is one of the largest, and it contributes to about 4% of India's GDP. So it's pretty significant in terms of what it does to the economy. And obviously, all of us consume some food or some beverage. So it's something that is the lifeline of the country or the world, largely. So within that, India has taken a significant position, and Indian food industry, food and beverage industry, is fourth in the world. So it's not like really small,
quite interesting.
And obviously there's a lot of internal consumption. So the beauty of our country is also because the consumption internally is so much, with about 1.4 billion people, that food is something that all of us love, right? And the kind of cuisines that we have, it's all around. So the industry size is pretty large. Now it is also fragmented, right? It's largely fragmented because you have branded, unbranded, as well as commodities, which is there. So there are a lot of challenges. When you ask me what the challenges are, humongous challenges which are there because of the sheer magnitude of the industry in itself. And if you look at the things that's happening, a lot of technology is getting into this industry, while a lot of industries which people here represent, technology would have already gotten to maybe, if I say 100% is a max, most of it would be 15, 20% in terms of, I'm talking about AI and technology.
Yeah.
But in this industry, it's still at a nascent stage because a lot of, it is largely a traditional industry, so a lot of adoption takes a little longer time. But it is for sure an extremely critical industry where AI as well as technology gets embedded into. So I would say that for anybody who wants to look at business in terms of industry vertical, this can be a very large industry. While technology is there, I'm not saying there's no technology. There's a whole lot of it already. But I'm saying from an AI perspective, it's a little too nascent.
Great. I think, even just to sort of add to what you're saying here is that I have personally seen in the last 10 years, there's a tremendous growth in this industry, and the Swiggies of the world, the Zomatos, and a lot of other, food industries, and the way they're using technology and heavily dependent on technology. I think so there's miles to go as far as technology is concerned. Thanks for that opening comment. And to further move ahead on this particular thing, the next question is basically more about uh, the spend part of it, right? Because when you have to expand your business, right? And I understand this. The Wow Momo is almost 18 years old organization, and you are there for the last 3 years, and you're driving that growth, right? And I'm sure your plate is full, in terms of the growth, the technology deployment, getting people, getting your different departments aligned properly, the culture. So there are a lot of things are happening within the organization. As a part of the technology automation piece, what is the percentage of spend normally you sort of estimate for technology implementation?
So I'll just give a brief. So we have very recently, hired a CTO. In the sense, normally you don't see emerging India brands. I'm talking about the food space startups, not really having that as a vertical. So we have recruited somebody who's done a lot of work earlier as a CTO, and he is building up his own team. So we call it Wow Tech. So imagine a food brand, calling something Wow Tech and building an entire vertical. It's quite this one. I'm not sure if you've heard of anybody having done that as yet. The Unilevers of the world have done it, or the larger, very large Indian companies. But we have seen this as something that really will help and enrich what we do, because we deal with a whole lot of consumers. We have about 800 plus stores across the country, and they're all owned and managed by us. It's not a franchisee model and all of that. And the complexities are so much in each of them. We have something called Wow Momo, we have Wow China, we have Wow Chicken, and now we have launched something called Wow Kulfi. And then we have another vertical, which is the FMCG, which is like the big animal. We just launched that about 3 years ago, and that is fast moving consumer goods. So you go to retail stores, you can find now, the Wow products, Wow noodles, Wow momos, and, we have even beverage products. So what happens with all of this is that, the complexity is so high, and hence technology can solve a lot of these complexities which are there. May it be in supply chain, may it be in consumer experience, customer experience, all of that, right? And hence we have taken that step to build that right now by getting somebody who leads it and who's creating a complete ecosystem around it. Other than that, we also have our own app, like your Swiggy and Zomatos of the world. We launched our own app, which is called Wow Eats. So you can order the entire range out of that. So we have been internalizing that, working on that. We have created that entire code to get those Wow Eat apps across, having the backend in terms of riders, alignment, and all of that. So we have done fast forward work with technology. And if you ask me spends, I would say that right now we are still discovering what it needs to be. But the industry would spend about 4 to 7% approximately on technology as such. So that would be the case.
I think 4 to 6% is quite sizable spend, I would say, and maybe because you're starting from a scratch, maybe that is one reason. And as you go into a steady state, probably that will come down. Or maybe one more reason is that most of the things today are on a cloud-based platform, and therefore, your running costs are slightly higher vis-a-vis the capex models or the on-prem kind of things. The next question is more in terms of, like, as you said, that you also have your own app, and also maybe a lot of feeds are coming through Swiggy, Zomatos, and other things. Now, how do you sort of integrate with those platforms? Are there any challenges, or it is already a proven method of integrating with those platforms? How is the experience overall?
See, we don't integrate with those platforms because those platforms have their own system, right? So what happens is the delivery happens through them. For example, if it is
It's the logistics part.
yeah, if it is Swiggy, then Swiggy picks up the product from our restaurant and then delivers it. For example, Instamart, we supply our products to the DCs of Instamart, or a Blinkit or Zepto or a Big Basket, and then they deliver it out. So there is no integration as such, but the data analysis is there. We do analysis on data, etc. On our own app, obviously, it is the backend is with somebody like Shadowfax kind of a setup wherein they deliver it, right? And the front end is what is managed by us largely. So there's no integration as such with them.
Right. The other aspect is basically the people part of it, and you mentioned that you got the CTO, on board, and then the team is there. In terms of the skill set and the IT manpower model, it is completely the outsourced model, or other than the CTO, obviously, or you have everybody on your payroll, and then you're finding any issue in terms of your HR being able to support you to get those skilled people. Those challenges normally CIOs face. So what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so we as a brand believe that we will do a lot of it internally, especially what we believe is core. And with in this case, we are building it internally itself. So we don't have an outsourced team which is doing it for us. So like I mentioned, we have got the leader on board, and now he's building up the entire people below that. While there are other technology elements which we also outsource, obviously.
But on this particular part, Mithun, when you're creating a strategy for you, is completely driven in-house, or you still need consultants, big three or big four, whatever we call them, or it is purely an in-house sort of strategy? That's one part. Two is, I don't think if there is any reference, architecture or reference roadmap for you, which you can straight away follow for similar industries. So any thoughts on this?
I'm not saying that we will not take help and references from outside. We do that, but what I'm trying to say is that the investments will be purely internal, especially when it comes to people and all of that. We wouldn't have an outsourced partner helping out, and we having a very thin, setup. We would want to have it internal so that we hold a lot of it internal. So it also stems out from the fact that we did really well because we owned and managed all our stores. There are a lot of them who launched different brands across, where with the franchisee model as such, long term they haven't really been as successful. Right. So that's more a internal strategy rather.
Right. I got your point. Moving on, now, if you have to look at the actual technology deployment on ground, so you will have your, functions which are more of a support functions, the back office functions like your supply chain, logistics, the HR, marketing, and then something which is directly facing the customers. So what are the key technology implementations, maybe last couple of years you have sort of done, and what is your experience on those deployments so far?
Yeah. So for example, because of the complexity that is there, supply chain becomes a very key challenge. So we have used a lot of technology and a lot of predictive analysis to get our supply chain right, because we buy a lot of material because of the complexities. For example, each of these verticals, for example, a Momo store would have about easily about 120 odd SKUs, and then a Wow Chicken. So imagine the amount of SKUs in 4 verticals, and each SKU will have so many more ingredients. So each SKU, like, let me take like a chicken product, that would have ingredients which are easily about 30 40 different ingredients. So imagine the complexity into the number of SKUs, number of products, and all of that. In FMCG, we already have about 60 odd SKUs, and one of our noodle product, which is one of its kind, called the Kausue, which you just basically have to just add hot water into it, that has some 72 ingredients. Imagine the complexity of getting all that ingredient into one place and manufacturing
And the
that,
final
right?
product.
Yeah, so technology for sure will help, and we are using that. In terms of customer management, in terms of the data that we collect a lot of data. So every store collects a lot of data, customer data. So then, heat mapping them, seeing where what kind of customer is there, and even when we have to open stores, it's all very scientific data. It's not that we feel that there is a good location, just go and open a store. A lot of scientific data is used for that. When we manage our FMCG business, a lot of data comes in from consumer preferences and choices. With the advent of quick commerce, there's so much of data that we anyway get. So we get to know which location, what the consumer likes. Like, we decided on a product called Jane Momos, because finally, when you look at it, Jains really don't have a good packaged product available at all. I'm not sure if anybody could name
No, that's right. Yeah.
one of them. So we picked that up, saying that there was a lot of search which came around that keyword, but there was no supply into that. So we launched something like that. So a whole lot of that is used in the supply chain vertical. A lot of it in the customer management, consumer management. We've used that, and even in terms of new product development, a lot of information comes in from choices, consumer choices. So all of that gets used.
Wonderful. So now we can actually from here move to little more about the AI aspect of this whole IT things, and I'm also personally doing it in hospital, and there was actually a question which I will definitely address once we finish this interaction. So how do you think this AI can actually be useful to your kind of industry? I mean, you can give a perspective. One is that what is happening globally, and coming to your own case, okay, are there any plans to sort of use AI to further enhance the technology capabilities, to further enhance the customer satisfaction, to further enhance the predictability aspects, to further enhance the dashboards, the MIS, the AI analytics part of it? Your thoughts on that?
I think, like I mentioned in the beginning, this industry will need a lot of it, because it's so large. And then if you look at it, among the global Fortune 500 companies or Fortune 50 companies, you'll find at least 35% of them FMCG companies, beverage companies. Nestle, Unilever, Diageo, all the big daddies are all there, right? So it is a industry where a lot of AI and technology will be used. For example, food wastage is a huge issue globally and in India. About 36% of the food that is produced gets wasted. And imagine what would happen if that food could be used somewhere. And why is it getting wasted? Because demand predictability is not there, supply predictability is not there. How it will get used is by getting AI to fit into that and to ensure predictability of demand is there. That's one. Number two, quality is a huge issue, because the industry is so fragmented. Plus, with brands also, quality becomes a huge concern. So with AI, quality management, can be really managed really well. I was reading up that there are now cameras with sensors, etc., which are installed in factories, wherein you can really figure out if there are any deviations from the norms that has been set. So things like that. So that can happen. Even in terms of pricing, assortment and pricing, how to plan pricing and assortment, a huge concern around it. Because today I wouldn't know which geography, what pricing really works. So AI can help with that. So if I start talking about it, I think we'll not end the day. There's so many things that can
Absolutely, I
be
agree.
used.
Yeah, wonderful. So basically, the couple of things which I again wanted to ask you. Uh, Definitely, AI is a way forward, and then I was personally talking to, especially you mentioned about the cameras, the intelligent cameras. So we are doing some of those things in our organization in the hospital. That if the project is going on and then somebody is supposed to, or the visitor is supposed to have the helmet, the AI can detect that through the camera, and then it can give the audio warning and all that. That's quite interesting, and I'm sure you're going to have plans in place for that. Now, so to drive all these things, the role of the CTO and CIO, you have a CTO in place, right? It becomes very, very important, and that is what especially the today's topic is. Especially the collaboration between a CIO, in your case it is CTO, and a CEO, for example, right? Just want to hear your thoughts. How is it going, and what are your sort of observations so far? You had the CTO you hired around maybe a couple of years back, right?
No, this is pretty recent. If you
I see.
open LinkedIn, that's like, heavy,
Oh, I see.
heavy
Okay.
news around, So,
Okay, so I
everybody,
don't know if
everybody
you're
is talking about it,
yeah,
saying food
whatever
company.
is your thoughts, maybe you can just share. What is that then you expect from a CIO, especially from the business understanding part of it, or returns on the IT investments? Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think from it being a so-called back-end service, which I think back-end department, I can say, at least the
Intel Inside.
Yeah. At least the places, large places also where I worked, it was seen as a support function. I think now what will happen is, this entire department and the CIO will be the catalyst for change, according to me. And the CIO will bring in a lot of additives into the PNL, according to me, because today, if I have to look at it, I would say that that the CIO should be accountable for bringing in positives into the PNL,
Absolutely.
and help generate revenue, help generate better cost, for example. So if you ask me, Mithun, how would you put the KRA for a CIO? I would just make it as simple as possible. I would say top line growth. I would say bottom line efficiency. As simple as it. While there would be a lot of detailing into it, but that is the role which it needs to lead into. Plus, obviously, bringing in a lot of thought in terms of optimization, and all of that is going to add into top line and bottom line. So I believe it's as critical. It is as critical, and now with the way AI is getting enabled and technology is getting enabled, and like I told you, food industry really taking off on this space. I think no longer it will be a support function. It will be the function to work with hardcore. It's like how marketing is to business. IT and the CIO ends up becoming.
Absolutely. I think you had said it quite clearly. And even just to share what we are doing in that space is that CIO also has a P&L responsibility. And in our hospital, the digital platform contributes almost 26% of the revenue, right? So further, to take this with you, Mithun. So if I understand clearly and correctly, the digital part, which is more of a revenue-driven side, and there are back office IT, okay, the IT operations part, they're all together with one individual, right? So there are no two different people. One is driving the revenue on the digital platforms, and one is taking care of the operations of IT. It is combined, right? That's what you're trying to say. Okay. Good. Now, moving on, we have around 6 minutes now? Okay. So, whenever we do any IT implementation in different organization, regardless of the size, there is always some resistance to the change, right? Some people do not want to change and adopt the technology. And I'm with Manipal for so many years, and I have seen, especially on the clinical side, it's very difficult to make clinician use the technology, and we have to spend a lot of time there, especially when that individual is not, let's say, a regular employee of the organization, where we cannot mandate that person. So we are having different challenges in different industries. Coming to your industry, What are the challenges you have sort of experienced over the last, let's say, 3 years when you started doing some major technology implementation, maybe from customer side or even the support function side?
I think one of the things on resistance is that, before that, I would say that something like this needs entire top management alignment, and it has to be driven by top management very clearly. It can't be given to somebody as a task, and it can't be
It can't be bottom up.
it can't be driven. Even it can't be anywhere else. Also, it has to be the leader has to drive this. If it has to be implemented across. Now, in terms of resistances, obviously any change has resistance, right? They say change is only constant. Resistance is the one which breaks that constant. So resistant to change is there, and that is faced across from understanding itself. As basic as understanding of the concept and implementation of the concept itself, there's a resistance of change. And if you look at it, a lot of people really think, does this really help? And they don't see the outcomes. Till you don't see the outcomes, there will be resistance. So for a sales guy, if I tell him that, using this technology, it does good to you, it's of no use. I need to tell him that it will increase your revenue. Today your revenue is X. It will help you grow it by 20% more, or whatever that is. And how does it happen? Another one is that before all of this, before implementing anything like this, it's good to do a POC. It's always good to do a POC and prove that concept in a small state, in a small footprint, and then bring in that examples into the larger play. So resistance will be there, and I think more importantly, it is about proving how important this entire project is.
Uh, Again, I have a connected question, on this, which is like whenever any decision is taken at organization level, for example. So one is that CIO or CTO will typically make that presentation to the board or to a CEO, and then there is go or no go, okay, on that kind of initiative. So that is one approach which we normally adopt in any organization. Second is that we sort of form a core committee, right, where we have participation from the CFO office, the CEO office, the COO's office, the HR, and all that. So, what is the way you normally sort of take such decisions on the major technology implementation initiatives?
Like, see, our decision stems from the fact that, what is the need? What is the need state of a certain technology that's required? For example, I mentioned to you the supply chain part. Fill rates, for example, we call it fill rates. For example, if a customer has given us 100, we are only able to give 80. To solve that 20%, what does it take, right? So we bring in whatever large issues are there which will make impact on revenue, on cost, on efficiency. Basis that we decide on what needs to be done. And hence, similarly, like you mentioned, core committee, there are people who are supposed to be, like, for example, the head of supply chain. He comes in, then obviously the CTO is there, and a couple of others come in and create this forum where these decisions are taken on why is it needed.
So the CXO is basically part of the decision making, and therefore everybody will own that decision, right? All right. So I think I'll come to maybe the last point that I have. So companies which are in a high growth phase, I mean, yours is one of that company, and I understand, your schedules. You had been traveling, and then hectic schedule, all that. Those things are there. What is your, final comment or sort of, advice to the CIOs who are part of this kind of ecosystem, okay, in terms of CEO and CIO collaboration? What would you like to tell them as an advice?
Sure. Before that, I've been hearing a lot about AI and all of that, and a lot of conversation about AI taking away jobs and all of that. So I personally believe that AI is not going to take away anybody's job. What will only happen is somebody who knows AI will take away your job. Somebody who knows AI and who's going to take, understand AI and implement it is going to take the job, or companies which use that well and do that will take the shares from another company. So my only take, singular take, considering she's already with the mic there, wanting to close it, is that I think CIO's role has and will change dramatically. CIO will be a P&L responsible role of the entire company. Only when that happens will the effectiveness of that department and that role come into play. And P&L responsibility is both top line and bottom line.
All right, wonderful. So with that message, I think we can open up the floor for questions. If any questions are there, glad to answer.
I think we're already time up. So,
All right.
but yes. All right. If there's any question, you can always connect with them. They're right around the corner. So requesting both of you to please stand up for a group picture.
Sure.
And in the meanwhile, if I can please invite Ms. Anushruti to come up and give the token of appreciation for both the fireside chat panels. Thank you. Thank you, speakers. And I think on that note, maybe please give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Wonderfully carried the session. Thank you. What a combination from a healthcare to an FMCG. Now, may I please request Mr. Mithun to come forward for the token of appreciation. Thank you. Yes, let the applauses keep coming in with an open heart. Come on. And now, may I please request Mr. Nanda Kishore to come forward. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you so much for joining us for this chat. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I know you're all wondering, we are delayed. That's why we're trying to rush and hurry up and also give you ample amount of time to enjoy the other sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, next is a very interesting topic, the AI readiness across industries. What's working and what's not? Well, our moderator for this